Chapter 3662. In the end, the withered demon blood blade, which had been upgraded to a starry sky treasure and was about to awaken the withered demon blade, was put away by Yi Xian in the undying world in time before the lightning tribulation descended. It blocked the senses of the outside world and resolved an extremely troublesome crisis. Only when the thick tribulation clouds in the sky of the valley dispersed did Yi Xian's heart completely relax. He turned his head and found that the mountain of corpses, which was originally hundreds of feet tall, had now become like a small hill. At most, it was about 100 meters tall. There were hundreds of millions of fresh corpses of the powerhouses of various races in the second universe. Now there were only less than 10 million corpses left. At most, there were only a few million corpses left. The rest were either pieces of withered bones or simply crushed into powder due to the weight of the dried corpse mountain peak. Because a thick layer of it fell. Yi Xian's face was filled with shock. These were the fresh corpses of hundreds of millions of starry sky experts. The blood and flesh essence in their bodies were preserved to a high degree. He didn't expect that in the end, there would still be less than 10% left. He estimated that in the end all of these millions of corpses would turn into withered bones. It would only make the withered demon blade completely recover. This reminded him. Although the withered demon blade seemed to be on the verge of fully recovering, this small last step was not something that could be achieved with the blood and flesh essence and blood power of a small number of experts' corpses. If Yi Xian really wanted to use this as a method in the future, he would have to at least confirm that there were around 10 million corpses of experts on the scene before he made a move. Otherwise, if he was just a little bit off and couldn't completely recover the withered demon blade in the battle weapon, he would fail to trigger the lightning tribulation. He was so depressed that he was speechless. The last few million corpses of the experts of the various races in the second universe had died in an instant. Before they died, they did not activate their bloodline true bodies. Now they were all in human form. Even if they were all races similar to starry sky beasts, under the psychological effect, Yi Xian was not interested in roasting them. He decided to give up on the roasted food. Although it was piled up here, the demon race would naturally deal with it later. In fact, even if they did not pay attention to it, it would slowly decay. This valley was not the space inside the Shenong cauldron, so Yi Xian did not pay too much attention to it. He did not stop, immediately soared and rushed towards the demon imperial city. Go. Midway he met Imperial Uncle Mo Qigong, who had rushed over. Seeing that Yi Xian had advanced from the first level of the Void Realm to the third level of the Void Realm in just 2 short days, he was immediately dumbstruck. In the end he seemed to recall Yi Xian's past evildoers. He rolled his eyes and muttered, "I knew it was you who caused trouble." The entire northern region valley and a large area nearby are covered with tribulation clouds. It seems that the movement is not small. Everyone in the demon imperial city is panicking, thinking that something is going to happen. Such a great calamity has appeared. This kind of thunder tribulation is very rare in this world. You brat, you really know how to cause trouble? In this regard, Yi Xian shrugged his shoulders and did not explain further. With Mo Qigong's knowledge, even if he did not say anything, he could basically guess most of it. He definitely did not do anything good. Most likely, it was some evil deed that harmed the harmony of the heavens, which led to such a strange phenomenon. And what about the corpses of the experts of the various races in the second universe? Brat, you better take it easy. Although this old man does not know what you are doing, since you almost attracted the thunder tribulation, it means that this method harms the harmony of the heavens. If it accumulates, the karma will be too deep. Don't be too eager for quick success. It was obvious that Mo Qigong had linked Yi Xian's cultivation to the hundreds of millions of corpses of experts from the various races of the second universe in just 2 days. He probably thought that Yi Xian was cultivating some kind of evil technique. However, Yi Xian did not intend to explain. Similarly, Mo Qigong did not intend to dwell on this matter. A smart person would be able to understand in 1 sentence. Otherwise, it would be useless to say more. He believed that Yi Xian was a smart person and should know his limits. Therefore, after casually mentioning this, Mo Qigong suddenly changed the topic. His expression became serious as he brought up the matter at hand. The reason this old man rushed over is mainly because of another matter. Tianji City disappeared. What? At first Yi Xian did not understand. He thought that he had misheard. Tianji City was such a huge city. Other than the core of Tianji City, there was also a very wide defensive circle in the void and an even wider outer industrial circle. How could it disappear just like that? These words were too unreliable. Basically, no one would believe them after hearing them. Don't look at me like that, I don't want to believe it either because this isn't good news. Seeing Yi Xian blankly staring at him, Mo Qigong sighed and helplessly continued, "The Heavenly Legacy race isn't that kind of cowardly race. On the contrary, they were able to dominate the first universe precisely because of their ambition, belligerence, and desire to conquer. Not to mention the current first universe. Although the situation in the universe has changed, the overall strength of the Tianji race has not been affected. The situation has not reached the point where they can move the entire race, far from it. But this is the truth. This matter has been confirmed by more than one race. Some of the slave races around Tianji Star region have also discovered this situation. In just a few days, the entire Tianji Star region has been emptied of people. Not to mention the core of Tianji City and the inner defensive circle. Even the outer industrial circle has not seen a single warship. There is not a single warship in sight. The industrial planets seem to have been plowed through. All the industrial facilities have been dismantled and taken away. They have countless intelligent robots and a large amount of starry sky machinery. It is not difficult for them to do this in just a few days. This news has just been revealed. The entire first universe is in an uproar. Now all the major slave races are in danger. This is because everyone knows that this is definitely not because the Tianji race is weak, but because they are brewing some kind of even more worrisome method and conspiracy. Perhaps it will not be long, or perhaps it will take a little longer, but there is one thing that is without a doubt. No matter when the disappeared Tianji city reappears, they will basically unify the first universe again. They will even extend their reach to a wider area and a longer distance. Based on DE's usual style, any major action of the Tianji race will definitely have a deep meaning and strategic significance. They will not make a move, but once they do, they will rarely fail. Chapter 3663. Mo Qigong's words caused Yi Xian to fall into deep thought, his heart heavy. He felt a strong sense of danger. Just as Mo Qigong had said, with Yi Xian's understanding of the Tianji clan, the disappearance of the entire Tianji city was definitely not a good thing for the slave races of the first universe, or even the entire three universes. Everything seemed to be calm, but this was the illusion before the storm. Once the Tianji clan reappeared, the three universes would most likely be plunged into a reign of terror. The curtains of the real crisis were gradually opening. It had to be said that the Tianji clan's move was beyond everyone's expectations. It was too cunning, too ruthless, and too vicious. Tianji City was so huge. Even if they had countless AI robots and a large amount of space-grade machinery, it was impossible for the entire clan to completely migrate in just a few days. It was impossible for them not to encounter other space-grade fleets during the migration, even if it was just one fleet. A commercial fleet. But until now, when the news of Tianji City's disappearance spread, no one had heard of any fleet of any power that had encountered any abnormalities while traveling through space. This could only mean one thing. All the fleets they had unfortunately encountered during the migration had been mercilessly annihilated. Such a ruthless method was enough to show that they were planning something big this time. Of course, not long after, based on the star field distribution of all the fleets that had gone missing in the first universe, it was possible to roughly deduce the direction of the Tianji clan's migration. However, Yi Xian could think of this. It was impossible for the other party to not be on guard. If nothing unexpected happened, they should have sent some fleets to the distant regions outside of the migration star road to hunt and annihilate the innocent fleets that were sailing in the starry sky. In this way, it was basically impossible to use this method to deduce the Tianji clan's movement. There's one thing we can be sure of. Seeing that Yi Xian had fallen into deep thought, the demon-human imperial uncle Mo Qigong pondered for a moment before continuing, the destination of the Tianji clan's migration is definitely not the main space of the first universe. Otherwise, even if they shrink their defensive line and live in a remote corner of the star domain, they will be discovered sooner or later. If my guess is correct, the Heaven's Legacy race should have already left the first universe, but they definitely wouldn't have gone to the second universe or the human race's third universe. Instead, they must have used some undiscovered wormhole to enter a safe, or at least a relatively stable new universe. A universe. Ever since they dominated the first universe, the Tianji clan has always had a large number of mysterious fleets active outside the Tianji city. You also know that they are different from the humans of the third universe and the Federation of the second universe. The Tianji clan has a unique advantage, and that is that they have the most advanced and powerful AI robot manufacturing ability in the three universes. Previously, the fleet you led consisted of more than 10,000 warships of various types. Of the Vanguard fleet, only you and Yi Luo are members of the Heaven's Legacy race. The rest are all intelligent robots. In this situation, any member of the Tianji clan can lead a large fleet at any time, or go to an unknown universe to explore. After tens of thousands of years, I'm afraid no one would believe that the Tianji clan hasn't discovered some undiscovered wormholes, as well as the unknown universes connected to these wormholes. You mean, the Celestials' legacy race disappeared this time because they used some unknown wormhole to enter an unknown part of the universe that they controlled? Without waiting for Mo Qigong to finish speaking, Yi Xian frowned, and his heart became even heavier. If nothing unexpected happens, then this should be the truth. From the looks of it, it's basically impossible to find traces of them. This is too passive, the location of the three great universes. The three universes of the three universes are all worried. Under these circumstances, the situation will quickly descend into total chaos, and everyone will be in danger. What plans does the demon-human clan have? This move of the Tianji clan is very vicious. Mo Qigong nodded and said worriedly, originally, after the chaos in the Tianji city not long ago, the imperial prison was emptied, and all the slaves of the first universe who were held hostage by the Tianji clan escaped and returned to their respective races. If there are no surprises, the final alliance of all the races will be formed sooner or later to fight against the Tianji clan. In addition, the alliance of the second universe's races is approaching. The pressure that the entire Tianji clan is facing is unprecedented. If they don't handle it well, they will completely collapse and there will be no chance to turn the situation around. But no one expected that they would take drastic measures in the end. They didn't care about anything else and directly moved the entire Tianji city out of the first universe. This is clearly retreating in order to advance, and they threw the mess of the first universe to the secretly delighted slave races of the first universe. As a result, the original situation was that the slave races of the first universe and the alliance of the second universe would simultaneously pressure the Tianji clan, and it was very likely that they would even join forces. But now everything has changed. The Tianji clan has removed themselves from the situation, and the situation has become a conflict between the alliance of the second universe and the slave races of the first universe. After all, the reason why the races of the second universe suddenly invaded the first universe is suspicious. Although we can't be sure yet, there is one thing that is without a doubt. They are definitely not targeting the Tianji clan, but an important reason related to the first universe. Under these circumstances, after the disappearance of the Tianji clan, the races of the first universe have no choice. They must resist or else they will lose the land where their race lives. At this point, Mo Qigong sighed again. If there are no surprises, the slave races of the first universe will soon take action. As for the alliance of the second universe, according to our race's information from a reliable source, the races of the second universe federation have already gathered at the end of the universe wormhole. This enormous main fleet is terrifying in scale, and there are nearly 10 million battleships of all kinds. And this is the military strength that the Tianji clan gathered before they disappeared. Obviously, as the news of the Tianji clan's disappearance spreads, the races of the Second Universe Federation will immediately take action. I'm afraid that before long, a super fleet with more than 10 million battleships will arrive and descend upon the Demonkin Star Zone. Chapter 3664. You're willing to evacuate? Give up on the demonic imperial planet? Yi Xian was stunned when he heard Mo Qigong's words. He immediately thought of the desolate ancient cage. Even he couldn't accept that place falling into the hands of the Federation of the Second Universe, let alone the demons who regarded it as a holy land. What can we do if we don't evacuate? How many people do we have in the entire demon race? This time, it's a super-allied army with tens of millions of battleships. Mo Qigong smiled bitterly. Even if we count the spoils of war this time and the 8 demon tribes all retreating to the demonic imperial planet, we can only gather about 3 million battleships at most. It's nothing compared to the super-allied army of the second universe that's about to press on. It's on the same level. Of course, we can also unite with the other slave races of the first universe. This is also the reason why the few Star Lords in our race didn't immediately give the order to evacuate. They're now communicating with the other slave races, but the results are hard to predict. You know, for the other servant races of the first universe who have just suffered a big loss in the demon domain, although they don't want to see the Alliance army of the second universe run amok in the first universe unscrupulously, they also don't want to see the demon race replace the previous Tianji. You know, for the other servant races of the first universe who have just suffered a big loss in the demon domain, although they don't want to see the demon race run amok in the first universe unscrupulously, they also don't want to see the demon race replace the previous Tianji. The demon race will have the time and space to continue to grow, and eventually become the new overlord of the first universe. Therefore, on this matter, if nothing unexpected happens, the response of the slave races of the first universe can already be imagined. They won't immediately reject the alliance, but they won't immediately take action either. The biggest possibility is that on the surface, they'll be perfunctory with the demon race, but they'll secretly unite with each other in private. Until the super-allied army from the second universe annihilates the demon race, they'll appear and show their strength. At that time, there should be a huge allied army of battleships that isn't much inferior to the enemies. The final result is very likely that the allied army of the two dimensions will start a peace talk. But by then the demon race will have been destroyed. Towards the end, Mo Qigong's tone was filled with a deep sense of helplessness. At this point they had finally arrived at the demon imperial city. The two did not continue their conversation. Yi Xian followed Mo Qigong into the inner city of the demon emperor and went straight to the imperial palace. As soon as they entered the palace, they heard some heated discussions. Mo Qigong and more than 10 demon emperors were all present. There were also some Yi Xian that they did not see. Among the upper echelons of the Devil Royal family, the Star Lord Old Monster who had previously presided over the spirit battle was also present. Apart from them, there were 3 other Star Lord elders that Yi Xian had never seen before. They were probably the elders of the demon race. However, Yi Xian believed that the Cosmos Realm and Star Lord experts in the royal palace weren't all the royal family had. They were such a powerful race. There had to be something else that had yet to be revealed. After all, even though the demon race was facing a life and death crisis, nothing had happened yet. There was still the possibility of changes. No matter how powerful the demon race was, it was impossible for them to use all of their trump cards at this time. Compared to the 20 Cosmos State and Star Lord elders of the Devil Royal family, Mo Wenyan, the reigning demon emperor, was simply an insignificant character in the palace. He wasn't even seated at the head of the table. It was obvious that the nature of the meeting was only for the royal family. The so-called honor of the Devil Emperor was nothing in this place. That was why the 3 Star Lords of the Devil Royal family, whom Yi Xian had never seen before, all frowned when Mo Qigong led Yi Xian into the palace. They seemed displeased. They obviously knew about Yi Xian. Perhaps they more or less agreed with his current alliance with the demon race, but that didn't mean that they could accept Yi Xian's participation in the secret meeting between the upper echelons of the demon race. This was no different from letting an outsider interfere in the core affairs of the demon race. Yi Xian and Mo Qigong had just arrived, so they were completely unaware of the discussion between the upper echelons of the Devil Cultivator. However, Mo Qigong immediately looked towards the demon emperor, Mo Wentian. The latter's face was filled with worry as he sighed without leaving a trace. This action didn't escape Yi Xian's attention. He knew what was going on. It seemed that even though the final result hadn't been decided yet, the general trend was probably not good. It should be the 3 Star Lords that he had never seen before who insisted on evacuating. All 3 of them were at the peak of the 9th rank of the Star Lord state. Mo Wenyan was the same. Under such circumstances, even if Grandpa Mo and a dozen other emperors of the Devil Royal family insisted on retreating, they probably wouldn't be able to change anything. After all, Grandpa Mo was the only peak Star Lord on their side. They were obviously weaker. Although the coalition army of the second universe is strong and claims to have 10 million warships, we don't seem to be that weak. Seeing that everyone's gazes were on him, Yi Xian remained fearless and spoke confidently. No matter what, the Demon Emperor's 3 stars and 8 great tribes can gather a few million battleships. In addition to the 4 great battles in the starry sky, this kind of deterrence is still very impressive. 4 Star Wars? Grandpa Mo's eyes glittered when he heard Yi Xian's words. He seemed excited. You have 1 more battle talisman? Yi Xian also knew that the Devil Cultivator didn't have any more war scrolls in his hands. Therefore, in Grandpa Mo's opinion, since he said that there were 4 war scrolls in the sky, then there must be 1 more in his hands. How could the battle talisman, which had been hidden by Yi Xian and hadn't been exposed in the previous battles, be weak? It had to be the strongest battle talisman. Thinking of this and recalling the terrifying power of the Weeping Soul War Talisman and the Time Talisman that Yi Xian had used before, not only Grand Elder Mo, but even the 3 Star Lord demons that Yi Xian had never seen before couldn't help but feel excited. That's right. I still have 1 more battle talisman. I'll return the one you gave me before. It only took me a few days to modify it. I don't think it'll take much time to turn it back into a mental battle talisman, right? Yi Xian didn't reveal the truth. He simply told them that he would return the Void Battle Talisman and let the devils turn it back into a mental battle talisman. Of course, before that, he would use the newly activated forging system of the system to duplicate the same Void Battle Talisman in half a day. At that time, once the transformation of the Spirit Battle Talisman was completed, their camp would have 4 battle talismans. Although only the Spirit Battle Talisman and the Weeping Soul Battle Talisman could be used, that was enough. This kind of starry sky killing talisman was mainly used as a deterrent. Chapter 3665. Turn the Void Battle Armor back into a Spirit Battle Armor? Hearing Yi Xian's words, all the Imperial Demon Clan higher-ups in the hall were stunned at the same time. Even Yi Xian's Imperial uncle Mo Qigong was the same. He subconsciously muttered and asked Yi Xian, "In that case, how are you going to deal with the tens of millions of Void Soldier ladles?" The Void Battle Armor was originally tailored for them. There aren't many species like this that are born with a unique biological frequency and have a strong reproductive ability like the mosquito beast. There are even fewer species that can be controlled. Isn't it a pity? The speaker didn't mean it, but the listener took it seriously. Mo Qigong's words reminded Yi Xian, making his heart tremble and his eyes brighten. How could he forget about the mosquito beast? Yi Xian immediately recalled the scene in the top control room of the Black Wind when he, Li Mosquito, Nabashan, and the others attacked the Black Wind's leader, Ba Chai. At that time, the extreme speed displayed by Li Mosquito left a deep impression on Yi Xian. When the mosquito beasts flapped their wings, there would be a low buzzing sound with a very high frequency. This might be like the unique biological frequency of the soldier ladles, turning into some kind of kinetic energy to drive the Void Battle Armor. If so, wouldn't Yi Xian immediately have another battle armor in his hands? Although the tens of millions of mosquito beasts that the Mad Ant Emperor gave him to take out of the Ant Beast Star were left in the two scout fortresses of the Black Mosquito Ship and the Black Wind, Yi Xian was now in Triumph City. But if necessary, Yi Xian could use the planar-level interstellar coordinate jump ability to directly cross the universe from the Demon Emperor Star to the Death Star Vortex in the third universe, and then go to Triumph City in the Death Star field to take back the tens of millions of mosquito beasts and let them live in the Mosquito Beast. In the new battle armor that was tailor-made for him. In fact, there were more convenient channels. After all, 10 million mosquito beasts was too little. Yi Xian could go to the Mosquito Beast planet again and borrow more of them from the Mad Mosquito Emperor. It just so happened that he had not been there for a long time. He could use this opportunity to investigate the background of the Mad Mosquito Emperor. Furthermore, he could let the Mosquito Beast Prince, Shui Ben, meet with him and his son once. Thinking of this, his mind suddenly moved again, and his heart became somewhat hesitant. Previously, when he handed over the Void Battle Talisman to the forging system and gave it an order to start a personalized search, the results came out very quickly. There were only two personalized suggestions from the system, which were the Weeping Soul Talisman and the Time Talisman. No other results were mentioned. It had to be known that this sort of automatic search was carried out through the devouring system. What it meant was that it would search through all the resources and conditions in Yi Xian's body. The Mosquito Beast Emperor Shui Ben had always been in that beast bracelet. Yi Xian was not wearing it on his wrist, but was kept in the undying world within his body. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for the system not to detect its existence. But in reality, the results did not mention anything about it. Could it be that the innate ability of the mosquito race was not suitable for the customization of the battle talisman, which meant that it could not be used as a special energy source for the battle talisman? If that was the case, then this idea that suddenly popped up in his head could only fall through. Yi Xian's consciousness immediately entered the undying world, but the strange thing was that he could not detect the aura of Prince Shui Ben at all. Only when his consciousness entered the beast bracelet did he discover that there was a huge blood cocoon inside. It should be in the process of leveling up and evolving its life level. During this process, its aura did not leak out at all. Perhaps this was the reason why the system did not capture its existence when it carried out the conditional search, which was why the Mosquito Clan was not listed in the results. Yi Xian did not disturb Shui Ben, and his consciousness immediately retreated. He decided that before the tens of millions of allied troops from the first universe arrived, he would make a trip to the Mosquito Beast Star. The demon race could also use this time to modify the Void Battle Talisman, changing it into something that was suitable for demon race experts. A form that was driven by divine power. All of this took a long time to describe, but in reality it was done in a flash. When Yi Xian's consciousness retreated from the undying world in his body, Mo Qigong and the rest of the demon race experts' gazes were still on Yi Xian. From their point of view, Yi Xian had only heard the question and pondered for a moment, but they did not know that in just a few breaths of time, Yi Xian had already grasped the Void Battle Talisman in his hands. There was going to be another battle talisman. Don't worry, I still have a spare Void Battle Talisman, so after returning the original one to you, I still have 3 battle talismans. One of them is the Void Battle Talisman, and the Soldier Diao race is still settled in it. After saying that, Yi Xian paused for a moment, then threw out another heavy bomb. He shrugged his shoulders and said, "Actually, I should have a total of 4 warlocks in my hands. However, one of them is currently lacking in terms of kinetic energy, so when the 10 million allied troops of the First Universe arrive, before that, I have to make a trip to the Black Mosquito Tribe's Mosquito Beast Star." "What? For battle talismans?" This time, even the Demon King Mo Wen Tian was shocked. Then he regained his senses and understood why Yi Xian was going to the Mosquito Beast Star. His face was filled with astonishment. Mo Qigong's eyes lit up and he exclaimed softly, "You mean, there is another battle talisman that you plan to use tens of millions of mosquito beasts to drive? This is obviously a good idea. There are countless ferocious mosquito beasts on the Mosquito Beast Star, and this race's reproduction ability is also super abnormal. They will have a large nest in a lifetime. However, other than you, I'm afraid no one else can do this. The ferocious mosquitoes are naturally unruly, not to mention tens of millions of mosquito beasts. Even if there are hundreds of them, it will not be easy to subdue them all. In reality, it is basically impossible to capture a large number of ferocious mosquito beasts from the Mosquito Beast Star at one time. The Mad Mosquito Emperor is not to be trifled with. The Black Mosquito Tribe's low-level demon race experts can enter and capture 1 or 2 mosquito beasts as pet beasts, but he will not care at all. However, if the cultivation of the demon race experts who enter the Mosquito Beast Star is too high, that old fellow will obviously not sit idly by. Even if the Star Master Old Monster goes, I'm afraid he will not be able to return. Other than you, there should be no one who can bring out tens of millions of ferocious mosquito beasts from the Mosquito Beast Star." Mo Qigong's words did not make it clear, but they had already pointed out that Yi Xian's relationship with the Mad Mosquito Emperor was not ordinary. At this moment, all the upper echelons of the demon race in the main hall had strange expressions on their faces, including Grand Master Mo and the other Star Master's old monsters. This was clearly because they were afraid of the Mad Mosquito Emperor, and indeed did not dare to enter the Mosquito Beast Star. Chapter 3666. Looking at the expressions of the upper echelons of the demon race when they mentioned the Mosquito Beast planet, Yi Xian immediately understood. His face was full of displeasure as he sighed, "Sigh, this old fellow is really a good-for-nothing. He can lie so smoothly with his eyes open. The key is that I really believed him back then." From his tone, it was obvious that his relationship with the Mad Mosquito Emperor was not ordinary. At least, none of the upper echelons of the demon race present dared to say that to him, including Grandpa Mo and the other Star-Lord old monsters. "If you're going to the Mosquito Beast planet, I'm afraid this old man won't be able to accompany you, lest it causes a misunderstanding." Seeing that Yi Xian was going to the Mosquito Beast planet, Mo Qigong was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and smiled bitterly. "We actually don't know anything about the enmity between the Mad Mosquito Emperor and the demon race. There are some records in the clan book that only say that the Mad Mosquito Emperor is closely related to the demon race, and that it started when the first demon emperor was still alive. In the beginning, the clan book only warned all the upper echelons of the demon race not to approach the Mosquito Beast planet easily. There was no mention of anything else. Did he already have a feud with the devilish race during the reign of the first Elder Devil Sovereign? Doesn't that mean he has lived for tens of thousands of years? Looks like that old thing's concealment of his cultivation is not small at all." Yi Xian suddenly understood and gritted his teeth in anger. To think that I asked him why he didn't care about the lives of the entire Mosquito Beast race. He used the excuse of pretending to be crazy to avoid disaster to brush it off. I was really wronged. This time when I return to the Mosquito Beast planet, I must settle the old score. After saying that, Yi Xian turned to look at Grandpa Mo and continued, "As an ally, this is my suggestion. Use millions of battleships and 5 starry skies to fight head-on with the so-called 10 million allied army from the second universe. Although this level of strength is still not a match for them, it is definitely enough to hurt them. All of this is impossible for the commander of the enemy fleet to not consider. Don't forget, the races of the second universe have suddenly invaded the first universe. Clearly they have other important goals. Do they want to fight with us at the edge of the first universe? So, their purpose is not to exterminate the demon race, but to pass through here and enter the depths of the first universe as soon as possible to reach their true destination. If nothing unexpected happens, as long as the demon race's attitude is tough enough and they defend with all their might, they will most likely be the first to propose negotiations, hehe." At this point, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth quickly curled up into a rather playful and strange smile. "In short, we still have a bit of the initiative. If they are really in a hurry to pass through and don't want to be entangled here, we might be able to take the opportunity to extort some tolls or something. Who knows?" As soon as these words were spoken, All the upper echelons of the demon cultivator royal family in the hall opened their mouths wide in shock. They stared at Yi Xian in a daze, their faces completely dumbfounded. This fellow was too daring. Tens of millions of troops were pressing against the border, and the upper echelons of the demon cultivator royal family were still discussing whether to fight or avoid. Yet, he was actually thinking about extorting money from them and extorting money from them. The leaping of his thoughts was too terrifying, and the hole in his brain was too big. For a moment, even Mo Qigong was speechless. His mind was in a mess and he didn't know how to respond to his words. "Don't look at me like that. I'm just saying it casually." Fortunately, Yi Xian also realized how shocking his words were. He smiled awkwardly and then bid farewell to the upper echelons of the demon cultivator royal family. He said that he would return to the northern region valley immediately. After leaving the void battle law behind, he immediately set off for the Mosquito Beast Star. After he left, the entire royal palace fell into silence. Everyone was deep in thought. After all, although Yi Xian came and left quickly, the shock he brought to them was not small. On one hand, his suggestion was indeed feasible. Millions of demon cultivator battleships, plus 4, no 5, in the space war, the demon cultivator race would definitely have the strength to fight. Even if the First Universe's Alliance army really had more than 10 million battleships, they obviously had other goals in coming to the First Universe. It was impossible for them to fight to the death with the demon cultivator race here. As long as the demon cultivator race showed strength that could hurt them, then everything could sit down and talk. They didn't dare to say that they would be like Yi Xian, where the entire race would block the road and rob them in the void and take money from them. However, as long as the demon cultivator race made their stance clear, it was completely possible for them to temporarily extricate themselves from this matter. On the other hand, the reason why the demon cultivator royal family experts were muttering to themselves was because of Yi Xian's background. This brat is really a devil incarnate. No wonder he can turn the 3 great plains into such a scene. Now it seems that the identity of Prince Xian of the Immortal Dynasty is really nothing to him. He doesn't care about it at all. After a while, Mo Qigong shook his head and smiled bitterly. No wonder this brat didn't care at all after he was exiled to the Third Universe's Death Starfield by the Immortal Dynasty. He's been wandering around outside and doesn't seem to want to return to the Immortal Star to compete with his brothers for the throne in the future. Just his close relationship with the Mad Mosquito Emperor and the Mosquito Slayer is enough for him to ignore all of this. There must be a reason why these 2 old monsters can maintain such a close relationship with him. It's getting harder and harder to see through him. There must be someone behind him. There's an even bigger backer behind him. Is it the mysterious power that helped him build 4 battleships in such a short time? It's really puzzling. In today's 3 great universes, other than the Qinji clan, I really can't think of any other race or power that has this kind of ability. At the end of his sentence, Mo Qigong was already smiling bitterly. The expressions of the other demon cultivator royal family upper echelons also became more and more strange. Even the few Star Lords that Yi Xian had never seen before suddenly changed their minds at this moment. Previously, they had thought that the secret alliance between the entire demon cultivator race and Prince Xian was more or less lowering their status. Now, it seemed that it was very likely that they had taken advantage of it. At the same time, Yi Xian returned to the northern region of the Demon Emperor planet and cleared out the tens of millions of Void soldiers in the Void War. Then he sacrificed the war and left it in the valley of the northern region. Immediately he soared up and left the Demon Emperor planet. He took out a hole in the void and sped toward the Black Mosquito tribe. In the direction of the Black Mosquito tribe, he sped away. When he was preparing for the trial of the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son and needed to capture a pet beast, it was the first time. Then, before he left the First Universe to return to the Third Universe of the human race, Yi Xian came the second time. Chapter 3667. With the Dongshu shuttle's current speed, Yi Xian only took a day to reach the Black Mosquito Star Zone after jumping through wormholes again and again. Not long after, in the void of the galaxy in front of him, an incomparably huge pitch-black star entered his sight. It was the Mosquito Star. The Mosquito Star also had an atmosphere, but it was black, condensed by a kind of mating gas emitted from the mosquito beast's bodies. Outside this black atmosphere, there used to be 2 demon scout fleets of the Black Mosquito Star all year round, but now they could not be seen. The 8 major tribes should have already received the conscription. They were gathering towards the Demon Emperor Star. In the past, once some black mosquito demon beasts that had developed intelligence wanted to escape the atmosphere and leave this environment, they would be captured and even killed on the spot. And as long as they were demons, they could enter the Mosquito Star to hunt at will. After all, there were too many black mosquito demon beasts, so there were no restrictions. Of course, after entering, they were responsible for their own life and death. The sea of mosquito beasts was a huge threat, and very few demons entered alone to hunt. At that time, Yi Xian's impression of the mosquito star was that the black mosquito tribe had completely regarded it as a planet to rear pigs and dogs. But now it seemed that this was all because the mad mosquito emperor did not care. After all, the mosquito beast's reproductive ability was too strong. If he really took care of every mosquito, this planet would have been overcrowded. The old man was clearly pushing the boat along with the current. Perhaps he had another purpose at the same time, which was to let his tribesmen go out more often. In his eyes, this might be a special form of training. Soon Yi Xian put away the Dongshu shuttle and stepped into the mosquito star's atmosphere. Everything was the same as the previous 2 times. What he saw was a tide of mosquito beasts. In all directions, endless mosquito beasts turned into black waves. These mosquito beasts flapping their wings in the air were basically the kind that had not developed intelligence, and those that had developed intelligence already had the consciousness to hide themselves. They could only be found on the land below. And the deeper they went into the land, the stronger the mosquito beasts they encountered. Even for those flying in the air, the higher they flew, the weaker they were in the periphery. The lower they flew, the more they entered the inner periphery of the planet. The strength of the mosquito beasts also increased exponentially. With Yi Xian's current strength, even if he did not have the Li Mosquito or the Mosquito Emperor Shui Ben by his side, facing these low-level mosquito beasts that had yet to develop intelligence, the pressure he emitted was enough to deter them from approaching. After Yi Xian passed through the black atmosphere and entered the mosquito beast planet, all the mosquito beasts immediately retreated and made a path for him. It was also at this moment that a throbbing sound came from Yi Xian's body, causing him to stop in his tracks. After sending his consciousness in to investigate, Yi Xian quickly withdrew. With a thought, the beast ring appeared in his hand. The throbbing sound was coming from within the beast ring. It was very obvious that the mosquito prince Shui Ben's breakthrough was about to end. After breaking out of the cocoon, his life force level would increase, and his cultivation would definitely increase. It was just unknown if his innate bloodthirst would improve because of this. Very soon, as a red light flashed, the mosquito prince Shui Ben charged out of the beast ring and appeared in the space in front of Yi Xian. At the same time, countless mosquito beasts in the space in the distance buzzed at the same time. They felt the pressure of the royal bloodline, and they were bowing in unison. What surprised Yi Xian was that after Shui Ben finished his metamorphosis, his body was actually the same as before. There were no changes at all. He still had the body of a mosquito and the head of a human. Even the crazed bloodlust in his eyes was the same as before. It seemed that his bloodthirst had not been cured yet. However, in terms of cultivation there was a huge increase. Shui Ben used to be at the early stage of the origin realm, but now he was at the early stage of the mystic light realm. After one metamorphosis, his cultivation actually went from the 9th level of the Starry Sky realm to the 11th level of the Starry Sky realm. Even Yi Xian could not help but sigh in amazement when he advanced 2 levels in succession. However, metamorphosis for mosquito beasts was not something that happened often. Some mosquito beasts might not even encounter such a metamorphosis in their entire lives. When he thought of this, Yi Xian felt more at ease. As Yi Xian's pet, even if Shui Ben's cultivation was stronger than Yi Xian's, he could not possibly turn on him. Furthermore, Yi Xian was now a Void Realm expert in the 12th level of the Starry Sky realm. Just on the surface he could suppress Shui Ben. Therefore, even if Shui Ben's insanity was still the same as soon as he came out of seclusion. After that, although Shui Ben did not speak, he still appeared behind Yi Xian as usual. He slightly flapped his wings and floated behind Yi Xian, quietly waiting for his orders. The master and servant did not stop. They immediately flew down to the mosquito beast planet below. Soon they arrived at the dense forest where they had met the mad mosquito emperor. In their line of sight, the huge ancient tree that covered the sky and the sun could be seen, and the figures of high-level mosquito beasts could be seen everywhere. Not only were these high-level mosquito beasts powerful in cultivation, but they had also developed intelligence. Even their bodies were no longer completely in the form of mosquitoes. Some had grown human limbs while others, like the mosquito beast Prince Shui Ben, had human heads. This scene was very strange, even frightening, but Yi Xian had long been used to it. Moreover, even these high-level mosquito beasts were just subordinates to Shui Ben behind him. When they saw Yi Xian and Shui Ben appear, they immediately cheered in unison and flapped their wings. As for coming, they gathered to worship. However, the mad mosquito emperor that Yi Xian wanted to see the most at this moment did not appear. This made him frown, and his heart was even more unhappy. Previously, he had been suppressing a stomach full of evil fire on the way here, and he had long felt like he had to vent it out. Although the mosquito beast Prince Shueben had a human head, he could not directly communicate with Yi Xian through words. Instead, he communicated with each other through spiritual power. Seeing that the mad mosquito emperor did not appear, Prince Shueben immediately flapped his wings and flew towards the towering tree. After a while, he returned and brought back news to Yi Xian that the mad mosquito emperor was in seclusion. Like Prince Shueben, he had entered the state of metamorphosis. After Shueben entered the cave inside the giant tree, he did not see him. There was only a huge blood-colored mosquito cocoon. Yi Xian was immediately stunned. Wasn't it said that the metamorphosis of the mosquito beast race could only be encountered but not sought, and that it would only happen when the opportunity came? Why did the mad mosquito emperor encounter such a thing when Prince Shueben had just metamorphosed? Wasn't it a bit too much of a coincidence that the father and son were so lucky at the same time and had such an opportunity? On purpose. The old fellow definitely did it on purpose. Most likely, he knew that the previous matter had been exposed. This time, when they met again, he would definitely be questioned, so he simply found an excuse to hide. Chapter 3668. Although Yi Xian suspected that the mad mosquito emperor was deliberately avoiding him, and that the old man must have hidden too much of his cultivation base, he could easily enter the realm of pupation at any time. Perhaps as soon as Yi Xian and Prince Shueben left, he would immediately break free from this state. Come out on the spot. But even if everything was true, the other party was determined to avoid meeting him. No matter how unhappy Yi Xian was, it was useless. He couldn't keep wasting time here, right? Helplessly, he could only put this matter aside for the time being. When he had the chance, he would come back to reason with the mad mosquito emperor. After this experience, Yi Xian also secretly decided that he would never come here so openly again, lest the old man notice and immediately turn into another one. The huge blood pupa dodged. After being depressed for a while, Yi Xian frankly told Prince Shueben about the need for tens of millions of fierce mosquito beasts. The latter did not hesitate and immediately let out a sharp howl toward the sky. Soon, a high-frequency buzzing sound came from the surrounding void. A large number of high-grade mosquito beasts rushed over from all directions of the continent. In the blink of an eye, huge black clouds appeared in the surrounding low skies. These black clouds were formed by a large number of high-grade mosquito beasts. They gathered together and were following Prince Shueben's call, rolling over. Previously, after leaving the Demon Emperor planet, Yi Xian had immediately issued an order to the system to activate the forging system and build 2 more Starry Sky battle towers. One was a void battle tower, which was prepared for the soldier Ladle clan, exactly the same as the previous one. The other was custom-made. In terms of the driving force of the battle tower, Yi Xian's custom-made request was suitable for the fierce Mosquito Beast clan. Although the Mosquito Beast Emperor was still in a state of pupation at that time, Yi Xian could not provide a Mosquito Beast to the forging system for various tests, but the various characteristics of the fierce Mosquito Beast clan were in the database of the devouring system, and it was extremely detailed. After all, Yi Xian had been in contact with this clan for a long time. The devouring system had already tested it clearly. He had finished building these 2 battle garrisons while he was on his way to the Mosquito Beast planet. The tens of millions of void soldiers that he had moved out of the valley in the northern region of the Devil Emperor Star had already entered the newly built void battle tower. Only the blood mosquito battle tower that he had prepared for the ferocious mosquito beasts was still empty. However, this time Yi Xian had expended a huge amount of resources. Including the 3 great galactic battleships, Yi Xian now had 4 great galactic battleships. However, nearly half of the huge amount of resources collected by his undying world had been used up, which made his heart ache. The shape of the blood mosquito war chariot was basically the same as the other 3 war chariots, except for its color. The void battle talisman was grayish-black, the weeping soul battle talisman was blood-red, and the time battle talisman was the metal of age. The color of the blood mosquito battle cloak was a dark red color that leaned towards black. It was like dried blood, giving people a very heavy feeling of oppression. Other than that, the reason why it was basically the same as the other 3 war chariots was because there were some slight differences. The entire blood mosquito war chariot was indeed the same as the other 3 war chariots. However, the core node of the 9th ring, which was the smallest inside the mouth of the war chariot, was different from the rest of the beehive nodes. The front half of this core node was densely packed with extremely sharp alloy spikes. At first glance, this core node looked like a huge alloy porcupine. Yi Xian had done some calculations out of curiosity. Although only the side of the core node facing the mouth of the war chariot was filled with alloy spikes, the number of them was extremely shocking. They were too densely packed, numbering more than 10 million of them. Moreover, the hardness of these alloy spikes was also extremely shocking. They were several times harder than the dragon bone material of the main body of the Starry Sky Fortress. They must have been mixed with some kind of special mineral or crystal. Every single one of them was 100 zhang long. If they were thrown out like a spear, under a certain speed they would be able to pierce through battleships, even fortresses and Starry Sky fortresses. It was simply child's play. These nearly 10 million huge alloy spikes were clearly tailor-made by the forging system according to the characteristics of the mosquito race. Of the 4 war chariots, the Void War Chariot had the power of the void. The Weeping Soul War Chariot had the power to weep souls. As for the Time Chariot, it was even more terrifying. It could release the tide of time that was related to the universe's time laws. The power of these 3 war chariots was invisible. The Void War Chariot only had a void ripple, while the Weeping Soul War Chariot only had a terrifying cry that could destroy souls. The Tide of Time Chariot's Tide of Time was actually a kind of invisible law power. Only when it erupted, a slightly blazing golden light would flash and disappear. According to Yi Xian's estimation, this newly created Blood Mosquito War Chariot's attack should be related to the nearly 10 million densely packed alloy spikes. If that was really the case, this Blood Mosquito War Chariot would be the only one among the 4 war chariots that had a physical attack mode. Yi Xian was already looking forward to it. Just thinking about the tens of millions of alloy spikes instantly shot out like a rain of arrows, piercing through the countless large and small battleships and fortresses in the fan-shaped void in front of him. The magnificent scene of the stronghold immediately made him feel extremely grateful. He couldn't wait to try it out and see how powerful it was. How powerful it was. Soon, as Yi Xian waved his hand and summoned the dark red blood mosquito war chariot, a large number of high-level mosquito beasts gathered from all directions also rushed toward the thousands of beehive nodes of the blood mosquito war chariot under the command of the mosquito prince Shui Ben. 40,000 ferocious mosquito beasts entered each of the thousands of beehive nodes. There were a total of 40 million ferocious mosquito beasts, and their cultivation levels were not weak either. Basically, they were all at the black hole realm or above. This greatly surprised Yi Xian. Although he had seen a large number of intelligent ferocious mosquitoes on the mosquito continent the last 2 times he had been here, there hadn't been many black hole realm mosquitoes. Most of them were at the planet or star realm. He hadn't expected that 40 million black hole realm mosquitoes would be gathered so easily. From this, it could be seen that the Mad Mosquito King had indeed concealed his strength. Not only had he concealed his own cultivation level, but he had also concealed a large portion of the overall strength of this mosquito planet. He had even said that he would let Yi Xian take away 10 million ferocious mosquito beasts and let his race flourish outside when they found a suitable planet in the future. This was to prevent the entire race from being completely wiped out if anything happened to the mosquito planet. Now it seemed like all that was bullshit. When he thought of this, Yi Xian's anger suddenly flared up again and he gritted his teeth. Chapter 3669. Although 40 million ferocious mosquito beasts was a large number, these untamable mosquitoes were extremely sensitive to the suppression of the mosquito beast Emperor Shui Ben's bloodline. All of them were very obedient. After Shui Ben gave the order, they immediately turned around and charged toward the thousands of honeycomb nodes of the blood mosquito battle army. Very quickly the number was enough. At this moment, there was a large empty space in the air around them. After all, 40 million ferocious mosquito beasts was not a small number. However, compared to the total number of mosquitoes on the entire mosquito beast planet, it was not much of a difference. Therefore, the Mad Mosquito Emperor who avoided meeting Yi Xian would not have any objections when he took these 40 million high-grade mosquitoes away. He had even given his only bloodline descendant to Yi Xian to be taken out for training. Why would he care about a mere 40 million ordinary mosquitoes? Now, Yi Xian also realized that the old man had not given him the 10 million mosquitoes to guard against the mosquito beast planet at all. If that happened, the entire race would be wiped out. He was trying to get close to Yi Xian and get closer to him. Giving the mosquito beast Emperor Shui Ben to Yi Xian to be his beast pet was also based on the same motive. This made Yi Xian think of the wretched mosquito butcher. That old man was even more direct. He was even more mysterious than the Mad Mosquito Emperor, but he did not hesitate to lower himself and go to great lengths to hide in the scout fortress of the Black Mosquito ship first, waiting to meet Yi Xian in the future. All of this has nothing to do with me. It's all because of the headless infant corpse. Thinking of this, Yi Xian could not help but be a little absent-minded. He muttered to himself, but halfway through his sentence he suddenly stopped. Because even he felt that this statement was a little far-fetched. Was it really because of the headless infant corpse? Or was it just because of the existence of the headless infant corpse? If that was really the case, then why did the headless infant corpse choose him as its host? Old Devil Wenxing had said before that he had also entered the mysterious corpse pool in the desolate ancient cage. In addition, the entire royal family, as well as some of the nobles and their descendants, had all entered the desolate ancient cage connected to the forbidden valley of the demon imperial city. Some had even entered more than once. Every 100 years he could revisit his old haunts. However, the headless infant corpse hadn't done anything. It hadn't chosen them until Qin Lai had appeared. Then it had turned into a corpse lamp tattoo and attached itself to Qin Lai. Then it had walked out of the desolate ancient cage with Qin Lai. Even now it hadn't left. It was still hibernating in Qin Lai's body. If all of this could be explained as a coincidence, then it would be too far-fetched. Vaguely, Yi Xian felt that there must be something special about him that caused all of this to happen, including the attachment of the headless corpse. Unfortunately, he had asked this question to the wretched mosquito slayer and the headless infant corpse. He had even planned to ask the mad mosquito empress this time around to see her and see if she had anything to say. However, these efforts were all to no avail. The mad mosquito emperor shamelessly found an excuse to avoid meeting him. Perhaps there was a reason for this. He was worried that Yi Shiwen would ask him about this matter. Thinking of this, Yi Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly. He didn't dare to think more about it because it was destined to be troublesome. He would think about it when he had the chance in the future. At this time, as the 40 million fierce mosquito beasts entered the blood mosquito battle armor, the mosquito prince Shueben also stepped forward and entered the core beehive node of the 9th layer of the battle armor. The purpose of coming to the mosquito star had been successfully achieved. Yi Xian didn't stay for long. He waved his hand and put the blood mosquito battle armor into his body. Then he left the mosquito star and rushed out of the black atmosphere of the star. He summoned the Dongshu shuttle and quickly returned to the demon imperial star. Another day passed. At the edge of the demon emperor space zone up ahead, a long line of defense in the void came into view. Almost 5 million warships, fortresses of various styles were densely arranged in the void. They were roughly divided into 5 camps. Each camp had about 1 million warships. In the 2 days that he had been away, the main forces of the 8 great tribes of the devil race had all been summoned. Right now, the 4 camps on the left and right of the 5 million battleships were formed by the main forces of the 2 devil race armies. Each camp represented the total forces of the 2 demon race tribes. The 1 million warships in the middle camp were gathered by the demon imperial star. In the previous battle, the demon imperial star had seized and extorted more than 600,000 warships, fortresses. These warships had all completed the necessary modifications and were now sent to the battlefield. The other 400,000 warships were the demon imperial star's own forces. Tens of thousands of them, including the warships of the vanguard fleet of the Heavenly Fate clan under Yi Luo's command, were also incorporated into the central camp. The 5 camps of millions of warships stretched to the end of the line of sight in the void, blocking the starry sky channel that led to the depths of the first universe. And in the void tens of millions of miles behind this camp of warships, the 3 stars of the demon imperial star formed the second and last line of defense. There were also millions of warships there. If the front camp failed, the last million warships in front of the 3 stars of the demon imperial star would become the last pillar of support for Yi Xian and the entire demon race. At that time they could either fight to the end of the line and kill all the demon race, or use these millions of warships to take the tribesmen of the 3 stars of the demon imperial star and flee as far away as possible. Of course, Yi Xian would not allow this to happen. With the 5 million warships in the front line of defense and the 5 starry sky battleships, Yi Xian was more than 90% sure that the entire demon race could survive this crisis safely. Moreover, they had to gain something. After all, they had to pay a toll for the passage of millions of troops. On this side, the demon race was mobilized to prepare for war. The main forces of the 8 outer Pan tribes were all transferred to the front line of the demon imperial star area, forming 5 camps of millions of warships. The defense line cut off the main starry sky channel that led to the depths of the first universe. And on the other side, in the front line of the demon imperial star area, around the large wormhole that connected to the first universe, there were also a large number of, a sea of warships, fortresses of all kinds gathered. Almost every moment, there were warships rushing out of the wormhole, and then they immediately reorganized and gathered according to their respective races. This time, the races of the second universe were also determined. They gathered a total of more than 10 million troops, reaching more than 12 million. Now more than half of them had gathered. The total number of warships, fortresses that crowded the space around this huge wormhole had reached more than 8 million. Chapter 3670. This time, the army of tens of millions of clans in the second universe was led by the Blood Dragon clan, Green Rock clan, Battle Lion clan, Inji clan, Barbarian Bull clan, Golden Eagle clan, Colorful Python clan, Greedy Wolf clan, and Tree Spirit clan. In addition, there were a large number of other clans that weren't ranked in the top 10. Although the commander of the main fleet of the second universe's various clans was still a mighty figure of the universe, and some clans would occasionally dispatch Star Lords, the difference between the two clans was far too great. However, the importance of the main fleet was far greater than that of the Vanguard fleet. This could be seen from the fact that the Vanguard fleet only had 1 million soldiers, while the main fleet had 12 million warships and fortresses of various types. So, besides the mighty figures of the universe who were in charge of commanding the various clans' fleets and the Star Lords of some clans, there were even 2 terrifying existences who'd surpassed the Star Lord realm and reached the Region Lord realm in the entire main fleet of the second universe's allied forces. They were from the Blood WRM clan and the Colored Python clan. The Region Lord of the Blood WRM clan was called Jiao Kong, and he was a top-notch elder of the clan who hadn't shown himself for many years. His seniority in the clan was even higher than the Blood WRM clan's patriarch. The reason the Blood WRM clan had dispatched a Region Lord realm expert was naturally not because of the demon race. Jiao Kong's target was the source of all evil. The ultimate goal of the allied forces of the second universe's invasion of the first universe was to occupy the source of all evil and take control of it. On the one hand, they were looking for the culprit who'd caused the Blood WRM clan's bloodline progenitor, the 9-headed Blood WRM clan's bloodline progenitor, and even the only descendant within the Blood Red Egg had been affected. Back to the Black Hand. On the other hand, they wanted to take control of the entire source of all evil and completely put an end to such incidents. After all, those bloodline progenitors who were hiding in the depths of the various clans' ancestral lands or recuperating in independent voids were the primordial era experts and paragons of the Heavenly Dao's Green Eye clan. They were rather reliant on the supply of 1 or 2 drops of origin elixir of all evil every year. In order to ensure that this supply wouldn't be interrupted and that similar incidents wouldn't occur again, it was completely understandable that the Blood WRM clan, which was leading the planar war, had dispatched a Region Lord realm expert. As for the reason why the Colored Python race's Domain Lord Old Monster had followed the main fleet to the first universe, apart from the source of all evil Star Domain, part of the reason was because the race had lost the Star Lord Old Monster. Moreover, it was a Void Realm early-stage Void Realm expert from the Demon race. They were killed by using a new type of Starry Sky killing tool. This was a great humiliation to the Colored Python clan. Although this was a planar war in space, the higher-ups of the various races in the second universe had never thought that a Star Lord would die in this war before the death of this Star Lord Old Monster of the Colorful Python clan. In their opinion, at most, only a few supreme beings of the 15th Great Realm had fallen. But in reality, not only was the entire Vanguard fleet of the various races in the second universe almost crippled, they had no choice but to retreat to the void near the wormhole and wait for the arrival of the main fleet. Moreover, under the premise that 7 or 8 supreme beings of the universe had fallen, they had lost the Star Lord Old Monster in the end. The Colored Python clan couldn't afford to lose face like this, and neither could the various races in the second universe. The Region Lord Old Monster of the Colored Python clan, Du Jiding, had come with the main fleet to regain his face and capture Mo Jiufeng, who had recently appeared among the demon race and was known as one of the 6 peerless geniuses of the current era. He might even kill him on the spot. 2 days later, this large planar wormhole that had battleships rushing out almost every moment for the past few days finally quieted down. The 10 million troops of the various races in the second universe had gathered. Ever since the Star Lord Old Monster of the Colored Python clan had died, the entire fleet had retreated. The hundreds of thousands of Vanguard fleets that had been holed up here were also scattered and incorporated into the fleets of their respective races. The total number of all types of battleships in the entire army had reached more than 12 million. After some reorganization, they set off at the same time and advanced mightily, gradually approaching the demonic Emperor Star region. Behind the entire enormous fleet, 3 10,000-meter-tall fortresses that had activated concealment formations were following them from afar. The 2 camps of the human race and the headquarters of the Federation had sent out an observation team composed of several high-level officials. After the previous battle had temporarily ended, they hadn't returned. They had been observing the situation from afar in the void of the wormhole area. Now the observation team sent by the 3 major forces was still hidden in the dark. On one hand, it was more convenient to carry out the operation. On the other hand, it was also to avoid misunderstandings among the various races in the second universe. In the 10,000-meter-tall fortress that represented the 10,000 Luo Federation, the leader of the Federation's Overwatch Council, Long Huai, was in charge. His deputy, the first deputy leader of the Overwatch Council, Hongdu Laifeng, was also in charge. The immortal dynasty of the Science and Technology Camp was represented by the resident elder Long Ziwen, as well as some high-level officials of the royal family, including the second prince, Long Xiao, also known as Long Shuming, and the royal uncle Long Tianba, who had always supported Long Xiao. There were also several high-level officials of the three empires and their guards. As for the human cultivator camp, it was a deputy leader of the Diju Palace, named Gong Xingtian. The last disciple of the leader of the Diju Palace, Gong Wuxin, was also in charge. In addition, there were also some powerful cultivators from small sections. In the 10,000-meter-tall fortress that represented the Science and Technology Camp of the human race, old Ghost John too was no longer there. No one knew where he had gone. This time he and his old friend, the eyebrowless ancestor, plotted against Yi Xian. In the end they went for wool and came home shorn. The eyebrowless ancestor died, and Jean too was cheated of a large amount of resources and treasures. It was a great loss. It was a heavy loss. Although nobody knew about it, he was too ashamed to stay. At the same time, at the edge of the Demon Emperor space zone, which was tens of millions of kilometers away, Yi Xian, Mo Wenian, Mo Qigong, and the other high-level officials of the royal family had set off from the Demon Emperor planet and were hurrying toward the front line of the Demon Emperor space zone, which was more than 30 million kilometers away. A stealth array had been activated in front of the Demon Emperor planet. The mental battlements that had been modified a day earlier were also hurrying toward the first line of defense. Tens of millions of demon experts were gathered in the battlements. Basically, the entire Demon Emperor planet was empty. After all, the experts of the 8 tribes had to stay in the millions of warships, fortresses, and fortresses. Therefore, they had to recruit experts from the Demon Emperor planet as the driving force. Yes. As for the leader of the royal family of the demons who was in the core node of the mental battlements, it was Grandpa Mo, who was at the peak of the 9th rank. He was much stronger than the beginning Star Lord who had been there last time. Therefore, if the mental battlements had a chance to roar again, they would definitely be more powerful than before. Chapter 3671. The higher-ups of the Imperial Demon Clan had been paying close attention to the gathering of the enemy troops at the large wormhole at the front line of the Demon Domain. Because of this, Yi Xian and the higher-ups of the Imperial Demon Clan had set off towards the front line of the Demon Domain when they received the news that the main force of the Allied Army of the Second Universe had finished gathering and was advancing towards the front line of the Demon Domain. Since they were waiting at ease for the exhausted soldiers, there was no need for them to wait at the front line of the battlefield until the very last moment before the battle began. This kind of relaxed attitude was good for stabilizing the morale of the soldiers. When the demon expedition arrived at the front line of the battlefield, Yi Xian gave another dose of reassurance to all the Demon Clan experts in the front line of the Demon Domain. With a wave of his hand, the 4 battle garrisons that he kept in his undying world appeared at the same time. At the same time, he activated the concealment array formation and arrived at the front line of the battlefield. The spiritual battle garrisons that had been in place for half a day also removed the concealment array formation and appeared in the void. In an instant, 5 battle garrisons appeared in the sky. Each of them was a huge monster, and they were facing the front line of the Demon Domain with a diameter of 300,000 meters. This scene was very shocking. The Demon Clan experts in the front line behind the 5 battle garrisons instantly felt as if they had eaten a pill of reassurance. The uneasiness and fear in their hearts dissipated by more than half in the blink of an eye. After all, the power of these space garrisons was obvious to all the forces in the 3 universes in the previous 2 battles. Even in the previous battle, the Demon Clan only used 3 battle garrisons. But now they had 5. How could it not be shocking? This was tantamount to confirming a guess, which was that the demon race did not only have 3 starry sky battle towers in their hands. Even the 5 starry sky battle towers that they had summoned now might not necessarily be the limit. When this scene fell into the eyes of the commanders of the various fleets of the Second Universe in the opposite camp thousands of miles away, it immediately caused an uproar. Even in the 3 observation fortresses behind the main fleet of the Second Universe's coalition army that had activated the concealment array, the Imperial Elder Long Ziwen, the Deputy Palace Master of Dijua Palace, Gong Xingtian, and the head of the Federation's Overwatch Council, Long Huai, were all shocked. Fear appeared on their faces. After all, the scene of the Battle of Time instantly killing a Star Lord was too shocking. Now, all the top forces in the three universes were worried about the war between the demons and the demons. They had no choice but to take it seriously and be wary of it. Medusa, the new young master of the Green Rock clan, Peng Jingxiao, and the new young master of the Blood WRM clan, Jiao Badian, all had strange expressions on their faces. At this moment, Yi Xian waved his hand and summoned 5 battle garrisons, which were the star lords of their clans. They had to treat him with caution, as he was no longer an existence they could face directly. Of course, Medusa didn't know that Mo Xiufeng, the royal brother of the demon clan, was actually the young master of Linghu clan who had made her suffer a great loss in the Shenong cauldron. Peng Jingxiao and Jiao Badian also didn't know that Mo Xiufeng was Sha Baofeng, who had defeated them in the first battle against the Vanguard fleet and killed and captured more than 20 young talents of the various races of the second universe. Otherwise, their feelings at this moment would be countless times more bitter and complicated. The commander-in-chief of the entire second universe's coalition army was Jiao Kong, the elder of the Blood WRM clan, and the deputy commander-in-chief was Du Zhiding from the Colored Python clan. 2 old monsters at the domain lord level had extremely terrifying cultivation bases. However, they weren't the ones who spoke at this moment. After all, their levels were too high, they couldn't jump out at the beginning. That would be beneath their dignity. Through the sound transmission system, the voice of a star lord of the Blood WRM clan's flagship fortress slowly echoed in the void. Demonic Qi cultivators, are you seeking your own destruction? I am Jiao Hongtao, the elder of the Blood WRM clan of the second universe. On behalf of the coalition army of the second universe, I order you to surrender within 30 minutes and hand over Mo Xiufeng, the royal brother of the demons. Otherwise, our army will immediately launch a barrage of attacks to wipe you out. Think carefully about where you're going. Don't make a mistake. His words were extremely arrogant and domineering. After all, the demons had an army of 5 million, and there were 5 space fortresses in front of the defense line. Even though the coalition army of the second universe had the advantage in terms of numbers, they had more than 12 million warships of various types, which was twice the total number of demons. More than twice the number of demons. However, the difference in overall strength between the two sides was not so great that a single volley of attacks from them would be enough to completely annihilate the entire demonic race. He was clearly bluffing. The senior members of the royal family of the demons were so infuriated that their noses were almost crooked. However, Yi Xian grinned as if nothing had happened. At this moment, he was standing on the Battle of Time at the center of the 5 space fortresses with his hands behind his back, gazing coldly at the army of millions in the distance. He was as calm as ever, as if he didn't consider the enemy a threat at all. The battle was mainly about deterrence. They had to rely on the terrifying power of the 5 space fortresses to intimidate the enemy and force them to propose negotiations first. It would be ideal if the 5 million warships behind the 5 space fortresses weren't used. Of the 5 space fortresses, Yi Xian controlled 4 by himself. Therefore, the senior members of the royal family of the demons didn't send anyone to the front line to talk to the enemy. Instead, they left everything to Yi Xian to decide. After all, Yi Xian was also a demon on the surface, and a senior member of the royal family of the demons. He was qualified to do so. From that perspective, Yi Xian's influence was equal to that of the general commander of the 5 million demons on the front line. He was also a dictator who could decide everything on his side with one word. That was why Jiao Hongtao, the Star Lord of the Blood Dragons, didn't discuss it with Mo Wentian and the other senior members of the royal family of the demons in the fortress behind him. He simply responded immediately. Weren't you arrogant? Didn't you want to scare us? Alright then, let's just scare them a little. It's not like they're scared of anything. Who's afraid of who? Oh, you're an elder of the Bloodloach clan? No wonder you're so arrogant. 10 million warships can annihilate 5 million soldiers in an instant. Do you think your 10 million warships are all space battles? There's no need for the time it takes to burn an incense stick. You want to fire the cannons, right? Don't wait, we can start right now. It's your business if you want to. It's just an army of 10 million, we've seen it before. But don't worry, the 5 million battleships behind me will definitely not fire a single shot. With these 5 battleships firing in unison. Chapter 3672. As soon as Yi Xian's words fell, the surrounding void was in an uproar. Whether it was the demon camp behind Yi Xian or the alliance of the second universe's various races thousands of miles away, everyone was stunned by his arrogance and domineering aura. 5 million battleships versus 12 million battleships. In such a weak situation, and not just a little bit weaker, he actually dared to make such bold claims. The demon's royal brother Mo Jinfeng was indeed worthy of being one of the 6 peerless monsters in this world. Not to mention anything else, just this courage and domineering aura were enough to match his name. Mo Jinfeng. Even though he was in a disadvantageous position, he was still as elegant as ever. At the same time, this also seemed to reflect his strong self-confidence from a side perspective. This kind of self-confidence was obviously based on the 5 starry sky war chariots under his feet. Originally, even within the Devil Cultivator camp, some of the Devil Cultivator experts had doubts about the actual battle strength of the 5 great war drums. After all, when the spirit war drums were activated last time, some of them had participated in it. After the war drums were activated, the Devil Cultivator experts in the thousands of Devil Beehive nodes would, after a period of weakness, they still had some understanding of this shortcoming. If the Spirit War Chariot was like this, then the other 4 war chariots were most likely the same. Therefore, some people guessed that the 5 war chariots that the demon race had summoned this time might just be a bluff. They didn't dare to say that all 5 war chariots didn't have the power to launch a single attack. At the very least, the possibility of them firing at the same time wasn't high. But now this demon's royal brother Mo Jinfeng, who had suddenly appeared not long ago, actually made such bold claims in public. The content and attitude had long exceeded the scope of a strong momentum. It was simply a deliberate provocation. If the 5 war chariots were really fake, where did they get such confidence and courage? Thinking like this, almost all the demon experts in the demon race's 5 million army behind them were in high spirits. Their estimates and expectations for the outcome of this battle suddenly soared by a large margin. As for the allied forces of the Second Universe, most of them were angry roars and curses. Especially in the direction of the Blood Dragon clan's fleet, there was a hubbub of voices. The dignified Blood Dragon clan, the leader of the top 10 clans of the Second Universe, was actually called a Blood Loach. It was a blatant contempt and humiliation. Even so, the elder of the Blood Flood Dragon clan who had shouted earlier still didn't immediately order an attack. There was still an old monster of the Domain Lord behind him, so he didn't have the authority to do so. In fact, he was also afraid of the 5 war chariots in front of him. The fleet commanders of the other clans in the allied forces were basically the same. Previously, the blood-colored Starry Sky war chariot had caused the allied forces' vanguard fleet to lose hundreds of thousands of battleships. All the experts of the 13 realms and below, in an instant all of them were instantly annihilated. Not even a complete corpse was left. If the 5 war chariots were to be launched at the same time, then they might not be able to completely annihilate the allied forces formed by the various clans of the Second Universe, but they would at least be able to injure them severely and cause them to suffer unbearable losses. Of course, they were still doubtful about the strength of the 5 war chariots. That Star-Lord Realm Elder of the Blood Flood Dragon clan had been so arrogant earlier because he wanted to test the strength of the demon race and see how confident they were. Yet now, the demon race's younger brother Mo Jinfeng was even more confident and arrogant than him. So, this test had obviously failed. Not to mention that this Star-Lord Realm Elder of the Blood Flood Dragon clan didn't have the authority to order the entire army to launch a volley of cannons. Even if he did, he probably wouldn't dare to take it seriously. He made such a decision. Just as he was in a dilemma and didn't know how to respond to Yi Xian's arrogant provocation, the cold voice of that Region Lord Realm Elder of the Blood Flood Dragon clan resounded in his ears. Didn't he want to hurt each other? Then just do as he wishes. It's a good opportunity to test the strength of those 5 war chariots. Give the order to launch an attack. Launch a volley of attacks with 1,000,000 warships. Target the 5 war chariots. The Star-Lord Realm commander of the Blood Flood Dragon clan was shocked when he heard the order, but he didn't dare to ask too much. He immediately gave the order to launch a volley of attacks at the same time and lock onto the 5 war chariots thousands of kilometers away. Very soon, more and more warships rushed out of the fleets of various species on the long and continuous battlefront. Most of them were small fortresses over 5,000 meters in diameter and 10,000 meters in diameter. There were also many small fortresses over 50,000 meters in diameter and large fortresses over 100,000 meters in diameter. As for the regular star-level warships that were 3,000 meters in diameter, their range couldn't reach 5 million kilometers at all. They could still be used in the melee battles later, but at the moment, they were just densely distributed in the void behind the enemy lines to boost their momentum. The million fortresses and fortresses, large and small, were charging their main cannons as they moved out of the fleets of various species. They quickly gathered in the central area, waiting for the command of the Blood Flood Dragon clan commander to launch a volley of attacks. At the same time, Yi Xian waved his hand and gave the order to the 5 million battleships of the first line of defense, which were divided into 5 square formations, to fully charge and activate the energy barrier. He didn't intend to let the 5 million warships behind him fire a single shot. If the 5 space chariots weren't enough to deter the enemy, the 5 million warships could just scatter and flee. But now, all of the battleships did not charge their cannons, but instead activated their energy shields with all their might. Their purpose was obviously to prevent stray bullets, and it was obvious that they were not prepared to attack. From one side, this also proved the authenticity of Yi Xian's words, and represented his confidence. In a sense, the effect of these 5 million battleships not firing a single cannon was more practical than all of the battleships firing 10,000 cannons at the same time. After all, Yi Xian only wanted to intimidate the other party. He didn't really have the strength to fight. Apart from ordering the 5 million warships behind him to fully activate their energy shields, Yi Xian also gave the order to attack the space chariots. Of course, 2 of the 5 space chariots were completely incapacitated at the moment. They were the Void space chariots and the Time chariots. The tens of millions of Void weapons in the Void space chariots had mostly been recovered. They would be able to launch another attack in a few days. As for the Time chariots, they would need a dozen more days to recover. The space chariots that he could use were the Blood Mosquito space chariots, the Weeping Soul space chariots, and the Demon's Mental space chariots. However, Yi Xian didn't intend to have the 3 space chariots fire at the same time, as that would be a leak. Why not have 5 space chariots if they were all firing at the same time? Chapter 3673. As soon as the order was issued, the Mosquito Beast Prince, Shui Ben, who was in charge of the Blood Mosquito battle armor, replied. The content surprised Yi Xian. Shui Ben was actually asking Yi Xian which mode of attack to launch. In other words, it was as if this Blood Mosquito battle armor had more than one attack mode. This was obviously the truth, otherwise Shui Ben wouldn't have asked this question. Shui Ben's mind was indeed problematic, and he was bloodthirsty and crazy, but his intelligence wasn't weak. Otherwise, Yi Xian wouldn't have been able to rest assured that he would be in charge of the Blood Mosquito battle. And Shui Ben did not let Yi Xian down. After the battle armor was completed, Yi Xian did not study it carefully, but he had already done this by taking charge of the Blood Mosquito battle armor. At the very least, he knew that the Blood Mosquito battle armor had more than 2 attack modes, but Yi Xian did not know. After being stunned for a moment, Yi Xian immediately felt awkward. He did not dare to delay any longer and immediately began to search the database of the devouring system. In this regard, the devouring system was indeed very convenient. All the artifacts, items, minerals, resources, and other things that Yi Xian had come into contact with, if there was no information related to them in the system database before, then after Yi Xian had come into contact with them, the system database would automatically update them once. The data was updated. Perhaps the newly added information was not comprehensive and would be gradually improved in the future, but there would always be some basic information. As for the Blood Mosquito battle armor, as the forging system attached to the system, it was clearly very complete in all aspects of data and information related to it. Yi Xian only needed to look through it for a moment before he completely understood. The Blood Mosquito battle armor had 2 attack modes, the normal mode and the array mode. Under the normal mode, the battle armor gathered the unique biological frequencies of 40 million ferocious mosquito beasts to form a powerful attack. It could cause all approaching attacks, including conventional physical attacks and unconventional energy attacks, to instantly retreat. Moreover, it was a backtracking under acceleration as if it was hit by an invisible force. The shockwave seemed to be repelled. In the array mode, the kinetic energy was the same, and there would also be an invisible shockwave formed. However, this attack mode had the addition of nearly 10 million special alloy spikes on the front and side of the core beehive node. To put it bluntly, these special alloy spikes were unique to the biological frequencies of the ferocious mosquito beasts. The acceleration power of ordinary cannons was far more terrifying than the speed of ordinary cannons. Buzz. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. Just as Yi Xian had understood the situation, millions of battleships, and cannons, millions of energy beams and beams. Among them, there were hundreds of black antimatter energy light pillars with diameters of 20 to 30,000 meters, and they were relatively concentrated, basically in the central area of the opposite side. Fortunately, although the energy beams of these battleships' main cannons were powerful and their firing speed was extremely fast, the 2 camps were separated by tens of millions of miles of void. It would take at least a few breaths of time to arrive. The blood ant battle armor under Yi Xian's feet was ready to attack at any time. As long as Yi Xian gave the order, within a second, its power would blast out, enveloping a large fan-shaped void in front of it. Among them, the hundreds of black antimatter energy beams that were shooting over were concentrated in front of them, so they were all within the huge fan-shaped void that the blood mosquito battle armor's power enveloped. However, Yi Xian was not sure if the power of the blood mosquito battle armor's conventional attack mode would work against this black antimatter energy beam. Unfortunately, time was of the essence and he did not have time to think too much. Gritting his teeth, Yi Xian immediately issued an order to Shui Ben. Attack with all your strength, conventional mode. Buzz. The intense high-frequency vibrating sound produced by the mosquito beast flapping its wings instantly rang out. Moreover, this time, it was 40 million ferocious mosquito beasts flapping their wings at the same time. If it weren't for the instructions of the mosquito beast prince, Shui Ben, they would have restrained the power of this high-frequency vibration and gathered it together. The nest nodes gathered towards the core node of the ninth ring. Instead, if it were to spread out, this large expanse of space would most likely be disturbed to the point of trembling. Ruthless. In less than a second, Prince Shui Ben's sharp and angry roar had already sounded. An invisible shockwave rushed out from the mouth of the blood mosquito battle armor's huge horn. After being amplified by the battle armor's special form, when it left the battle armor's largest outer circle, this invisible shockwave had already blown away the void. Out of the wrinkles, its speed was extremely fast. When it shot out, a layer of invisible ripples that were similar to the fine fish scales on the water surface appeared in the void. In the blink of an eye, it was already millions of kilometers away. It faced the energy beams of the ship cannons from the opposite camp head-on. At this moment, Yi Xian's heart jumped to his throat. To be honest, he was indeed worried that the conventional attack mode of the blood mosquito battle armor would be ineffective against the black antimatter energy beam shot out from the fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters. After all, that was not an ordinary energy beam. Antimatter light energy still had its own special attributes. All of this worry was obviously unnecessary. The blood mosquito battle armor and the 40 million ferocious mosquito beasts did not disappoint Yi Xian, even if it was only a conventional attack. Even if it was facing hundreds of black antimatter objects with a diameter of 20,000 to 30,000 meters among the millions of energy beams of the ship cannons. Antimatter energy beams. Whoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh! An incomparably sharp sound of breaking through the air suddenly rang out. As the void was pushed forward in the shape of a huge fan of fish scales, all of the energy beams of the ship cannons that came into contact with it suddenly stopped without exception. Then, as if they had been pushed back by some kind of stronger reverse thrust, they turned around and turned around. Instead, they all turned around and shot back in the opposite direction. Furthermore, it was returning in a state of continuous acceleration. It was at least twice as fast as when it had come. There was originally tens of millions of kilometers of void between the two camps that were facing each other across the void. However, the millions of beams of light that collided head-on with the dense folds of fish scales had already crossed a distance of 3 to 4 million kilometers of void. At this moment they were pushed back and shot back at an even faster speed. In less than half a second they had shot to the center. They shot out onto the large and small fortresses and fortresses. Boom. Boom. Rumble, huge explosions rang out in an instant, one after another, densely packed. Although not all of the millions of beams of light from the ship cannons were within the fan-shaped area of the blood mosquito battle armor, and only 600,000 to 700,000 of them were pushed back, it was enough for the opposing camp to drink a pot of wine. Chapter 3674. Bang. Rumble. Explosions that covered the heavens and the earth resounded as numerous enormous fireballs exploded. Even that corner of space was illuminated. It was like a large number of stars had exploded, and its might shook the heavens and the earth. At this moment, 60% of the battleships had been struck by the energy beams of their own cannons. Moreover, these battleships hadn't set up any energy barriers at all. Coupled with the fact that the beams of light that shot back at them were too swift, and they were twice as fast as when they were shot out, they were caught off guard. It was such a horrifying outcome. As for the almost 400,000 beams of light that weren't within the area enveloped by the might of the blood mosquito battle Kara, they weren't affected at all, and they blasted towards the first line of defense behind the 5 battleships from both sides of the enormous fan-shaped area. Even though there would be a certain degree of damage because there were still 400,000 beams of light, and it was impossible to avoid all of them. However, all the battleships from the Devil territory were in a state where they'd given up on attacking and were fully supporting their energy barriers. Even if they were struck, it wouldn't cause the battleships to be destroyed. So Yi Xian didn't pay any attention to the situation behind him at all. There was no need to. At this moment, as the almost 600,000 forts and fortresses in the distance had been blasted apart in a short period of half a breath of time, and some were completely destroyed while some were partially damaged. Numerous roars that carried shock and fury resounded from the allied forces of the Second Universe. Practically all of them were great figures of the Universe Realm and Star-Lord Realm, and there were supreme existences at the Region Lord Realm amongst the groups that participated in such a battle in the starry sky. So, no matter how unexpected the situation was, the experts below the Universe Realm didn't have the qualifications to exclaim with shock, and they would intentionally restrain themselves. How could this be possible? What sort of attack is this? Is it related to the energy of the laws? It's actually able to force back all the attacks and cause a complete backlash. Wait, it's different from the golden battleships from before. It doesn't carry the aura of the laws, and it's more like a unique type of energy with a frequency amplitude. It formed a terrifying shockwave that forcefully forced back all the beams of light. If the beam of light of the warship cannons in the form of energy is already so powerful, if we launch a physical attack with magical equipment, the impact of the blast will be multiplied. How are we going to deal with it? This is too shocking. The demon race has indeed produced a peerless monster. The technology he has mastered is comparable to young Master Ling Hu's Star Sky Black technology. If 5 battle towers were to be fired at the same time, I can't imagine what would happen. What a bluff. It was definitely a bluff. Otherwise, why would only one war talisman be activated in the end? Moreover, it's a new war talisman. Not long ago, the other 4 war talismans were activated. Why isn't there any activity? That's right. Although this kind of war talisman is powerful, it's impossible for it to have no restrictions. Wouldn't that be heaven-defying? If nothing unexpected happened, the 4 battle drums that had been activated not long ago could not be activated at all. The cooling period had not passed, and they were all activated together in the void. They were only used to scare people. They've already been activated. That should be it. The other 4 war talismans were activated before this, and this new war talisman has been activated as well. In this way, the other 5 war talismans in the void have been completely destroyed, and they're merely decorations. We'll know once we give it a try. Let's launch another round of attacks. At most, we'll just destroy another 1,000,000 battleships. We have an army of 10 million, so we can endure it. Along with numerous exclaims of surprise, the region lords in the Second Universe had clearly agreed to this. Numerous forts and battleships of various sizes charged out from the fleets of the various clans, and they converged in the void in front of the army. On the other hand, the battleships from before that had been completely destroyed by the explosion were dragged away, whereas the battleships that hadn't been destroyed or weren't damaged at all retreated by themselves and opened up a large expanse of space. During the first round of attacks, the army of the Second Universe had paid the price of almost 600,000 forts and forts of various sizes that had suffered varying degrees of damage. However, it was obviously insignificant when compared to the entire army of 12 million soldiers. They hadn't given up at all, and they decided to dispatch another army of 1,000,000 battleships to carry out the final round of attacks. After all 5 war talismans that lay across the void in front of them had been activated once. The earliest was the Black Spiritual War Talisman, and it had revealed itself during the first battle between the vanguard fleets of both sides. After that, it was the Grey Void Talisman, the Blood Red Soul Cry Talisman, and the Golden Time Talisman. These 3 war talismans had been activated even more recently. Yet now, these 4 war talismans just happened to remain silent, and only the Dark Red Blood Mosquito War Talisman that had revealed itself for the first time had been activated. So, they couldn't be blamed for making such guesses. Actually, this was the result of Yi Xian's intentions. He wanted to create such a misunderstanding and make them think that the other 4 war talismans had been activated not too long ago, and they were merely putting on a show of strength now. The more certain they were of this notion and idea, the more they realized that the truth was completely different from their guess when the second wave of probing began. The other 4 war talismans that they had subconsciously thought had been activated not too long ago, and now they were definitely just decorations, were still able to be successfully activated, and they brought them another calamity. When they suffered a huge loss, the suspicion that was about to fade away enough to be ignored was instantly magnified to the extreme under the huge difference in reality. This was the principle of the higher one climbed, the harder one fell. Of course, in the face of the second round of probing by the Second Universe Alliance Army, Yi Xian couldn't let the other 4 war talismans fire at the same time. He couldn't do it either. Among the 5 war talismans, only the Demon's Spiritual War Talisman and all the Weeping Soul Beast's life forms were still intact. The Weeping Soul War Talisman that had undergone a comprehensive evolution and was instantly revived with full health. In fact, Yi Xian wasn't prepared to let the demon's spiritual war talisman attack this time. He had to leave some final precautions. In any case, just the successful activation of the Weeping Soul War Talisman once was enough to overthrow the confidence of the commanders of the various fleets of the opposing camp. After all this time, the War Talisman was Weeping Soul again. Although it was the same War Talisman that had just displayed its might, due to the overall increase in the life level of the tens of millions of Weeping Soul beasts in the War Talisman, the power of this attack would definitely be far greater than before. This would obviously bring new doubts and suspicions to the opposing camp. If nothing unexpected happened after this attack, not only would they accept the painful fact that the 5 war warriors still had the ability to continue fighting, but they would also be suspicious of the terrifying power that the Weeping Soul War warrior had suddenly displayed, which was far more terrifying than before. The demon race was still hiding their strength. Chapter 3675. You're right. My Starry Sky Battle Tower does have a cooldown period, but it's not so long that it needs a few days. The Blood Mosquito Battle Tower has been activated just now, and it's true that it can't be activated again. However, I still have 4 battle towers ready for battle. In the face of the exclamations and roars of the commanders of the Second Universe, Yi Xian sneered again and again. He still had his hands behind his back, and with a completely indifferent expression he said, "Don't you want to try again? Come on, just use one more. Even if there are only 3 left in the end, under the combined fire, this army can still be defeated. Tens of thousands of troops are half dead." As he spoke, he suddenly waved his hand. At the same time, he secretly used his spiritual power to activate the Weeping Soul Blood Crystal in the core beehive node of the Weeping Soul Battle Tower under his feet. This time he did not intend to wait for the other side to fire before making a move. At this time, in the void thousands of miles ahead, the second wave of millions of battleships had basically been assembled. It was the best time to spy on them and launch a surprise attack. Seeing Yi Xian wave his hand again as he spoke, the experts in the battleships of both sides felt their hearts in their throats. The demon experts in the demon camp at the back naturally hoped to see one of the battle towers being activated again, because in that case, the other party's words would become a joke, and they guessed that after the 4 battle towers were activated, they would not be able to be used again in a short period of time would be ruined. In the camp of the Second Universe's 10 million troops, the hearts of the experts of the Second Universe's Federation instantly tightened. Yi Xian's words were too confident, which made them feel faintly uneasy. After all, the other 4 battle towers had been activated not long ago. If another battle tower was successfully activated now, then, in the face of the remaining 3 battle towers, who would dare to say anything? Even if there were only 3 left, the other party could still shoot down one round, and this army of 10 million would still be short of arms and legs. It could be said that Yi Xian's gentle wave of his hand affected the hearts of countless experts in both camps. At this moment, the entire void was silent. Buzz. Buzz. As a result, some people were happy while others were sad. As Yi Xian's right hand fell, the Weeping Soul battle drum beside him suddenly trembled, and a concentrated and weak high-frequency vibrating sound suddenly rang out. This was the sign that the Weeping Soul Green Apes in the thousands of beehive nodes of the Weeping Soul Wara had fully activated their innate ability, binding the frequency power of the Weeping Soul Howl and gathering it together. At the same time, they were gathering towards the 9th core node of the Wara. A buzzing sound rang out, and the vast expanse of space became even quieter. After a brief moment of silence, the demon camp behind Yi Xian instantly erupted with cheers. It shocked the countless powerful beings in the Second Universe's allied forces, who were thousands of miles away, to the point where their hearts trembled. At that moment, countless people's faces turned pale, and their hearts sank. The senior commanders of the fleets who had been yelling confidently a moment ago were now exclaiming in panic. What? It was actually activated? How is this possible? Furthermore, it's not the black battle talisman that was activated the earliest. Instead, it's this blood-colored battle talisman that was activated not long ago. This is clearly intentional. That brat is being ruthless. He intentionally activated the battle talisman that was only recently activated to prove himself. Furthermore, he even chose the blood-colored battle talisman. All the experts in the 10,000 warships will die. Withdraw. Withdraw immediately. It's too late. Screech. Without waiting for their cries of alarm to fall, the Weeping Soul battle drum under Yi Xian's feet suddenly shook violently, and let out an earth-shattering mournful howl. The entire void trembled slightly under this howl. As this terrifying howl that was sharp enough to tear the sky came out, countless powerful beings in the void far and near trembled violently. Even their mind and consciousness were in a trance at this moment. It seemed that they were about to be pulled out of their bodies by the howl. In the void in front of the Wara, an invisible tide like an ocean of stars burst out from the core node, and it continued to expand along the outer 9 rings of the Wara. Finally, it turned into an invisible force that could topple mountains and overturn seas. In an instant, it enveloped the vast void facing the huge mouth of the Wara. There was no earth-shattering rumbling sound. There was no shocking scene of the void shattering inch by inch. There was also no void turbulence vortex like a black hole. It was just an indescribable mournful howl that reverberated in this corner of the void. Even the fine-scaled shockwave formed by the blood mosquito Wara didn't appear. This attack of the Weeping Soul battle drum didn't seem to have any substantial lethality at all. It couldn't shake everything in sight. Just hearing seemed to have suffered a great challenge. Everything was exactly the same as last time. However, at this moment, countless experts from both sides subconsciously held their breaths. They were incomparably nervous because everyone knew what was going to happen next. That terrifying scene had clearly happened once not too long ago. Sure enough, the expected scene soon appeared. Miserable howls came one after another, and in half a breath they were densely packed. In the void ahead, the millions of warships that were enveloped by the fan-shaped power area of the Weeping Soul battle drum rose and fell one after another, and the sound reverberated endlessly. But at this time only the sound could be heard and no abnormality could be seen. All the warships, fortresses that were enveloped by this Weeping Soul battle drum sound wave remained motionless in the void. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths passed in the blink of an eye, and the miserable howls had completely disappeared at this time. The entire void was silent, and the million fortresses that had just been assembled were like ghost ships, steadily stopping in place without any movement. Not a single figure rushed out of any of the warships. It was as if none of the millions of warships were alive at this time. After a short period of dead silence, in the millions of troops of the second universe ahead, the voices of the commanders of the various races had begun to tremble, revealing deep regret and resentment, and even more uneasiness. How is this possible? None of the millions of warships are alive. Heavens, under one attack, hundreds of millions of experts of various races have fallen. It's too terrifying. Such power, this is a real starry sky killing weapon. This is not good. Our speculations have been overturned by the facts. The Devil Cultivator race's starry sky war does indeed have a cooldown period, but it is far from as long as we imagined. Even the blood-colored war that was activated not long ago can be activated again, then the other 3, especially the black war that was activated first, the first one that was activated first will definitely have the strength to attack. Chapter 3676. With a weeping soul howl, 1,000,000 battleships were annihilated. Even the countless demon experts in the 5 million battleships behind Yi Xian were stunned by this scene. This included Demon Emperor Mo Wen Tian, Grand Elder Mo, and the other royal experts of the demon race. Although they knew that the newly formed Blood Mosquito War Talon in Yi Xian's hand could be activated, they hadn't expected the Weeping Soul War Talon to be able to do the same. After all, it was the demon race who had created the War Talon in the first place. In the opening battle between the 2 camps' vanguard fleets, the demon race had mobilized tens of millions of demon experts to activate the Spirit War Talon. Now, those tens of millions of demon experts had only just recovered. In their view, the other 3 war talons in Yi Xian's hand that had just been activated were nothing more than a bluff. Therefore, when the second probing fleet of the Second Universe's allied forces charged out, forming a 1,000,000-strong army, the tens of millions of demon experts in the Spirit War Talon were almost ready to launch an all-out attack. Grand Elder Mo's heartstrings were pulled taut. He was just waiting for Yi Xian's order to fully activate the Spirit War Talon. However, Yi Xian had no such intention. He had chosen the Weeping Soul War Talon next to him, the one that had just been activated not long ago, and he had actually succeeded in activating it. This alone was shocking enough, but this Weeping Soul War Talon that shouldn't have been activated had not only been activated, but the power it displayed was even stronger than the last time it had been activated. Previously, it had only been able to instantly annihilate experts below the Genesis realm, but this time even Genesis realm experts were killed. This was clearly a sign that he had hidden his strength last time. When they thought of this, everyone, including Grand Elder Mo and the other Star Lords of the demon race, was completely convinced. In the last situation, if it had been them, even if they had the 3 war talons in hand, they would have been afraid of not being powerful enough. How could they have dared to think about hiding their strength? A freak was indeed a freak. Even his way of thinking was different from others. Most importantly, not only did he succeed last time, his bold act of concealing his strength was even more intimidating this time. Not to mention the high-ranking commanders of the various races in the Second Universe's coalition army, who were now filled with doubts. Even Grandpa Emo and the other high-ranking members of the demon royal family in their own camp were now uncertain and unable to figure out what was going on. However, this was not the end. The second wave of troops sent by the enemy camp was annihilated, but only the countless great beings of the Second Universe in the million battleships died. Those millions of fortresses and strongholds were in perfect condition. To Yi Xian they were all spoils of war. Yi Xian had not taken a single warship from the previous two great victories, giving them all to the demon race. This time it was time for him to make a huge profit. Millions of battleships, and all of them were large and small fortresses and strongholds. If he could get his hands on them and hand them over to Triumph City, the strength of Yi Xian's subordinates would instantly rise by a large level. This temptation was too strong for him to resist. In addition, he also had great use for the corpses of the great beings of the Second Universe who had died in the millions of battleships. If he collected them together, once an accident happened, he could wave his hand and summon them. Then he could summon the Withered Blade Spirit, which had been promoted to the Starry Sky Supreme Treasure and was about to fully recover. Demon Blood Blade. And through this, he would attract the Heavenly Tribulation. At that time, it would definitely be enough to let the enemy camp's tens of millions of troops drink a pot of wine. Because of this, Yi Xian waved his hand again without hesitation. In an instant, he summoned all the 10 great fortresses that he had prepared in his body and directly performed a space jump. After 2 flashes, he had already traversed 700 to 600 miles of the void and appeared in the center of the million ghost ship army. Immediately after, countless intelligent robots rushed out of these great fortresses and rushed towards the million ghost ships around them like a tide. This time, in order to get more battleships, Yi Xian used the forging system again on his way from the Demon Emperor planet to this frontier battlefield. He made 9 copies of the great fortresses filled with intelligent robots in his body, including the intelligent robots in the fortresses. Therefore, at this time he could summon 10 great fortresses filled with intelligent robots with a wave of his hand. Fortunately, this kind of ordinary great fortresses and intelligent robots, although it also consumed all kinds of resources and materials in Yi Xian's undying world, it was still ordinary military equipment after all, so the consumption was not big. 9 great fortresses and all the intelligent robots were not even enough to make one. The consumption of a great war was very high. For Yi Xian it was completely bearable. However, this move was too illogical and out of everyone's expectations. 10 great fortresses filled with intelligent robots were summoned by Yi Xian with a wave of his hand. Then they performed a space jump and entered the million ghost ships in 2 flashes. In an instant, the experts of the Second Universe were shocked. They thought that he was going to launch a new attack method, because their hearts were in their throats. However, in the next moment, countless intelligent robots suddenly appeared in the void. In the blink of an eye, they spread out and entered the ghost ships. Everyone finally understood Yi Xian's intention. However, it was already too late. The million ghost ships had already begun to perform space jumps. One after another, they disappeared and jumped into their own camp behind Yi Xian. In just a few breaths of time, a large portion of the million ghost ships were empty. At least 300,000 of them had successfully completed the space jump and appeared behind Yi Xian. At this moment, angry roars sounded from the enemy camp. A large number of fortresses in the army of millions had begun to charge. This was clearly the rhythm of immediately rushing out to intercept. Yi Xian's warning sounded at this moment. Let me give you a piece of advice. You'd better not act rashly. I'm retrieving my spoils of war. If anyone dares to obstruct and destroy it, don't blame me for being impolite. As he spoke, his figure flashed and he had already arrived above the Blood Mosquito War Raja on the other side of the Golden Age War Raja. Then he said another sentence which was a blatant threat. Seizing someone's good fortune is no different from killing their parents. Do as you see fit. A large number of fortresses that were about to rush out from the army of millions were instantly silenced. The Golden Age War Raja was the most powerful killing weapon that could even kill a Star Lord in an instant. Who would dare to send themselves to death? After this pause, a few more breaths passed. During this process, the million ghost ships almost did not stop. Every moment, a large number of ghost ships activated space jumps and rushed back to their own camp behind Yi Xian. Chapter 3677. In just a little more than a minute, Yi Xian had decisively moved the million battleships back to the void behind his camp, and they were densely arranged in a large formation. All of this was like a dream. Not only were the higher-ups of the fleet commanders in the enemy camp unable to come back to their senses, but even the countless demon experts in their camp were all in a daze at this time. He didn't play his cards according to common sense. He was simply running amok, lawless and out of control. In the past tens of thousands of years as the overlord of the first universe, the Qinji clan had fought many battles, big and small, with the Wanluo Federation. Basically, there would be a small battle every 100 years or so, a medium-sized battle every 1,000 years or so, and a plain-level battle like this one every 10,000 years or so. However, in those tens of thousands of years of battles, such a situation had never happened before. After destroying the enemy's million-strong army in front of them, they immediately rushed over to rob them before they could even catch their breath. How was this still a plain-level space battle? This was practically a space bandit invasion, burning, killing, and looting. It was precisely because of this that for a moment, the two camps that found it difficult to digest the scene that had just happened in front of them fell into a dead silence. Everyone's mind was in a daze. However, Yi Xian did not care about this. He immediately ordered the intelligent robots in the million ghost battleships to completely shut down the communication systems of all the battleships, in order to prevent the other party from tampering with them through remote control. In this way, even if the other party had left a secret door in the central control system of these battleships, now that the space signal could not enter, everything was useless. At this point, the million battleships had basically fallen into the hands of Yi Xian. After doing all this, the intelligent robots in the battleships began to do their best to modify the central control system of the million battleships. After all this was done, they could be considered to have complete control of the battleships. They could even be immediately sent to the battlefield to become their own battle force. In some of the battleships, fortresses behind the demon experts, a large number of demon experts rushed out after Yi Xian secretly passed down an order with his spiritual power. Their mission was to collect all the corpses of the experts of the second universe in the million battleships and use storage magic treasures or small space boxes. Then they would gather all the corpses and hand them over to Yi Xian. That was a few 100 million corpses. He only had to toss out 100 million at most to fully awaken the slumbering withered blade spirits within the blood blade and draw down tribulation lightning from the heavens. At the same time, the remaining corpses might be able to improve the strength of the blood blade or withered blade spirits. In short, Yi Xian had made a huge profit this time. Devil cultivator, you insist on going your own way. Are you seeking your own destruction? Don't force me to make a move and I'll fight you to the death. Annihilating your entire clan will only hurt the tendons of my army at most. We can just buy some more time so that the rear can replenish the warships. It will not affect us in the end. Calm. Jiao Kong, a region lord of the Blood WRM clan, who hadn't been paying attention to the battle, was finally alarmed by the repeated failures. The entire expanse of void once again fell into a deathly stillness. Now that the old monsters of area masters had spoken, even the universe masters and star masters in the enemy camp did not dare to utter a single word. It was even more so for the demons behind Yi Xian. Even Grandpa Mo and the other top demons were frowning and on guard. Fear was written all over their faces. The other party's identity was obvious. As soon as he spoke, he reprimanded the entire demon race. He did not mention a specific person. This was clearly a hint for the demon race to stand up and make the decision. Although the upper echelons of the demon royal family had basically handed over the overall command to Yi Xian in this battle, with Yi Xian's personality, it would probably be a bad thing to talk to the commander of the fleet and an old monster like the domain lord. That was why Grandpa Mo frowned slightly and was about to step out. That guy's words were obviously not as aggressive as before. He was hinting that they could talk, so Grandpa Mo had to show up. It was time for the good guy to show up after playing the bad guy. However, he was still one step too slow. Before Grandpa Mo could stand up, Yi Xian had already spoken. He was still standing on the golden war chariot with his hands behind his back. He waved his hand and mocked coldly, "What do you mean we're going to do it alone? Didn't you launch 1,000,000 warships at the same time? Or are you trying to scare? We're just hurting each other. Who's afraid of who? What? Now you want to play the target after suffering a loss? Are all the races of the second universe so shameless? Can't you be a little more shameless?" Silence. A deathly silence. This time, even Grandpa Mo and the other star lords of the demon race sucked in a breath of cold air. They blankly stared at Yi Xian, who was standing on the War of Time with his hands behind his back, as their hearts thumped non-stop. That kid is more than just a devil incarnate. He's practically a pain in the ass. His cultivation was only at the 3rd level of the Void Realm, the 12th realm, but he dared to directly attack a Star Lord in the previous battle. What made people even more speechless was that in the end, he actually succeeded in killing the Colored Python clan's Star Lord in an instant. Everyone originally thought that this was practically his limit. Never had they imagined that he wouldn't stop until he shocked them to death, and he'd actually loudly reprimanded a region lord for being shameless in front of countless experts from both sides. They had seen bold people before, but they had never heard of such a bold person. After being stunned for a few seconds, Grandpa Mo and the other upper echelons of the demon race quickly changed their expressions. They all realized that the situation was not good. After all, the other party was a region lord and was far from a Star Lord. How could they be kind after being slapped in the face like this? Prince Xian's Time War Talisman was indeed powerful, but it wasn't realistic to say that it could instantly kill an Area Lord Old Monster like the Star Lord Old Monster from before. However, the tide of time that represented the power of the War Chariot could only last for 3 waves. If it couldn't instantly kill a region lord, the one who would suffer in the end would only be Prince Xian. Once the other party was truly enraged, the consequences would be uncontrollable. This was definitely going to be a bad situation. Thinking of this, Grandpa Mo and the others were anxious and immediately wanted to mediate the situation. What happened to the agreed negotiation? This kid was simply a barbaric donkey. Once he started acting crazy, he couldn't stop. It was also at this time that Yi Xian, who was standing on the golden war chariot, changed the topic and said in unison, "But then again, we demons have always loved peace. We hate this kind of fighting and killing the most. If this is a misunderstanding, everyone can talk things out." Chapter 3678. Although Yi Xian didn't say it explicitly, he had basically hinted to the other party about the demon's position. Moreover, what he said was indeed very reasonable. The first universe was not the first universe of the Demonkin race. Currently, the Tianji race was temporarily in hiding. The vast territory of the first universe belonged to the slave races that lived in this plane. Before the tens of millions of troops of the second universe gathered at the front of the demon race, the demon royal family tried to contact several slave races around and proposed to resist the first universe's army. But the response he received was vague and perfunctory. It was precisely because of this that when the higher-ups of the demon royal family had no choice but to urgently discuss countermeasures, someone proposed the idea of giving up the demon emperor star and migrating. On the one hand, it was true that they couldn't beat the other party's army of tens of millions. On the other hand, it was also because they were angry and didn't want to be free cannon fodder for other slave races. If it weren't for Yi Xian's other suggestions later, maybe the demon race would have really migrated. At this moment, Yi Xian mentioned this point in front of countless masters of both camps. Behind him, countless demon race masters and millions of battleships of various types in his camp suddenly talked about it. All of them were filled with righteous indignation and resentment. On the other hand, the allied forces of the first universe, which were tens of thousands of miles away, fell into silence. Since the demon race didn't want to fight head-on, there was no need to continue this war. After all, the main purpose of the allied forces of the second universe to attack the first universe was to occupy the source of all evil star field. There was really no need to fight the powerful demon race at the edge of the first universe and arrive at the source of all evil with a tired body. That star field was also extremely dangerous. The main energy of the army of tens of millions should be focused on the source of all evil. If the demon race was weak and could be easily destroyed, it would be fine. But the current situation was obviously not so. The other party had 5 million troops in the first line of defense, plus 5 battleships in the sky. Even if the races of the second universe gathered tens of millions of battleships, they would still be suppressed. In the end, if they really fought head-on, they would only be able to injure the enemy and suffer 800 casualties. It was really unwise. Of course, the Demonkin race was indeed hateful, especially that Demonkin royal brother Mo Jinfeng who had just appeared out of nowhere. He was simply deranged and arrogant to the extreme. But now, this person's strength was like the sun in the sky in the entire demon race. This could be seen from the fact that no other expert of the same level appeared in the demon race after the old monster of the Blood Flood Dragon clan's domain lord had appeared. There was not even a single Star Lord old monster. He was the only one in charge of the situation. This clearly meant that this person's words could already represent the entire devil cultivator race. It was understandable that a peerless genius of the younger generation could be valued so highly. The crux of the matter was that the other party was too stubborn, and seemed to be a lunatic. If he really wanted to go head-to-head with him, he was afraid that he would flip the table on the spot just because of a few words of disagreement. This was exactly what the allied forces of the first universe did not want to see. At this moment, along with the temporary ceasefire between the two sides, the higher-ups of the various fleets within the army of the Second Universe started a video conference at the first possible moment to secretly discuss countermeasures. The video conference was hosted by the old monster of the Blood Flood Dragon clan Jiao Kong, and the old monster of the Colored Python clan Du Jiding. The scale of the conference was extremely large, and the experts of the various fleets did not have the qualifications to participate. The figures that appeared on the holographic screen were all the old monsters of the various fleets, and there were almost 20 of them. 2 region lords and almost 20 star lords. Such a video conference was simply terrifying. The devil cultivators have already made their stand clear. They hinted that they can negotiate and give up the main channel of the first universe that they have cut off. Since it's like that, then tell us what you think. Jiao Kong's expression was calm. He was neither sad nor happy, and there was even a trace of laziness and casualness. His target was the source of all evil, the devil cultivator race. He really did not take them seriously. Even if the previous 2 probes had caused the allied forces of the various races to lose over 1 million battleships of various types, but to existences at the region Lord realm, however, all of this really didn't have much meaning. After a short moment of silence, all the old monsters of the Star Lords spoke one after another. However, before they voiced their opinions, all of them carefully sized up the expression of the region lord of the Colored Python clan, Du Jiding. The devil cultivator race is clearly strong on the outside but weak on the inside. They do indeed have the means to injure our army, but at the same time, we also have the strength to annihilate their entire race. Mo Jinfeng intentionally showed weakness, which means that he understands this principle. Since he has made his stand clear, it means that the devil cultivators do not want to fight. Even I am afraid. That's right. Even though that kid is a pain in the ass, he still has the entire race behind him. When it's time to shrink back, he has no choice but to do so. Now it seems like the possibility of the devil cultivators continuing to block the main channel is not high. They made their stand clear and flexed their muscles at the same time just to ask for peace. In the end, they just want to raise their status as much as possible so that we won't attack them when our army passes through. Their despicable faces and petty ambitions are not worth mentioning. Before these old monsters of the various races could finish speaking, Jiao Kong and Du Jiding's faces darkened. These guys were completely beating around the bush. After saying so much, it was all pure nonsense. There was no constructive suggestion at all. Of course, the reason for this was actually understandable. After all, the devil cultivator's royal brother Mo Jinfeng was indeed too arrogant. He had already offended the 2 old monsters of the region lords in charge of the entire army. There was no need to say much about Du Jiding of the Colored Python clan. The reason he had come was to capture and kill Mo Jinfeng. It was said that the old monster of the Colored Python clan that he had instantly killed had a deep relationship with Du Jiding. As for Jiao Kong as a region lord, he had been directly scolded by him in front of countless experts of the 2 planes. Because of this, even though all the old monsters of the various races present could not wait for Jiao Kong and Du Jiding to immediately give the order to negotiate with the devil cultivators in private and peacefully pass through this damn devil cultivator star region. However, no one dared to say such a thing out loud. If that was really the case, it would be tantamount to saying that the 2 old monsters of the devil cultivator star region would have to swallow their blood and teeth. Who would have the guts to do so? Jiao Kong and Du Jiding both knew what the old monsters of the various races were thinking. Therefore, even though they were dissatisfied with how sly they were, after exchanging glances with each other, they suppressed the dissatisfaction in their hearts. Everything was for the sake of the big picture. Chapter 3679. The reason the various clans of the second universe had invaded the first universe was because of the source of all evil. This was something that even the universe realm experts at the 15th level of the various clans didn't have the qualifications to know. However, the higher-ups at the Star-Lord realm were basically aware of it. However, even the Star-Lord realm experts merely knew that the source of all evil possessed some sort of fortune, and it was an important resource that even the bloodline primordial ancestor within the ancestral grounds of their clans cared about. However, they didn't have the qualifications to know exactly what it was. Only the supreme experts at the region Lord realm and above were able to obtain some inside information from the bloodline primordial ancestor that had always been hibernating within the ancestral grounds. Of course, not all the clans of the second universe had a bloodline primordial ancestor that had survived until now. For example, the Een Devil clan was one of them. The bloodline primordial ancestor of their clan had perished during the primordial era. However, the top 10 clans of the second universe basically all had a bloodline primordial ancestor from the primordial era. The Blood WRM clan and Colored Python clan were the same. So, the two Region Lord realm experts that had been dispatched by these two clans to assume the role of commander and vice-commander of an army of 10 million, Jiao Kong and Du Jiding, basically knew a thing or two about the situation within the source of all evil. There was a starry sky refinement formation that the primordial era will of the Heaven Tao had personally set up after the incomparable battle all those years ago. The netherworld furnace at the core of the formation was able to condense a certain amount of liquid of all evil from the remains of a large number of primordial beings every year. Moreover, the universe realm was the starting point for the raw materials. Even the sector lord realm wasn't suitable. They would be treated as trash and discarded by the netherworld furnace. That's right, after the sector lord realm was the universe realm. This was something that only the universe realm experts and above knew. Those below the 15th level of cultivation didn't have the means to come into contact with this information at all. Star Lord Realm, Region Lord Realm, Sector Lord Realm, Universe Realm. After the Region Lord Realm was the Sector Lord Realm, and after the Sector Lord Realm was the Universe Realm. Only the remains of primordial beings at the Universe Realm could be considered as qualified raw materials. As for those at the Sector Lord Realm, they were merely trash. Just this alone was enough to imagine how intense the shock in the hearts of ordinary region lords would be when they found out about this information. They had cultivated their entire lives and painstakingly reached the domain lord level, but they hadn't even reached the level of the netherworld furnace's trash. From this, it was enough to show how supreme a cultivation resource the nether furnace in the starry sky refinement formation and the evil origin elixir refined from universe-level beings of the primordial era was. Even the bloodline primordial progenitor, who had hibernated in their ancestral lands for countless years, could only get 1 or 2 drops a year. It could be said that even the universe-level existences among the old monsters of the various clans would not have the chance to obtain even half a drop of evil elixir in their entire lives if they did not have an unexpected opportunity, let alone a domain lord level existence. But this time it was different. The root of all evil star area had a sudden change. It was said that some of the bloodline original ancestors in the ancestral lands of the races in the second universe had been plotted against and killed. This incident had alerted all the bloodline original ancestors behind the races. They had issued an order to conquer the root of all evil star area in the first universe. He held it in his hand. Because of this, the invasion of the various races in the second universe had occurred. Otherwise, if it weren't for the bloodline primordial ancestors that were hibernating in the ancestral lands of the various clans secretly reaching a consensus and jointly issuing the order of conquest, just based on the call of a single clan, even if the leader of the Blood WRM clan, the head of the 10 Greats, personally came out, it might not have been possible to achieve such a scene today. Under such circumstances, Jiao Kong and Du Jiding were the top experts overseeing the entire expedition army. If they could successfully take down the root of all evil star region, it was very likely that they would receive a drop or two of evil origin elixir as an exception when the time came to reward them. This opportunity could not be missed. It might be the only one in their lives. Therefore, to the two of them, the root of all evil star area was of utmost importance in this trip to the first universe. Once this army of 10 million was defeated, the various races in the second universe would send a second main fleet over. At that time, it would most likely be a universe-level being guarding the fleet. This would be tantamount to taking away their greatest contribution. Even if the evil elixir were to be rewarded in the future, it would not belong to the two of them. Fate. The bloodline original ancestors of the various races only had 1 or 2 drops of this thing every year. How could they give out a large amount of it? It would be good enough to give 1 or 2 drops of it to the greatest contributor of the expedition. None of the Star Lords were aware of any of that. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had any concerns at all, and they could have simply voiced their thoughts openly. This was because, in the eyes of Jiao Kong and Du Jiding, although their royal brother Mo Jinfeng, and even the entire race of demons, were despicable and had to be killed, compared to the root of all evil they were nothing. For the good fortune that the source of all evil represented, even if they were domain lords of the 17th Great Realm, even if the one who offended them was merely a void ant of the 12th Great Realm, Jiao Kong and Du Jiding, would still endure. The final result shocked the 20 or so Star Lords who participated in the video conference. After the Star Lords talked about everything like Tai Chi, Jiao Kong and Du Jiding, the 2 domain lords, surprisingly calmly made a decision. They would contact Mo Jinfeng and start a peace negotiation. There was only one goal, which was to make him retreat as soon as possible and give up the main space route to the central region of the first universe. However, for this reason they could make some concessions such as war compensation. Hearing this, the dozen or so Star Lords were almost stunned on the spot. Although it was indeed the Second Universe's allied army that had invaded, and the two waves of 1,000,000 troops had taken the initiative to attack, the final result was that they had suffered heavy losses, and the other side had not only not suffered any losses, but also obtained 1,000,000 battleships for free. Under such circumstances, the two old monsters of the domain lords had actually put their bottom line so low and were willing to compensate. This was simply inconceivable. However, from another perspective, it also showed the importance of the Second Universe's alliance army conquering the First Universe and advancing towards the source of all evil. Even the old monsters of the domain lords were not willing to cause any trouble. Branches. With such a shock, the Blood WRM clan Star Lord, Jiao Hongtao, immediately shouted through the loudspeaker system of the warship under his feet toward the void thousands of kilometers away in an arrogant tone. Demon, since you don't want to be used by others, then be cannon fodder and die. Then immediately retreat and give up the main space route to the central region of the First Universe. This old man promises in the name of the Second Universe's races that the entire army of 10,000,000 will immediately pass through and will not attack the demons. Chapter 3680. Let your sister let you. Old man, I'm afraid you still don't understand the situation, right? Rolling his eyes, Yi Xian unceremoniously flew into a rage on the spot. We demons don't want to be used by others, but that doesn't mean that the demon domain is a place where anyone can come and go as they please. So what if you have an army of 10,000,000? Once you're in our territory you have to follow our rules. Otherwise it's not a big deal. Just flip the table and fight head-on. If you kill us you'll be crippled. The Blood Flood Dragon clan's Star Lord old monster Jiao Hongtao spat out blood on the spot. The demon race's royal brother Mo Yufeng was too much. Just now he deliberately showed weakness. Now that he heard that he was going with the flow, this brat immediately turned hostile. He was a typical example of reaching for a yard after taking an inch. He was simply shameless. However, even though he was infuriated, even though what Qin Shi said wasn't pleasant to hear, it was the truth. Moreover, the two region lords that were in charge of the entire army had already made their decision, and it was even to the extent that they'd listed their bottom line. So, Qin Shi didn't dare continue being entangled in this matter. With the temper of this demon race royal brother, Mo Yufeng, if he really talked to him for a long time, who knew when he would do something else? It was better to pinch his nose and admit his bad luck. He would settle this matter first. As for the other debts, he would slowly settle them with him later. Thinking like this, Jiao Hongtao held his breath for a while, but in the end he gritted his teeth and gave in. He replied in a muffled voice, "We have an army of 10,000,000, we have no interest in entangling with a small demon race like you. Tell me, what are the rules?" "That's right, you are the allied forces of the Second Universe with more than 10,000,000 battleships. Why would you care about our small demon race?" Following the other party's words, Yi Xian grinned. Without waiting for Jiao Hongtao, who was faintly feeling uneasy, to come back to his senses, he changed the topic and directly stretched out his right hand. "The rules are very simple. Although the First Universe is not our demon races, we can't control where you go or how you want to mess around. Yes. But the demon domain is the territory of our demon race. It's fine if it's 1 or 2 battleships, but now that you have tens of millions of battleships, the exhaust gases emitted by all the kinetic energy cabins along the way, as well as the noise produced, are a serious impact on our demon race's living environment. Under such circumstances, we should at least show some courtesy, don't you think so? Just treat it as a toll fee. Do as you see fit." As soon as he said this, the surrounding void was dead silent again. Whether it was his own camp behind Yi Xian or the allied forces of the various races of the Second Universe in the void thousands of miles away, all the experts looked at him with strange expressions on their faces. There was no one else who had the guts to do so. With 5,000,000 battleships against a terrifying army of 10,000,000 battleships, he actually dared to extort them so bluntly, demanding the so-called toll fee. This was no longer enough to describe him as a pain in the ass. He was truly speechless. What made them even more speechless was that the more arrogant and unyielding Yi Xian was, the more certain the two old domain lords in charge of this army of 10,000,000 battleships were that the other 3 battleships beneath his feet were definitely still capable of one more attack. In the end, in order to not cause unnecessary trouble and affect the proper matters of the root of all Evil Star region, Jiao Kong and Du Jiding spoke out once more. Satisfy his request. Let the commanders of the various fleets send a batch of cultivation resources over. Gather them and hand them over. It doesn't matter if they give more. After all, no matter how much they give, they will only be temporarily kept in the hands of the demons. After we take down the root of all evil, there will be plenty of time to settle the score with them. Since the old domain lords had said so, Jiao Hongtao naturally didn't dare to say anything more. He immediately passed down the two old domain lords' orders. Soon, the commanders of the various fleets sent over a small space box one after another. After gathering them together, Jiao Hongtao sent out a 10,000 meters large fortress to launch a space jump and arrive at the front of the 5 battleships to pay the toll fee. After receiving the small space box, Yi Xian didn't even look at what was inside and how much there was inside. With a wave of his hand, the 5 million battleships of the demons behind him began to rapidly retreat, returning to the inner defense line of the Demon Emperor 3 stars. This was clearly the rhythm of giving up the main route of the Demon Star region to the central region of the first universe. Everyone thought that Yi Xian was extremely daring, but they didn't know that he was completely doing this on purpose. The reason why he asked for the toll fee at the last moment was not to take advantage of the opportunity to make a profit, but to purposely show his strong confidence to dispel the last trace of doubt in the hearts of the other side and completely give up. This was to prevent this army of 10 million from suddenly going back on their word when they passed through the Demon Star region. In fact, the two old domain lords in charge of this army of 10 million did have this idea. They planned to suddenly make a move when the fleet passed through the Demon Star region, suppressing Yi Xian and seizing the 5 battleships. But now, after confirming that Yi Xian wasn't bluffing and was really confident, they finally gave up on this idea. Of course, the most important thing was that they were worried about affecting the proper business of the root of all Evil Star region. The passage of 10 million troops lasted for a long time, but Yi Xian didn't stay with the 5 battleships at the outer defense line of the Demon Emperor 3 stars. After the flagship fortresses of the Blood Flood Dragon clan, the Cyan Rock clan, and the Battle Lion clan were far away and out of sight, he waited for half a day. After that, he put away the 4 battleships and turned back to the Demon Emperor star. These 3 clans were the top 3 of the top 10 clans in the second universe. The old domain lords in charge of the command of the entire army of 10 million troops were sitting in the flagship fortress of the Blood Flood Dragon clan. It could be said that the fleets of these 3 clans were basically the backbone of the entire army of 10 million troops in the second universe. They had all passed through the main route of the Demon Emperor 3 stars and were far away. The last crisis that Yi Xian was worried about could basically be eliminated. At this point, whether it was Yi Xian or all the upper echelons of the royal family of the demon race, the hearts that had been hanging in the air were finally completely relieved. This time it could be said that there was no danger. Everything went quite smoothly. Not only did they resolve the imminent crisis, but Yi Xian also obtained 1 million fortresses, as well as a large amount of cultivation resources and supplies. Yi Xian didn't give the so-called toll fee that the second universe's allied forces paid to the royal family of the demon race. He had fought for it himself. The demon race had already obtained nearly 1 million battleships in the previous 2 wars. They couldn't take all the benefits for themselves. To Yi Xian's surprise, this toll fee was still very sufficient. It was basically the same as the total amount of resources that Yi Xian had consumed when he used the forging system to build the 4 battleships and the 9 large fortresses filled with intelligent robots. Chapter 3681. In the previous 2 battles, my demon race has already obtained nearly 1 million battleships. This time, the 1 million battleships are naturally yours. In the inner city of the Demon Imperial City, inside the Imperial Palace, hearing Yi Xian mention the ownership of the 1 million battleships, Grandpa Mo waved his hand, and without hesitation said with a smile, "Including the toll fee, you worked hard to get it, so it's all yours. Don't forget, we are now close allies. Since it is an equal cooperation, my demon race naturally shouldn't be monopolized. These resources should be used in your Triumph City, allowing your subordinates to quickly grow. For my demon race, for our alliance, it is also beneficial to our cooperation. However, Triumph City is located in the Death Star field of the third universe. The distance is very far and the army of 1 million battleships is huge. Sending these battleships over will be a very troublesome problem." This was indeed a problem. More than 1 million battleships were spread out in the void. Although Yi Xian could keep them in his undying world, it would be very taxing. His cultivation was still a bit weak, and he couldn't keep thousands of battleships at the same time with a wave of his hand. To a certain extent. But if he could bring out the Farmer God Cauldron, and then send the demon race experts into the cauldron one by one, it would save a lot of effort. However, this couldn't be done in the void of the universe outside the Demon Imperial 3 stars. If that happened, the Farmer God Cauldron would be exposed, and the trouble would be even bigger. Fortunately, although the cauldron was as big as a giant star, Yi Xian had already refined it. He could control its size to be slightly bigger than a large fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters. This way he could bring it out in the Demon Imperial star. At that time, the million battleships would enter the Demon Imperial Star one by one, and enter the cauldron one by one. The space inside the Farmer God Cauldron was like a star. Although there were many battleships, it could still fit in easily. All this started very quickly, and it was carried out in the huge valley in the northern domain of the Demon Imperial Star. For this, the Demon Imperial Guard Commander Chanas took the initiative to ask Ming to be in charge of the overall command, and he worked very hard. Yi Xian saw all of this, and a dim light flashed across his eyes from time to time. For some reason he felt that Chanas seemed to be a little different from before when he met him again. However, he couldn't find anything when he looked at him carefully. In the end, he could only temporarily throw this matter to the back of his mind, but he was already secretly paying attention to it. Even if 1,000,000 warships were to be transported to the mouth of the Shinnong Cauldron one after another, it would still take some time for all of them to be transported. When the time came, Yi Xian would take the time to activate the plane-level interstellar coordinate jump ability and return directly to the Death Star vortex of Universe 3. From there, he would rush to Triumph City, deliver the battleship to Naples and return to Universe 1 in the same way. However, it was obviously not realistic at the moment. Even though the demon race had survived this crisis, everything was only temporary. Yi Xian already had a guess about the ultimate goal of the invasion of this army of millions of races from the second universe. In order to verify it, he would leave the Demon Emperor planet and secretly tail behind this army of millions. He wanted to see if they had really come to Universe 1 for the source of all evil as he had guessed. Before that, while Chanas was commanding the 1,000,000 warships to be transported to the Shinnong Cauldron, Yi Xian decided to go into seclusion in the temporary cave residence deep in the valley to see if he could make another breakthrough. Before entering the temporary cave residence deep in the valley, Yi Xian used the Shinnong Cauldron to condense another 20 drops of middle-grade Hell Ant liquid. After he was done, he immediately entered the temporary cave residence, set up a restriction and began his seclusion. With a wave of his hand, the 20 drops of Hell Ant liquid that had just been condensed appeared in front of Yi Xian. They were suspended in the void, and their size before they were condensed had shrunk to the size of peanuts. Some of the impurities and dregs, as well as some substances that had an adverse effect on tempering the body, were gone. They had been completely melted. In order to ensure the success of his breakthrough, he gritted his teeth and took out another drop of all evil origin liquid after some hesitation. He swallowed it together with the 20 drops of middle-grade rare-grade Hell Ant liquid. After entering his stomach, they melted instantly and turned into a scorching energy that spread to his limbs, bones, and organs. In an instant, an intense stinging sensation came very quickly. He could even clearly hear the faint sound of his flesh and blood cells tearing apart. Vaguely, there seemed to be some mysterious sounds of chains rattling in his body. It was the sign that the potential shackles of his body were being shaken. Slowly, as the powerful effects of the 20 drops of middle-grade rare-grade Hell Ant liquid gradually appeared, Yi Xian's entire body turned fiery red, and his 1.08 billion pores were all emitting auspicious light. A faint layer of dense mist even rose above his head, and he seemed to be sitting cross-legged in a cloud. It was magical and extraordinary. In the end, his consciousness entered an extremely mysterious state. He couldn't feel any pain at all, and even his body didn't seem to exist anymore. His entire body and mind seemed to have sunk into a kind of nothingness, as if they were sublimated. After an unknown period of time, Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes. A golden glow burst forth from his eyes and disappeared in a flash. Immediately after, a familiar system notification sounded in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the Qi and Blood realm. Current realm Void Level 4. Ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the Qi and Blood realm. Current realm Void Level 5. After all, this was only the second time he had used it. In addition to the 20 drops of middle-grade rare-grade Hell Ant liquid, Yi Xian also swallowed a drop of all evil origin liquid, which was even more precious. This allowed him to once again undergo a tempering baptism from his body to his heart, and he advanced by 2 small levels in one go. From then on, he entered the 12th major realm middle stage void level. When he got up, Yi Xian discovered that the surface of his body was still covered in a layer of hard scabs, but they were thinner than before. This was still the rhythm of the impurities in his body being discharged. After continuously using rare cultivation resources like middle-grade rare-grade Hell Ant liquid and all evil origin liquid, his original body was rapidly becoming crystal clear. He was advancing into a pure and perfect state. At this moment, Yi Xian discovered that only half a day had passed. The millions of battleships outside wouldn't be able to finish transferring so quickly. It would take about 2 more days. After pondering for a while, he decided not to come out of seclusion for the time being. He could make use of this time to refine the 3 shells of Di Yi's clone, as well as the electronic consciousnesses of Sha Baofeng, Di Xiaofeng, and the other young Tianji clan descendants. Chapter 3682. According to Yi Xian's original plan, he had planned to carefully examine the 3 bodies of Di Yi's doppelganger. After making sure that there were no hidden doors or other traps, he would then use Sha Baofeng and the others' electronic consciousnesses to refine 3 expendable doppelgangers that would not be damaged. However, at this moment, after carefully examining the 3 bodies of Di Yi's doppelganger and retrieving information related to the Tianji clan's electronic consciousnesses from the system's database, Yi Xian suddenly changed his mind. It turned out that the Tianji clan's electronic consciousnesses could be merged. Through the doppelganger system attached to the devouring system, not only could it merge the electronic consciousnesses of Sha Baofeng, Di Xiaofeng, and the other heavens favorites of the Tianji clan into one, but this newly merged electronic consciousnesses was extremely special. During this process, it needed to be like how Yi Xian had refined the devouring doppelganger after obtaining the devouring treasure body. He had to separate a strand of his own primordial spirit to act as a seed or a catalyst to stimulate the creation. Therefore, after the successful merging, there would be no trace of Sha Baofeng, Di Xiaofeng, and the others. It was brand new and completely belonged to Yi Xian. It was as if an intelligent robot had been born with spiritual intelligence and became Yi Xian's doppelganger. Because it was an electronic consciousness doppelganger, it had a high degree of freedom. It could enter any intelligent robot and quietly move between any electronic devices. Of course, Yi Xian currently had 3 bodies of Di Yi's doppelganger. These were the doppelganger bodies of the Tianji clan leader. Needless to say, all 3 of them were of the highest grade. Yi Xian planned to enter one of them after successfully merging his electronic consciousnesses. At that time, the electronic doppelganger would be born. In addition, this electronic consciousness doppelganger would have the terrifying ability to devour other electronic life forms. In other words, as long as Yi Xian successfully merged with this electronic consciousness doppelganger, he would be able to use the electronic consciousness in this doppelganger when he fought against the Tianji clan in the future. It would be as if his soul had left his body and his primordial spirit had traveled, quietly entering his opponent's electronic system and devouring them. Once he succeeded, the Tianji clan experts targeted by Yi Xian would die like the souls of human experts. Their bodies would remain, but their consciousnesses would disappear. And this was the only way for the electronic consciousness in Yi Xian's electronic doppelganger to gradually grow stronger. In theory, if the electronic consciousness in this electronic doppelganger was like a cultivator's primordial spirit, it would have enough time to infiltrate the electronic intelligence system of the Tianji clan city and find a chance to devour the electronic consciousness of the Tianji clan leader, DE of the clan's clan leader, in one fell swoop after it had fully matured. After all, Yi Xian had never heard of any Tianji clan experts possessing the terrifying ability to devour other electronic consciousnesses to strengthen themselves. Of course, this was only a theory. Even if it could really be realized, it would take a long time for this electronic consciousness doppelganger to grow. In addition, the Tianji clan might not really have the ability to devour other electronic consciousnesses. Perhaps they had hidden it and never announced it to the public. But even so, Yi Xian still decided to give it a try. The temptation of having an electronic consciousness doppelganger that completely belonged to him was too strong. Once it was completed, he could even directly use this electronic consciousness doppelganger to invade any enemy's battleship system in the future, instead of using his personal space communication system to complete all of this. Invading the enemy's battleship system through the space communication system was completely different from using his own electronic consciousness doppelganger to silently invade. No matter how intelligent the space communication system was, it still required a series of commands to complete everything. How could it compare to Yi Xian's flexibility and convenience? Soon, Yi Xian activated the doppelganger system that he had not used for a long time. The first step was to fuse the 9 electronic consciousnesses of Baofeng Sha Di Xiaofeng and the others into one. All of this was handed over to the doppelganger system to complete. During this process, the electronic memories of Baofeng Sha and the others were all removed and stored in the database of the devouring system, so that Yi Xian could refer to them at any time in the future when he needed them. In addition, all the authority imprints related to the Tianji city in the 9 electronic consciousnesses were also removed and stored separately, so that they might be of use in the future. In the end, what was left were the 9 pure electronic consciousnesses. Compared to the fusion process, the entire process was not complicated. The doppelganger system had its own specialization, so it was completed very quickly. Because it was formed by fusing the 9 electronic consciousnesses into one, the final electronic consciousness obtained was extremely condensed, but it was only half complete. The second half needed to be like how Yi Xian had refined the devouring doppelganger. A strand of the original body soul had to be separated and fused with the newly fused electronic consciousness. Once it was successful, Yi Xian's electronic doppelganger would be considered complete. It did not have a physical body but was a special one. It was refined using a strand of the original soul of a human cultivator as a guide and the condensed electronic consciousnesses of the Tianji clan. However, it was precisely because of the uniqueness of a cultivator's original soul that this electronic doppelganger had the ability to devour other electronic consciousnesses of the same kind. It could definitely be considered an extraordinary talent. In addition, because it did not have a physical body, it appeared to be even more unpredictable. It could silently survive in any electronic system for a long time, and it could also reside in any intelligent robot or the physical body of a member of the Tianji clan, realizing the physical appearance of a life form. Due to the fact that the second half required a strand of Yi Xian's primordial spirit to fuse with it, the time taken was slightly longer. During this process, Yi Xian once again endured the pain of his primordial spirit splitting apart, but a drop of all evil origin liquid was enough to make up for all of this, allowing his primordial spirit to fully recover. Half a day later, the process was completely completed. Yi Xian's electronic consciousness had been successfully refined. Just this electronic consciousness had already reached the 13th realm, the primordial first stage. Then Yi Xian chose one of the 3D1 doppelganger shells and handed it to the doppelganger system for slight modification. In the end, the outer appearance of the shell was completely changed into Yi Xian's appearance. After Yi Xian's electronic doppelganger entered the shell of this doppelganger, the aura of the 13th realm, grand perfection of Genesis 9, rushed over. On the surface, its realm was much higher than Yi Xian's original body. However, in terms of actual comprehensive combat power, it was obviously far inferior. Yi Xian's original body had too many means and various top magical treasures. They were all one of the factors that made up his comprehensive strength. After the completion of this electronic doppelganger, only one day had passed. There was still one day until the million battleships outside finished migrating. Yi Xian turned his eyes to the remaining 2D1 doppelganger shells. Chapter 3683. Yi Xian sighed as he looked at the two bodies of Di's clones. This was definitely a good thing. Every inch of skin on the surface of the two clones was definitely made of the highest quality materials. After all, Di was the patriarch of the Heavenly Legacy clan, and with the foundation of the Heavenly Legacy clan, the patriarch's electronic consciousness, how could the doppelganger's body be inferior? Unfortunately, he could not think of a way to use these two doppelganger. Of course, Yi Xian could use the doppelganger system again like how he had refined the devouring doppelganger. He could split two strands of primordial spirit and refine two doppelganger. However, this was obviously only a thought and could not be put into practice. The doppelganger system attached to Yi Xian's devouring doppelganger system was still at the initial stage. In the initial stage, one could use a strand of primordial spirit as a primordial spirit seed to refine a doppelganger. There was only one slot available, and it had already been used by the devouring doppelganger. The previous refinement of the electronic doppelganger was not included because the method was different. In fact, even if there were still two slots available, Yi Xian would not have made such a choice. Even if it was an auxiliary system, it was extremely difficult to upgrade it. The slots for refining doppelganger using the primordial spirit seed method were too precious. Yi Xian had only chosen to use one slot to refine a perfect doppelganger because he had encountered a heaven-defying existence like the devouring treasured body. Although the two shells of Di's electronic doppelganger were also top-grade goods, they were obviously not just a little bit inferior to the devouring treasured body. Just these two shells were not worth Yi Xian using the doppelganger system's primordial spirit seed quota to refine a perfect doppelganger. After a period of depression, Yi Xian could only put the two shells of Di's doppelganger back into the undying world in his body. Then, after pondering for a while, Yi Xian decided to use the last day to collect another 9-eyed golden crystal. He wanted to see what kind of ancient god he could get this time. Among the multi-eyed sense crystals, even the 8-eyed silver crystal was not perfect. Only the 9-eyed golden crystal contained the bloodline inheritance of the ancient creature that gave birth to this crystal. It could be a divine ability or a cultivation technique. Before this, Yi Xian had obtained a total of 108 9-eyed golden crystals from the mysterious corpse pool in the ancient cage connected to the forbidden valley of the inner city of the Demon Emperor. He had already used 2 of them. Not only did the two 9-eye golden crystals allow Yi Xian to absorb a large amount of pure mental energy from the crystals, they also allowed Yi Xian to obtain two supreme ancients' bloodline abilities. They were the primordial Yixia's heaven-falling bow and the Netherworld Emperor's netherworld claw. Since he had nothing to do now, Yi Xian decided to take out the third 9-eyed golden crystal and start collecting it. He still had a total of 106 9-eyed golden crystals in his hand, and they were more or less the same. Although there were subtle differences, he couldn't tell which supreme primordial existence each crystal corresponded to from these subtle differences. In other words, before he finished withdrawing, Yi Xian had no way of knowing which ancient sovereign's bloodline inheritance he would obtain after he finished withdrawing. It would appear at random. Of course, even the worst bloodline inheritance or divine ability would not be that weak. After all, those who could still turn into corpse flowers and produce 9-eyed golden crystals after death were all supreme existences in the remote antiquity era. At the very least, they had to be in the remote antiquity era. Almighty. For an existence of this level, how could their bloodline talents and inherited divine abilities be of little value? After making his decision, Yi Xian immediately took out a small spatial box from his undying world. Inside was a 9-eyed golden crystal. This item was too precious. Each one represented the bloodline inheritance of a supreme of the primordial era. It was definitely a rare resource that could only be found by chance. Therefore Yi Xian didn't dare to store them together. Each one was stored in a separate spatial box. He had only randomly picked one of the 106 small spatial boxes, which made Yi Xian feel excited. Perhaps he had won the grand prize this time and obtained a 9-eyed golden crystal that contained an extremely powerful might that even surpassed the terrifying divine ability of the desolate ancient Yixia's heaven-falling bow. This was also possible. With this kind of expectation, Yi Xian quickly sat down cross-legged. After opening the small spatial box, he threw the 9-eyed golden crystal inside to the devouring system. He immediately ordered the devouring system to extract the pure mental energy contained in the 9-eyed golden crystal, and began to absorb it from all directions. However, this time he didn't expect the mind source core in his sea of consciousness to undergo another metamorphosis and evolve into a level 9 source core. A similar surprise had occurred not too long ago after all. A mind source core's metamorphosis wasn't that easy, so two metamorphoses and evolutions in a short period of time were obviously not going to happen. It was impossible. However, the pure mind power contained within the 9-eyed golden crystal would allow his mind source core to become even more solid. This would lay a solid foundation for the next transformation and evolution. After all, the only thing Yi Xian was looking forward to was the bloodline inheritance of a supreme of the primordial era or an almighty of the primordial era. The results were out very quickly. When all the pure mind power contained within the 9-eyed golden crystal was extracted by the system and channeled into the mind source core in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness, the familiar sound of a system notification rang out clearly in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ancient primordial era. The devil ape's true body is a bloodline inheritance of the primordial devil ape. It is a unique secret technique used to condense the devil ape's physical body. In the next moment, before Yi Xian could recover from his shock, his original primordial spirit consciousness suddenly trembled and was forcefully pulled into an inheritance scene. The background of the image was very familiar. It was still the scene of the Great War that had taken place countless years ago. However, this time, the focus of the inheritance image wasn't on the primordial Yexia or the golden divine dragon. Instead, it was on a humanoid creature that Yi Xian found extremely familiar. It was a desolate ancient demon ape with 3 heads and 6 arms. It even had 3 torsos standing back to back as if the 3 heads were glued together. It was a few thousand feet tall and its aura was terrifying. It was not as strong as the golden divine dragon or the void giant tortoise, but it was stronger than the void ladle and the other desolate ancient demon apes. Its cultivation base was somewhere between the primordial era and the almighty of the primordial era. What was even more shocking was that the 3 bodies of the ancient devil ape were completely different. One of them was a body of flesh and blood. It was completely black and its fur flickered with a faint glow. It was obvious that it was extremely tough. The other one was a skeleton. Its entire body was grayish gold and exuded a metallic texture that gave off a sinister vibe. Chapter 3684. Yi Xian had indeed seen the ancient demonic ape in the inheritance picture. To be more precise, he had seen an ancient demonic ape that looked very similar to the one in front of him. The ancient demonic ape wasn't a creature from the primordial era. It had been a descendant of the ancient demonic ape. Back when Yi Xian had entered the core of the land of all evil, he had seen an ancient demonic ape among the corpses of many experts at the edge of the area. The ape was thousands of meters tall, but perhaps because it had died a long time ago, Yi Xian couldn't see the remains of the ancient demonic ape. The aura he had sensed from the remains was only at the peak of the 9th rank of the Star-Lord state. It was much weaker than the real ancient demonic ape. Therefore, the remains of the ancient demonic ape should only be a descendant, not a real one. What Yi Xian had seen in the inheritance picture of the 9-eyed golden crystal was the real ancient demonic ape, which had an extremely powerful aura. Also, the inheritance picture represented a bloodline inheritance of the ancient demonic ape. It wasn't a primordial technique like the fallen sky bow or the netherworld claw, but something similar to the Dongshu void realm. It was a secret technique. The difference was that it seemed to be a body-tempering technique called the true body of the demonic ape. It was a special bloodline secret technique that could condense the body of the ancient demonic ape. The inheritance picture soon ended. Yi Xian also finished his cultivation and opened his eyes. As expected, his mind was completely silent. There were no system notifications. His spirit core had just evolved from a level 7 to a level 8 one. It couldn't have evolved again so quickly. However, Yi Xian had gained a lot this time because the method of condensing the true body of the demonic ape was very suitable for him at the moment. On the one hand, he happened to have 2 shells of Di Yi's clones, which were made of the most precious materials. He could melt them and put them to good use. On the other hand, according to Yi Xian's guess, this time the second universe's 10 million troops were most likely heading towards the source of all evil. Yi Xian would definitely follow them, but he wasn't in a hurry right now. The source of all evil wasn't a good place, even if the second universe had an army of 10 million. For a while they definitely wouldn't be able to get too far in. Yi Xian was absolutely certain that they would not be able to get close to the Netherworld Cauldron due to its terrifying pressure. As for entering the Netherworld Cauldron, there was no need to even think about it. However, Yi Xian was still worried. He had to go over and take a look. If he needed to take action, his identity as Mo Ju Feng should not be exposed. In that case, if he could condense the devil ape true body before that, then everything would be fine. The core of the root of all evil was originally home to a large number of ancient ferocious star beasts. When Yi Xian appeared in the form of a 3-headed, 6-armed ancient demon ape, no matter what he did, even if he turned the second universe's allied army upside down, he would not feel any pressure. In addition, the devil ape true body had 3 heads and 6 arms. It had never appeared in the outside world before, so the outside world had no idea what the abilities of the devil ape true body were. At that time, Yi Xian would be able to use more divine powers and spells. For example, he could use the black fog body to use all kinds of secret spiritual skills and divine powers of the demons. As for the other 2 bodies of bones and flesh, they could use the netherworld claw and other divine powers respectively. Even if these divine powers and spells had been used by Yi Xian in several of his previous identities, now that they appeared in the ancient demon ape true body at the same time, it would not arouse any suspicion. After all, this kind of creature was too rare to be understood by the world. It even had 3 heads and 6 arms, so what was so strange about it knowing more divine powers and spells? Thinking of this, Yi Xian became excited. Without hesitation, he immediately pulled up the information related to condensing the devil ape true body from the system's database. Soon he understood everything. At this time he found that there was a small blood golden ball in his sea of consciousness. It was only the size of a longan. Obviously, it was the bloodline secret seed that he had obtained from the 3rd 9-eyed golden crystal. It was related to the bloodline of the ancient demon ape true body. Only through this bloodline seed could the devil ape real body be successfully condensed. Otherwise, even if one knew the method to condense the devil ape real body, no matter how much resources one invested, it would be impossible to condense the real devil ape real body. After understanding everything, Yi Xian immediately took out the 2 bodies of the first Emperor Avatar that he had just put into the Undying World and directly threw them to the doppelganger system. Soon, the 2 bodies of the first Emperor Avatar were completely melted and turned into a ball of light. All the materials were traced back to their original source. This method of condensing the doppelganger was different from the perfect doppelganger of the devouring treasure body. This was actually a kind of bloodline condensation, which was between the doppelganger and divine powers. The most important thing was the small blood golden ball in the Sea of Consciousness in Yi Xian's Sea of Consciousness. Without it, it would be impossible to succeed. This small blood golden ball was quickly taken out from the Sea of Consciousness by Yi Xian and also handed to the doppelganger system. It was immediately inserted into the ball of light formed by the melting of the first Emperor Avatar's body and completely merged with it. It was a perfect fit. Immediately, a familiar system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host. the devil ape true body has been condensed. Overjoyed, Yi Xian's consciousness quickly returned to his senses and entered the sea of consciousness in his mind. Sure enough, he saw a 3-inch tall ancient demon ape floating in the air above his sea of consciousness. It also had 3 heads and 6 arms and had 3 different bodies. However, its eyes were tightly closed and it was located between the black gold dragon scales and the ink, between the small green claws. At this time, there were already 7 small objects that represented different meanings in the air in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. Floating in the middle of the sea of consciousness was the Rai-D seal that contained the 9 Thundersource balls. Floating around the Rai-D seal in a circle around the sea of consciousness were the other 6 objects. They were the Spirit Source Core, the Void Essence Crystal, the Fallen Sky Bow, the Black Golden Dragon Scales, the Netherworld Claw, and the Devil Ape True Body that had just been successfully condensed. Yi Xian could no longer hold back and immediately withdrew his consciousness from the sea of consciousness. Then, with a thought, he activated the 3-inch devil ape that was floating in the air above the sea of consciousness. He wanted to test the power of the devil ape true body. After all, he would enter the root of all evil star fields soon. If there were no accidents, he should appear in this form. Now he needed to familiarize himself with it in advance. Buzz. A faint roar sounded from Yi Xian's body. This was the sign that all the blood and qi in his body had been mobilized in an instant and was circulating at full speed. At this moment, the 3-inch devil ape that was floating in the air above his sea of consciousness disappeared and turned into a mysterious force that merged into Yi Xian's body. It had a mysterious effect on all the blood and qi in his body. Chapter 3685. One of them was a skeleton that was entirely grayish-gold in color. It exuded a metallic texture and gave off an extremely cold feeling. The other was an illusory body made of black fog. Its aura was ethereal as if it did not exist at all. It was completely a black fog. Only its 2 eyes shot out 2 terrifying rays of blazing red light. These 2 bodies were also 10 feet tall. They were connected to the back of Yi Xian's original body and formed the devil ape true body with 10 heads and 6 arms. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the blood qi realm. Current realm, void level 6. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the blood qi realm. Current realm, void level 7. Just as the devil ape's true body appeared, a familiar system prompt sounded out in Yi Xian's mind. His physical body's qi and blood realm actually broke through in one go, going from the previous void rank 5 to the current void rank 7. This was obviously the work of the devil ape true body. The 3-inch devil ape that floated above Yi Xian's sea of consciousness was the ancient devil ape's bloodline secret seed. It had fused with the ball of energy formed from the body of DE, which had been completely decomposed. Now, Yi Xian had activated the devil ape true body for the first time. This directly led to some kind of transformation and evolution of his original body. The result was a breakthrough in the blood qi realm of his physical body. It had to be said that this was definitely a huge surprise. Yi Xian did not expect this at all. What was even more unexpected was that the cultivation aura emitted by Yi Xian, who was currently in the state of the devil ape's true body, actually far surpassed the true strength of his original body. In other words, he was only at the 7th level of the void realm, and had reached the terrifying 14th level of the cosmic light realm. A full 2 realms higher. This was understandable. After all, Yi Xian was currently in an activated state of the devil ape's true body, possessing 3 heads and 6 arms. Among the 3 different forms of the devil ape, only the flesh and blood body was Yi Xian's original body. However, due to the influence of the devil ape true body, its appearance was that of a black devil ape. However, if it was only this flesh and blood body, then the cultivation strength it displayed was the true state of Yi Xian, which was the 7th rank void realm. But now he had 3 heads and 6 arms. In addition, he had 2 skeletons and a black fog body. These 2 bodies were formed by the fusion of the shells of DE's 2 doppelgangers. They were equally powerful. When the 3 bodies merged into one, the overall cultivation level displayed would naturally soar by a large margin. It was completely understandable that he had reached the 7th level of the cosmic light realm. Of course, this kind of cultivation level could only be possessed by the 3-headed, 6-armed devil ape true body. Once Yi Xian removed his devil ape true body and his 3-headed, 6-armed state would disappear. Then, his cultivation level would instantly return to his original level, which was at void level 7. The power and strength that belonged to DE's 2 avatars retracted and transformed back into the 3-inch little devil ape, appearing above Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. Yi Xian was extremely satisfied with this devil ape true body. After a moment of delight, he started to consider the mystic abilities that the devil ape true body could display. The black fog body was the simplest. Yi Xian tried to activate the mind source core in his original body's mind and successfully transferred it to the head of the black fog body. With this mind source core, the black fog body would be responsible for using all mind power techniques, mystic arts and mystic abilities. Of course, once the three-headed, six-armed devil ape true body was removed, the mind source core that had been temporarily transferred to the black fog body would instantly return to Yi Xian's mind. As for the skeletal body, after some thought, Yi Xian transferred the netherworld claw, which had been suspended above his mind's mind, to the depths of the skull of the blood gold skeletal body. In the future, this skeletal body would be responsible for using the netherworld claw. Of course, it would need to change its form a little. It couldn't be exactly the same as the real netherworld claw, but this wasn't difficult. Finally, as Yi Xian's original body of flesh and blood, he could directly use his fists to attack. He could also use the withered demon blood blade to change its form. After all, this blade had been upgraded to a starry sky treasure not long ago. The demon blade in Linghu Young Master's hand was only a quasi-starry sky treasure. Changing the shape of the demon blade slightly wouldn't arouse suspicion. With that, everything was settled. Yi Xian now had another identity that was suitable for roaming the star field, the source of all evil. It was perfect to the extreme. At this time, an entire 3 days had passed since Yi Xian went into seclusion. In the end, it took him a long time to absorb the nine-eyed golden crystal. Even the refinement of the devil ape's true body wasn't completed in a short period of time. After removing the three-headed, six-armed devil ape true body, Yi Xian returned to his imperial brother, Mo Jinfeng appearance. He waved his hand to remove the restriction and stepped out of the temporary cave residence. The depths of the valley outside the cave residence were quiet. The large and small fortresses and strongholds that had been moving in and out of the valley were no longer in sight. It was obvious that during these 3 days, the million warships had all been transferred into the Farmer God Cauldron. However, the permission that Yi Xian had previously granted only allowed entry and not exit. Otherwise, if he wasn't present, it would be troublesome if the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru secretly sneaked out. It was not a big deal for the three of them to sneak out, but if they did something bad before they sneaked out and brought out something, it would be a real headache. In order to prevent this from happening, Yi Xian could only deal with it this way. In other words, all of the devil cultivator experts who had driven the million battleships into the Shinong Cauldron were still waiting in the cauldron. They were probably all gathered in a single stronghold by now, waiting for Yi Xian to temporarily release his authority. This large stronghold full of devil cultivator experts would be able to drive out of the cauldron. Yi Xian sent a wisp of his consciousness into the Farmer God Cauldron. Originally, he wanted to inform Senez that he was about to grant him permission and let him prepare to take all the demon experts out of the Farmer God Cauldron through a stronghold. However, the scene that he saw made Yi Xian stunned for a moment. The wisp of consciousness that had just entered retreated in the blink of an eye. Damn, these 3 crazy girls are going to ascend to the heavens. After cursing, Yi Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly. Without hesitation, he immediately rushed to the mouth of the Farmer God Cauldron. His figure quickly entered the cauldron through the endless 9-colored fog that shrouded the mouth of the cauldron and entered the cauldron's space. Soon, his figure appeared in the sky of the cauldron's space and landed directly on the vast plains to the north of the Central Domain Volcano's crater. At this time, the area around the Central Domain Volcano's crater was densely packed with fortresses and strongholds of all sizes. There were a total of millions of them. At a glance, it was indeed very shocking. But what was even more shocking was the scene on the northern plains. Tens of millions of demon experts were crowded together, all holding their heads with their hands and squatting on the ground, their faces full of anger. Chapter 3686. At this moment, Old Man Wenxing's heart was on the verge of breaking down. Even though he was currently the second clone of the mechanical core and was far weaker than the first clone, he was at least at the cosmic light realm, which was the 14th realm. However, at this moment he was being bullied by 3 girls who were merely at the mystic light realm. Not only were all of his cultivation resources and treasures taken away, but he was also being held captive and squatted on the ground with his hands on his head for 2 whole days. This was simply tragic beyond compare. If it weren't for the fact that he had to rely on his identity as Chanas to get close to Prince Xian and find a way to follow him around and slowly dig out his secrets, he would have simply wanted to immediately take action and slap these 3 crazy girls to death on the spot. You 3 crazy girls, if I don't take care of you for 3 days, then you will go and destroy the roof tiles. What are you up to this time? Just as he was feeling grief and indignation, a figure descended from the sky. It was Prince Xian who had appeared as the demon's royal brother Mo Jinfeng. Chana's expression turned bitter, and he immediately stood up to welcome him. With a sullen expression he complained, Lord Shah, you're finally here. If you didn't come, we really wouldn't have been able to endure this. We've already been squatting here for 2 days, but you insist that we are an enemy invasion. Enemy invasion? Ugh. Yi Xian immediately understood what had happened and immediately covered his face in pain. After all this time, these 3 girls had thought that the various forts and fortresses that were heading towards the Shinong Cauldron were an enemy invasion. This was really F***ed. Why didn't they think that if the enemy was really invading, they wouldn't have not fired a single cannon? In the end, the million-strong army was still captured by these 3 girls. Why? The 3 girls from the Purplish Warbler also knew that it was a misunderstanding, and their faces were filled with embarrassment. With a flip of their hands, they each took out a small space box and threw it at the grief-filled Chanas. They didn't dare to dawdle with Yi Xian any longer and turned around to escape to the volcano in the central region. Alright, it's just a small misunderstanding. The 3 girls have already compensated, so let's end this matter here. Hurry up and board the ship. I'll give you permission to leave immediately. After he finished speaking, Yi Xian waved his hand and soared towards the mouth of the Shinong Cauldron in the sky. He didn't have the time to deal with the 3 girls, he was still thinking about the matter of the Second Universe's alliance army. Behind him, Chanas grumbled bitterly, this is not compensation, this is returning the stolen goods. Tens of millions of Abyss Devils experts have all been plundered by them. Yi Xian's body trembled. He felt his vision darken and he almost fell from the sky. These 3 crazy girls, after all this fuss, they actually learned the bad habit of looting a burning house. As soon as Yi Xian rushed out of the Shinong Cauldron, a starry sky fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters followed behind him, directly rushing into the atmosphere of the Demon Emperor planet. After closing the access, Yi Xian waved his hand and put the Farmer God Cauldron back into his body. After that, he flew into the sky and rushed towards the Demon Emperor city. After a short while, in the royal palace of the inner city of the Demon Emperor city, great-grandfather Mo, the current uncle Mo Qigong, the Demon Emperor Mo Wenian, and the other senior members of the royal family of the Abyss Devils were all present. They told Yi Xian about the changes in the situation in the outside world in the past few days. At present, it has been confirmed that the allied army of the Second Universe suddenly launched a large-scale invasion of the First Universe. Their final target is the root of all Evil Star region, which is not far from the Tianji Star region. That's right. Although the army of the Second Universe is still on the way, and it will take about 10 days for them to reach the root of all Evil Star region, 10 Star Lords have already left the main fleet and rushed to the front. Yesterday they arrived at the root of all Evil Star region ahead of time. They are guarding it and forbidding any starship of the First Universe's slave races from approaching. Because of the sudden migration of the Tianji Star region, the primary network of the First Universe's star network has been completely paralyzed. Right now, the First Universe no longer has a primary network signal that covers the entire universe. However, the ancestral land of every slave race has a secondary network, and the races in the lead can still communicate with each other. They can communicate with each other instantly. Therefore, when the specific information about the situation in the root of all Evil Star region was delivered to the Abyss Devils, it was basically a day later. In other words, the latest information we received was what happened a day ago. Right now, all the races in the First Universe are ready to make a move. After all the races in the First Universe thought that the allied army of the Second Universe suddenly invaded the First Universe for the Tianji Star region, but now that the truth has been revealed, the races in the First Universe suddenly became suspicious and suspected that there must be something in the root of all Evil Star region. Otherwise, why would the races of the Second Universe's Federation mobilize so many people? Right now, the Space Rats and Hell Ants, which are also ranked in the top 3 among the slave races, have jointly issued a statement calling on the slave races of the First Universe to form an allied army again and rush to the root of all Evil Star region. Their slogan is also very direct. The root of all evil is the root of all evil of the First Universe. No matter what benefits there are, it shouldn't be the allied army of the Second Universe that comes to pick the fruits. In addition, this news should have already been received by the humans of the Third Universe. After all, the front of the Abyss Devil Star region is a plane-level large-scale wormhole that connects to the Third Universe. In that area, the human scouts of the Third Universe are still relatively active. This matter can't be hidden at all. Within 3 days at the latest, it will spread throughout the 3 universes. At that time, the 2 camps of the human race in the Third Universe will definitely make a move. If nothing unexpected happens, the battleship army of the Immortal Dynasty and the Starry Sky battleships of the Tenju Heavenly Palace will all arrive. Even the headquarters of the Myriad Luo Federation will not sit idly by. The races of the Second Universe's Federation had previously used the banner of a crusade against the Tianji clan, claiming that this was a grudge between the races of the Second Universe and the Tianji clan. It had nothing to do with the human race and the Myriad Luo Federation, but now the lie has been exposed. Even if it's just a matter of face, it's impossible for the Myriad Luo Federation to not make any moves. If things go wrong, the law enforcement department of the Myriad Luo Federation's Overwatch Council, which is the Senlon fleet, will be fully deployed. At this point, the upper echelons of the demon royal family stopped talking at the right time and did not continue to speak. However, their gazes all gathered and landed on Yi Xian's face. Obviously, they were waiting for his response. They wanted to hear his thoughts and opinions on this matter. As expected, the ultimate goal of the allied army of the Second Universe is really there. Nodding thoughtfully, Yi Xian turned to look at Grandpa Mo and replied unhurriedly, "I understand. Whether it's the battleship army of the Immortal Dynasty of the Third Universe's Science and Technology Camp, the Starry Sky battleships of the Cultivation Camp, or the Senlon fleet of the Myriad Luo Federation, after coming to the First Universe, all of them have to go to the Tianji Star region. Everyone who wants to go to the source of all evil has to pass through our demon territory. Do you mean, we should do a few more robberies and extort more money in the name of passing fees?" Bah, 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 bah. Chapter 3687. Chapter 343, Greedy Wolves Howling at the Moon. It could be said that given Lang Lai's unyielding and monstrous level, he would definitely become a giant in the Second Universe when he matured. However, when he came to the Third Universe of the human race, he encountered young Master Linghu, who had already been publicly acknowledged as a peerless monstrous existence of the human race in every aspect. Previously, no one had thought that the young clan leaders from the Second Universe would end up being eaten alive by others. But now that the facts were in front of their eyes and two of the young clan leaders from the top 10 clans had already fallen into such a state, they couldn't help but worry about it. Although Ji Jinghong and Zhao Ritian's combined battle prowess wasn't as good as Lang Lai's, the difference wasn't that great. After all, they were both at the great perfection of the Origin Ninth Realm, and they were both young clan leaders from the top 10 clans in the Second Universe. The disparity in strength between them couldn't be as great as Tian Yuan's. If that was the case, Lang Lai wouldn't be ranked in the same range and circle as them. Therefore, when Lang Lai appeared in the huge silver light screen above the Shenong Cauldron, all the powerhouses outside the space trap formation tensed up immediately. There was naturally no need to mention the situation of the Second Universe's allied forces. Lang Lai was the most powerful existence among the 13 young geniuses from the Second Universe who had entered the cauldron, and he was also the third to encounter young Master Linghu. Therefore, the outcome of this battle was extremely crucial. It was said that things shouldn't happen more than 3 times. Once it happened more than 3 times, one's psychological bottom line would collapse. Moreover, Lang Lai's position was the highest among the 13 people. If he couldn't escape the tragic fate of being eaten by young Master Linghu, would the remaining 10 existences still have any chance of survival? This meant that the 13 young masters from the Second Universe's allied forces who had entered the cauldron would all be eaten up and completely annihilated. Such a tragic outcome was definitely unprecedented in the history of the Second Universe's allied forces. The intensity of the chain reaction that would be triggered was simply unimaginable. Because of this, when Lang Lai's figure appeared in the silver light screen, the vast universe's void outside the space trap formation instantly became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Even the 2 grieving elders of the Silver G clan and the Barbarian Bull clan no longer shouted angrily. They were also nervously watching the silver light screen within the space trap formation. At the same time, in the space within the Shenong Cauldron. After a short exchange of words, Yi Xian and Lang Lai, who just arrived, quickly started fighting. According to Yi Xian's original intention, he'd originally planned to mock them a few more times. In any case, he had nothing to do, so he wasn't in a hurry. It was rare for him to encounter such a good opportunity to anger those old ghosts outside, but they couldn't do anything to him. Yi Xian didn't want to let go of this opportunity to solidify his notoriety. Only by making people completely afraid of him, with his identity as young Master Linghu and his current situation of being the enemy of the entire world, would he be able to minimize his troubles in the future. At the very least, there wouldn't be many annoying flies that would come. Even though it would be a big problem and a big crisis, Yi Xian had the ability to jump through the universe's coordinates, so he wasn't afraid at all. The only thing he wanted was to have fewer annoying cats and dogs. That would delay him from collecting all sorts of heavenly and earthly treasures and rare minerals to concoct gene liquids, as well as preparing for the Shinong cauldron to boil the great medicine of heaven and earth in the future. However, Lang Ganglai wasn't like that. He'd long since exploded with anger and wished for nothing more than to immediately kill Yi Xian. Moreover, he could tell that he wasn't a match for young Master Ling Hu at all. Thus, as soon as he arrived, he didn't say anything else. After reporting his identity, he immediately started fighting. Yi Xian continued to fight by himself, including Shenyuan Ziying Gong Wuxin, and the other prisoners of war who had successfully broken through to the 9th Great Realm of Origin, Shenyuan Ziying Gong Wuxin, and the others. He didn't order them around, allowing them to fight on the ground as he soared into the sky. Awu! In the air, 100-meter-tall silver-haired giant wolf suddenly raised its head and howled towards the sky. Although it wasn't the first time Yi Xian had heard the wolf howl from Lang Ganglai's mouth, this fellow had already howled many times before he even arrived. However, the howl of the wolf this time was clearly different. There was no anger, not the slightest bit of emotion, but it seemed even longer. There was a strange rhythm within it that caused Yi Xian's heart to tremble, but he couldn't say what kind of feeling it was. In the next moment, a strange scene appeared. As Lang Ganglai's long howl resounded throughout the cauldron, a silver moon slowly appeared in the sky of the space within the cauldron, right under the enormous silver screen of light formed by Gong Wuxin's crystal ball. When this scene entered their eyes, Gong Wuxin and the others on the ground all had their mouths wide open. Even Yi Xian was a bit absent-minded for a moment. This was clearly the inner space of the Shinong cauldron. Why would a bright moon appear? Without a doubt, this strange bright moon was related to the unyielding wolf. It was summoned by the mysterious wolf howl. It was as if it was summoned by this long howl, or rather, condensed out of it. Just as Yi Xian was puzzled and wanted to ask the devouring system for advice, Gong Wuxin's expression changed drastically as he cried out involuntarily, "Greedy wolf howling at the moon. This is the legendary greedy wolf howling at the moon. This is an ancient divine ability passed down in the greedy wolf clan's bloodline. Not every greedy wolf clan member can awaken it. Sometimes, it's normal for several generations of clansmen to not be able to awaken it. The bright moon in the sky is not a real entity, but a projection of a divine ability. It possesses a mysterious power, and it is said that wherever the light of this bright moon shines, all the energy will be taken by the user of this strange divine ability, devoured and controlled at will. In this way, the clansmen of the greedy wolf clan who have this kind of bloodline ability are in an invincible position. He is like a real greedy wolf, able to replenish his energy endlessly in battle, greedily plundering all the energy under the bright moon, including his opponent." These words caused a wave of exclamations from the prisoners of war below. Even Yi Xian, who was high up in the sky, couldn't help but be moved when he heard this. To be able to continuously devour energy for his own use in battle was truly heaven-defying. However, he was only moved. If he were to say that he was envious, he definitely wasn't. Compared to his devouring clone, this divine ability was still a little lacking. The energy devoured by the devouring clone could be turned into his own cultivation and strength, and could be realized after refining it. However, from the analysis of the illusory moon in the sky, it was a projection of a divine ability. The energy it absorbed was most likely a one-time consumption attribute. Although it was not bad, it was not perfect and could not solve the fundamental problem. Moreover, it was still unknown whether this bright moon's power was as powerful as Gong Wu Xian had described it to be. As for the specific power, he would know once he tried it. Chapter 3688. Who asked you to make a real war chariot? If that's the case, there won't be enough time. How long will it take to build 7 war chariots? Hearing Mo Qigong's words, Yi Xian immediately rolled his eyes and woke him up. These 7 war chariots can only be shells, and they can't all be Black Spirit war chariots. I have to make one of the 4 war chariots in my hands, and you guys can do as you see fit with the other 3. Previously, even the 10 million troops of the Second Universe's Federation obediently paid the toll. In addition, I will stay here and wait for the myriad Luo Federation's Blue Fleet, the human race's universe battleship, and the technology faction's Immortal Dynasty's fleet to pass through before leaving. If nothing unexpected happens, the fleets of these 3 forces will also obediently pay the toll. After all, they rushed here for the good fortune of the source of all evil. Why would they bother with us here? At that time, even the fleets of these 3 forces will be like this. The rule of charging a toll in the demon domain will definitely spread. At that time, which small force would dare to take the lead? Wouldn't that be courting death? At this point, Yi Xian grinned, Of course, if one of the fleets of these three forces doesn't want to pay the toll, then that's fine. I'll use them as a sacrifice and the effect will be even better. In any case, among the 4 war chariots in my hands, after a few days of recovery, 2 of them have been restored again. With the power of one strike, it's enough to give them a painful blow. The 2 war chariots that Yi Xian was talking about were the Time Chariot and the Void Chariot. These 2 war chariots had been activated once in the previous battle. When the 10 million troops of the Second Universe's various races passed through, they had almost recovered. Moreover, for days had passed, so they had recovered just in time. In the end, the upper echelons of the demon royal family discussed for a while and agreed with Yi Xian's suggestion. The order to build 7 empty war chariots was quickly given, and it was believed that it would be completed within a few days. In any case, it was just an empty shell of a huge war chariot, and it didn't even need to be suitable for spiritual power transmission and transmission. During the process, it was very convenient to use special materials that had amplification effects to forge them. In the end, Grandpa Mo told Yi Xian that the dozen or so Star Lords of the Demonkin race would stay on the 3 stars of the Demon Emperor, but he would take the other 2 Star Lords to the root of all evil star zone. After all, even if the demon race did not participate in this battle, they could not completely stay out of it. Even if they went over to take a look, it was still necessary. He warned Yi Xian that when the time came, the 3 of them would change their identities and not show their faces as devil cultivators. However, when Yi Xian saw the 3 Star Lords together, he should know that it was them. Yi Xian nodded and said, "Similarly, when you see someone with 3 heads and 6 arms, that's me." These words once again caused the upper echelons of the devil cultivator royal family to be dumbstruck. They didn't know if he was joking or if he was serious. 3 heads and 6 arms? What the hell is this? Yi Xian's guess was correct. On the same day, the Demon Emperor planet received a message from the scouts in front. Battleships began to rush out of the large plane-level universe wormhole that connected to the third universe. The army of a certain force was rapidly gathering. In fact, the 3 observation fortresses from the third universe had already learned that the final target of the second universe's army was the root of all evil star zone 2 or 3 days before the demon race. These 3 10,000-meter-tall fortresses had been following behind the army of millions of soldiers from the various races of the second universe. The 3 major forces in the observation fortresses all had spies in the army of the second universe in front of them. However, the status of these spies in the various races of the second universe was not very high, at least not high enough to know in advance the final destination of this army of millions of soldiers. When they finally found out the news, the first universe secretly spread it out and was learned by the 3 observation fortresses that followed closely behind. The 3 observation fortresses made a prompt decision and did not continue to follow. This news must be reported to the third universe as soon as possible. Therefore they followed for a while and then returned. They activated the concealment array and passed through the Devil Cultivator star zone, entering the large plane-level universe wormhole at the front of the Devil Cultivator star zone. At this time, the army that was gathering outside the wormhole that connected to the third universe was the Blue Fleet of the Wanluo Federation. In fact, the fleets of the Wanluo Federation, the Tenju Heavenly Palace, and the Immortal Dynasty had all gathered at the other end of the wormhole before the army of millions of soldiers from the second universe passed through the Devil Cultivator star zone. They had no choice but to prepare for such a large-scale planar war. Now the matter was too big. Because of this, after confirming that the ultimate purpose of the army of the second universe's invasion of the first universe was not to fight with the Tianji clan as they had said before, but to seize some kind of great fortune in the root of all evil star zone, the fleets of the 3 great forces immediately mobilized. They decided to go to the first universe. Among them, the Blue Fleet was the official law enforcement fleet of the Wanluo Federation after all. Under the banner of holding the army of the second universe accountable, the Immortal Army of the Immortal Dynasty and the Star Battleship Army of the Tenju Heavenly Palace were courteously allowed to enter the wormhole first and rush over. After learning this news, the Demon Emperor Mo Wen Tian immediately ordered the 5 million battleships of the Devil Cultivator race to set off immediately and head to the outer defense line thousands of miles away from the Demon Emperor 3 stars. They cut off the main route to the central region of the first universe and waited patiently for the arrival of the Blue Fleet. A day later, Yi Xian received a notice that the 5 million battleships of the Blue Fleet had been assembled and were heading towards the Demon Emperor 3 stars along the main route to the central region of the first universe. They would arrive in half a day. He immediately left the Demon Emperor planet and rushed to the outer defense line of the Demon Emperor 3 stars. When he arrived in the void in front of the 5 million battleships, he waved his hand and summoned the 4 starry sky war chariots in his body. They lined up with the spirit war chariots that had been waiting there. The 5 war chariots once again stretched across the void. Half a day later, the Blue Fleet arrived. The person in charge of commanding the entire fleet in the flagship fortress was Long Huai, the leader of the Overwatch Council of the Federation. He could be considered Prince Xian's uncle. This time, the Blue Fleet had mobilized nearly half of its forces to denounce the army of the Second Universe. Therefore, as the leader of the Overwatch Council, Long Huai personally led the fleet. Chapter 3689. Old thing, are you crazy or are you still asleep? Why am I waiting here? You still haven't figured out the situation, right? Without waiting for Long Huai to finish speaking, Yi Xian, who was standing on the golden battle armor, rolled his eyes and mocked bluntly, "Don't pretend to be confused here. I don't care what kind of Federation Council you are from. This is the territory of the demons. No matter who it is, if you want to pass you have to pay. Oh. Stop talking about those useless things. If you can't take it out, then go home as soon as possible. Why are you pretending to be rich? Scram." As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, the Overwatch Council's Long Huai, who was in the flagship fortress of the Sunlan Fleet, was so angry that he spat out blood on the spot. His identity was extremely extraordinary. He was an important member of the royal family of the Immortal Dynasty, the eldest brother of the current Immortal Emperor, and the dignified Overwatch Council of the Wanluo Federation. Now he was actually robbed by a so-called royal brother of the demon race. Moreover, he was directly reprimanded as a pauper who pretended to be rich. He even told him to scram. This was simply intolerable. Why aren't you saying anything? You're dumbfounded now that I've seen through your dirty thoughts, aren't you? Humph, even the tens of millions of troops of the various races in the Second Universe obediently paid the toll. With your small fleet of 5 million troops you want to get through? Not to mention a door, you don't even have a window. Although Yi Xian did not see Long Huai's expression, he could roughly guess what was going on with his imagination. At this moment, his entire body was comfortable. He had long disliked that old thing. Previously, when Yi Xian returned to the Immortal Star for the first time, he had been kidnapped from the Star Dock to the Federation's Overwatch Council before he had even arrived. It was very difficult. This time he had finally avenged his great hatred. In front of countless experts, he ridiculed the dignified Overwatch Council's Overwatch Council. This feeling was extremely wonderful. It was so good that he was bubbling. Faced with his ridicule again, Long Huai wisely remained silent and did not respond. He frowned and began to think. If it were him, he would have immediately become enraged and annihilated the entire demon race. However, this time the Federation's Overwatch Council, in order to be able to rush to the source of all evil at the earliest possible moment, only the 5 million Sun Blue fleet that had been gathered at the other end of the wormhole had been personally led by him. On the opposite side, the demon camp fleet that cut off the main route to the central region of the First Universe also had a scale of 5 million battleships. In addition, there were also 5 Star Wars. Long Huai had personally witnessed the terrifying might of these 5 starry skies many times before this. He'd always been in the observation fort that the myriad Luo Federation had dispatched. In fact, under the deterrence of these 5 starry sky weapons, even the tens of millions of allied forces of the First Universe had no choice but to submit, pinch their noses and obediently pay the toll fee. He had seen it with his own eyes. It could be said that he was quite familiar with Mo Jinfeng's unruly nature. Normally it would have been fine. He could not lose face by wasting time here to fight him head-on. Behind him, the immortal army of the Eternal Dynasty and the Starry Sky Warship Legion of the Tenju Celestial Palaces would complete their assembly in a few days and arrive one after another. If there was a need, the Federation's Overwatch Council could send a follow-up fleet to the First Universe at any time. Even if the 5 starry skies in the hands of the demon race were at war, they were only a small race after all. There were only 6 to 7 million battleships of various types. They could be exhausted to death if they fought head-on. However, that was under normal circumstances. It was impossible now. Although Long Huai had come to the First Universe under the banner of the Federation's Overwatch Council questioning the allied forces of the Second Universe, in fact, his true purpose was to rush to the source of all evil and seize the good fortune there. He simply did not dare to imagine how shocking the benefits that could make all the races in the Second Universe be on such a large scale. At present, the allied forces of the Second Universe would be able to reach the source of all evil in about a week, but he had just arrived in the First Universe and was already too far behind. He really could not delay any longer. He was even unwilling to see the Immortal Army and the Starry Sky Warship Legion, which were one step behind him, catch up. The strength of the 2 enormous fleets was also extremely extraordinary. They both had the scale of 5 million battleships. It was fine if it was the immortal army. After all, he was also a higher-up of the dynasty. He would just share it with the higher-ups of the dynasty and the elders equally. If the Starry Sky Worship Legion of the Tenju Celestial Palaces caught up and the benefits fell into the hands of the cultivation camp, then he would really be unwilling. Thus, after weighing the pros and cons, Long Huai gritted his teeth and finally decided to be like the allied forces of the Second Universe. He would first endure. The important matter was more important. They wanted a toll fee, so he would just give them a sum of resources. The entire fleet brought a large amount of supplies. A sum of cultivation resources was quickly put into a small space box and sent to Long Huai. You go and do it. I don't feel at ease if someone else does it. Remember that Mo Chiufeng brat is crazy. Don't talk to him too much. Otherwise, he'll go crazy again if you don't agree with him and add more variables. As he spoke, Long Huai handed the small space box in his hand to his deputy beside him. It was the deputy director of the Federation's Overwatch Council, Hongdo Lifeng, and asked him to take a space fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters to pay the toll fee. After all, in order to maintain a safe distance, the two fleets were now more than 10 million kilometers apart in the cosmic void. Don't worry, Director. I will take care of this matter. No matter how unreasonable that brat is, I will just ignore him. Anyway, I'm just going over to pay the toll fee. Hongdo Liefeng's eyelids twitched, but he did not take this matter to heart. He continued indifferently, after handing over the small space box, I will return immediately. I will definitely not make any mistakes. Soon, a space fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters drove out from the Sunlon fleet. Then it performed a space jump. After 2 or 3 flashes, it arrived in the void that was only a few thousand kilometers away from the 5 space fortresses and stopped steadily. Hongdo Lifeng did not dare to bring his attendants. He stepped out of the fortress alone and crossed the void with his physical body. He arrived 100 kilometers in front of Yi Xian. Then he waved his hand and threw the small space box at Yi Xian. Without saying anything, he turned around and returned the way he came. At this moment, his eyelids suddenly twitched wildly. He had a bad feeling and did not dare to delay any longer. Seeing this, Long Huai, who was in the main flagship fortress in the distance, nodded. Soon Yi Xian reached out to take the small space box and used his divine sense to investigate. Compared to the Second Universe's alliance army, this Long Huai was really stingy. Coincidentally, when he saw that the person who came was his old enemy Hongdo Lifeng, he could not hold it in anymore. Since the other party had given him a chance, there was no reason not to make good use of it. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian's expression immediately darkened. He raised his hand and smashed the small space box in his hand into the cosmic void opposite him. He roared angrily, F***CK, are you trying to send a beggar away? Since you guys are so insensible, I've changed my mind. The toll fee will be charged according to the number of fleets. Chapter 3690. As a punishment, the guy who came just now can forget about leaving. War of Time. Blast him. Following Yi Xian's roar, the War of Time under his feet instantly activated. Yi Xian had no intention of letting Hongdo Lifeng return alive, including the 100,000-meter-long fortress that sent him here. On one hand, he deliberately let the War of Time be activated again, proving once again that the War of Time in the hands of the demon race was not an existence that would be cooled down for a long time after one use. This was to lay the foundation for his departure soon. On the other hand, it was to set a warning for the fleets of the immortal dynasties and the Tenju celestial palaces that would arrive in the next few days. With the Second Universe's tens of millions of troops, as well as the powerful Federal Overwatch Council, these two behemoths had first suffered at the hands of the demon race in the Starry Sky War. Any subsequent forces that came would not be so unlucky. All of them would obediently pay the toll fee. Of course, this so-called toll fee originally had no standards. There were rules but no standards. This was obviously not right. Yi Xian took advantage of this opportunity to set the standards. All fleets that passed had to leave behind 1% of their battleships or equivalent cultivation resources. Take the Sunlon fleet in front of them as an example. 5 million battleships. 1% was 50,000 battleships or equivalent resources. This was definitely a huge war windfall. With a few more large fleets of ships, the demon race would make a huge profit. It made sense to make a windfall in troubled times. At the same time, this standard was set in anger by the demon race's royal brother, Mo Chiufeng, because of the Sunlon fleet. This was no different from helping the Sunlon fleet and Long Huai draw hatred. It was likely that all the forces that paid the high toll fee in the future would secretly hate him. In short, one should not underestimate Yi Xian's simple roar. The effect and benefits were killing many birds with one stone. It was really too worth it. Of course, just exterminating Hongdo's Lai Feng and sending him over with a diameter of 100,000 meters wasn't worth the full force of the Time War. Therefore, as Yi Xian roared, he gave the order to the Chengkuan slime that was overseeing the Time War beneath his feet. However, don't use all of your strength. Just use a small amount of the war horn's power. Even so, the scene after the activation of the Battle of Time was still extremely shocking. In an instant, countless experts from both sides were all stunned. Buzz. As an extremely soft buzzing sound rang out, a circle of formless ripples instantly spread out from the Cosmos Slime's body, entering the four walls of the core beehive node. Following the pipes connected to the outer walls, the ripples were instantly transmitted to the thousands of beehive nodes of the Time War Zone. At this moment, the tens of millions of golden slimes in all the beehive nodes trembled at the same time. The long golden thread under their abdomen blossomed with a dazzling radiance. Then their entire bodies shone with golden light. Layers of golden screens overlapped with each other and converged together. In the end, the light gold turned into a rich golden color. As if it had a spirit, it rushed into the four walls of the beehive nodes and followed the pipes of the outer walls back. From all directions it surged towards the core beehive node. All of this was completed in an instant. In the end, the dense golden light gathered from thousands of beehive nodes all converged and entered the core beehive node. The core beehive node in the central region of the ninth ring inside the huge mouth of the Zhanla suddenly lit up and completely turned into a golden light. The world. At the same time, waves of golden ripples spread out along the war horn like tides. In front of the huge horn, they evolved into a golden fan-shaped ripple and rapidly expanded forward. The first wave represented the power of tens of thousands of years of time. It turned into a huge golden fan shape and pushed forward mercilessly. Save me! No. At this moment, Hongdo Lai Feng, who had turned around, finally understood why his eyelids kept twitching. It turned out that this simple matter of giving him a toll fee was actually a great calamity to him. A life and death calamity that seemed to have no vitality at all. Now he was extremely regretful and his intestines were green. If he had known that the guy behind him was crazy, he would have accepted this task with such certainty. He really died too unjustly. Unfortunately, this realization came too late. Just as he screamed in horror, the fan-shaped golden tide of time behind him, representing the power of 10,000 years of time, had already arrived. It instantly drowned his body. The power of 10,000 years of time was instantly added to his body. With Hongdo Liefeng's cultivation strength, he couldn't withstand it at all. His flesh and blood were instantly peeled off and turned into white bones. In the end, even the white bones decayed and turned into flying ashes. In the still flowing golden tide of time, they were completely annihilated. In the next moment, the fan-shaped golden tide of time covered the 100,000 meters in diameter starry sky fortress that had sent him here. Boom! There was a deafening boom, but there was no explosion. The starry fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters crumbled in the blink of an eye. Its dragon bones crumbled, and it turned into a pile of crumbled alloy garbage floating in the void. A Star Lord might have been able to withstand the passage of 10,000 years of time, but it was completely different for the cold, lifeless warships. The entire fortress had been disintegrated after only one wave of time. All of this happened too quickly. In less than a breath of time, when the first fan-shaped golden tide of time faded away, the Hongdo Lai Feng had completely vanished. That 100,000-meter wide interstellar fortress had also turned into a pile of cosmic garbage. One wave of time was enough to solve everything. However, that was the only wave. 10,000 years of time was enough to finish off the target. Naturally, there was no need for a second wave. However, when the Battle of Time killed the Star Lord from the colorful Python clan in the second universe, 3 golden tides of time were unleashed. It meant that the Battle of Time could at least trigger 2 more golden tides of time of the same power. In fact, that was indeed the case. Yi Xian purposely only sent out one wave because he wanted to tell the other fleets that even if the power of the Starry Sky battle armor had a cooldown period, at the very least, the battle armor of time hadn't been fully activated and could be activated again at any time. As for the other battle of time, it was needless to say, they hadn't used them yet after such a long rest. Chapter 3691. In the end, Long Huai held back his fury and handed over 25,000 battleships, fortresses, and a large number of resources of the same value. He was only able to pass the deal after that. He led the Senlon fleet through the main channel of the first universe to the source of all evil with a gloomy face. This time he was really angry, but at the same time he was also frightened. He had witnessed the terrifying power of the Time War Talisman twice in a row, and both times the target had been destroyed. The first time, a total of 3 waves of golden tides were triggered. The first wave was 10,000 years and the third wave was 30,000 years. In the end, even the Star Lord of the Second Universe's colored Python clan could not withstand it. In just 3 breaths, only half of his bones were left. The second time, a single golden tide in the shape of a fan was enough to completely destroy Hongdu's Lai Feng and the fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters. It was definitely not a coincidence that both times were exactly the same. He thought of the other blood-colored Weeping Soul War Talisman, which had been activated twice. The first time it could only destroy the souls of those below the Genesis realm, and the second time, not even a single Genesis realm expert could escape. The first time it was obvious that it had been holding back. Therefore, Long Huai strongly suspected that the Golden Time War Talisman was probably hiding its strength the same way. 3 golden tides couldn't have been its limit. It would be horrifying if it could trigger 5 or even 6 waves in a row. Instantly killing Star Lords would be child's play. Even a Region Lord would be severely injured if not killed. Long Huai was shocked by such speculations, just like when he heard that Linghu's fortress was full of antimatter death ray cannons. He couldn't believe it. Previously, young Master Linghu had mastered the shocking starry sky black technology, but he had been banished to the turbulent void, which was a pity. But now, the demon race also had the equally powerful starry sky black technology in their hands. For Long Kuei, he had suffered a great loss this time. He was humiliated, but he was secretly overjoyed. He had already decided that after settling the matter of the source of all evil star field and returning to the headquarters of the Federation, he would definitely do his best to accomplish one thing, and that was to send troops to the demon race in the first universe at all costs. Moreover, the commander-in-chief had to be in his hands. Only this kind of terrifying black technology of the Great War of the Starry Sky could not fall into the hands of outsiders. With such expectations and a belly full of resentment, Long Huai led the Sun Blue Fleet and quickly left the Devil Dweller Star region, heading swiftly in the direction of the First Universe's central region. At the same time, the immortal army of the Immortal Dynasty was gathering outside the large wormhole connected to the Third Universe at the front of the Demonkin starfield. 2 days later, an immortal army of the same scale of 5 million warships headed towards the Demonkin starfield. The one leading this immortal army was the Imperial Dynasty's Imperial Residence Elder Long Ziwen. Previously, when this old fellow was overseeing the Death Starfield's Elder Sioux City, he had a dispute with Yi Xian. This time, when Yi Xian found out that the commander of this immortal army was him, he immediately sneered. Although he had the identity of Prince Xian after all, and it was not good for him to attack the immortal army, he could still make things difficult for this old fellow. At this moment, the 3 million warships sent by the demon race had already cut off the main starry sky route from the Demonkin starfield to the First Universe's central region. And in front of the 3 million warships, there were no longer 5 warships but 8 warships. In the morning, another 3 warships arrived from the Demon Emperor planet behind them. At this moment they were mixed in between the 5 real warships. That's right, these 3 new warships were fake. They only had shells and power systems that could travel in the starry sky. However, the thousands of node beehives were simply empty shells, and the transmission pipes were also fake. However, the surface of the 3 warships was all painted with a camouflage coating. No matter if one scanned with spiritual power, divine sense or technology, they could not find any problems. The 3 fake warships were the fake Golden Time warship, the Blood Red Weeping Soul warship, and the Grey Void warship. As for the other 4 fake warships, they were still working overtime on the Demon Emperor planet to build them. At this moment, the 5 million warships of the dynasty stopped in the void more than 10 million miles in front of the outer defense line of the Demon Emperor 3 stars. Seeing the 8 warships lined up in a row across the void, the face of Imperial Elder Long Ziwen turned green. He sucked in a cold breath. This scared me to death. The demon race actually has 8 warships? What that brat Mo Jinfeng said 2 days ago was actually true. Although this immortal army had only finished gathering and arrived here 2 days later, when the Sun Blue Fleet led by Long Huai had finished gathering and set off from the vicinity of the wormhole 3 days ago, the flagship fortress of Imperial Elder Long Ziwen had actually already passed through the wormhole and was near the wormhole. It was waiting for the follow-up fleet to assemble in the void. The same was true for the flagship of the 5 million warship army that represented the human cultivation camp. The overall commander in charge of the warship army of the cultivation camp was also Gong Xingtian, the vice palace master of Diju Palace, who was in charge of the observation fortress. 2 days ago when the Sun Blue Fleet set off, Long Ziwen and Gong Xingtian both sent a scout fortress and activated the concealment array to follow behind them. Therefore they knew everything that happened 2 days ago. After the news was sent back, Long Ziwen did not take it seriously. He thought that Mo Jinfeng was just boasting, but now he had a deeper understanding of his craziness. The tragic death of Hongdo Laifeng made him very vigilant. He had already secretly decided that he absolutely could not provoke this guy to go crazy. Yes. It was only 1% of the toll fee. It was only 50,000 warships or equivalent resources. It was not like the Immortal Dynasty could not afford it. There was no need to create more problems. Besides, the Sung Blue Fleet did not want to pay this toll fee. What was the result? After jumping around for a while, didn't they pay it in the end? They also lost a large fortress and a general. Most importantly, they lost a lot of face. Because of this, Long Ziwen had already made a decision before the immortal army under his command was fully assembled. It was only 50,000 warships. He would pay this toll fee without hesitation. The key was that he could not provoke that madman Mo Jinfeng. He had already made this decision. At this moment, when he saw that the demon race really had 8 warships, and among the 3 extra warships, 2 of them were the most terrifying blood-colored Weeping Soul warship and the Golden Time warship. Chapter 3692. Yi Xian was already thinking about how to make things difficult for Long Ziwen, but he didn't expect the other party to be so cowardly. Before he could shout, 25,000 battleships had already arrived. After approaching, they threw down the battleships. A large number of Dynasty's immortal army experts were inside, but they didn't say a word. Riding on a large number of small ships, they returned home. After receiving it, there was a large amount of various resources inside. The total value was exactly equivalent to 25,000 battleships of various types. Very obedient, there was no need for him to shout. Such a result made Devil Emperor Mo Wen Tian, Imperial Uncle Mo Qigong, and the others beam with joy. In just 2 days they had obtained 50,000 battleships of various types, fortresses and strongholds, as well as an equivalent amount of various resources. The key was that they didn't spend a single soldier. Last time there were more or less some twists and turns, but this time they didn't even have to shout a word and they got the things in their hands. It was simply too good. They seemed to have vaguely seen the day when the entire devil race was overflowing with oil. Blocking the road and robbing was indeed extraordinary. This was definitely a supreme way to make a fortune. On this side, the higher-ups of the devil race were overjoyed, but Yi Xian was very depressed. He had already suppressed a stomach full of evil tricks, and had already thought about how to make things difficult for Long Ziwen. He didn't expect this old guy to be so cowardly. It was simply disappointing. However, this was also good, at least it set a good example for the Tenju Heavenly Palace and the other fleets of large and small forces behind, playing a good role. Even the immortal army of the Immortal Dynasty didn't say anything and obediently paid the toll. What else did they have to be reluctant about? If nothing unexpected happened, the subsequent toll would most likely be collected smoothly. The higher-ups of the devil race seemed to have seen this scene, and all of them were overjoyed. Soon Yi Xian waved his hand and made the 3 million devil race fleet behind him give way to the Starry Sky main route to the First Universe Central region. Although he was unhappy that he let Long Ziwen leave so easily, Long Ziwen had already paid the toll according to the rules and the standard he had set. Under these circumstances, if Yi Xian continued to make things difficult for them, then they would be breaking the rules and losing their integrity. If that happened, they would not be able to collect the toll fees in the future, which would add to their troubles. For the sake of the overall situation, he could only suppress the depression in his heart for the time being. Anyway, there would be plenty of opportunities to find fault with that old man Long Ziwen later. Don't forget, after this matter in the demon domain came to an end, Yi Xian still had to rush to the source of all evil domain. In that star area he would appear as the ancient demon ape, an indigenous space beast in the core area of the source of all evil. At that time, if he wanted to trouble Long Ziwen, he wouldn't feel any pressure at all. Soon, the immortal army of 5 million battleships led by Long Ziwen passed through the Starry Sky main route of the First Universe Central region of the Demon Domain and gradually went further away, rushing to the source of all evil near the Central region. However, Yi Xian didn't leave just like that. Although the allied forces of the Second Universe and the Blue Fleet of the Wan Luo Federation, as well as the immortal army of the human race's science and technology camp had already passed by, there was still another super force behind them. It was the Tenju Heavenly Palace of the human race's cultivation camp. Right now they were gathering at the front of the demon domain. The Tenju Heavenly Palace of the human race's cultivation camp was not to be trifled with. The supreme overlord of the cultivation camp had influence over half of the third universe, representing half of the entire human race's strength. They were also arrogant. The Starry Sky battleship army they had gathered was also 5 million battleships. They were extremely powerful, and their ambition and vision were relatively high. They were definitely a thorn in the side. When they encountered such a situation where they were blocked and robbed, they might not really give in and obediently pay the toll like that old coward Long Ziwen. Toll fees. Therefore Yi Xian had to stay here and wait for the arrival of the Starry Sky battleship army of the Tenju Heavenly Palace. When this 5 million battleship army also sailed through the demon domain, he could basically put away the 4 battleships under his command and immediately set off for the source of all evil in the central region of the First Universe. Although there were bound to be fleets of other forces coming later, such as the 3 empires under the control of the human race's science and technology camp's immortal army of the Third Universe, or some other small sects and alliances of the cultivation camp and so on. However, these small forces were not enough to cause any big waves. The few big heads at the front did not dare to act rashly. They themselves would think twice. Unless they had a screw loose in their heads, they would not dare to challenge the demonic Qi race. In fact, these small forces and sects might not even be able to gather a 5 million battleship army. Most of them were just a few million battleships. With this scale, the demon domain didn't need to rely on the terrifying power of the Starry Sky battleships to deter them. Just the 3 million battleship army behind the battleships was enough to make them obediently pay the toll fees. Soon, another 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. After the immortal army of the dynasty, the 5 million Starry Sky battleship army of the human cultivation camp finally finished gathering near the wormhole at the front of the demon domain. They immediately set off for the demon domain. The Starry Sky battleships of the human cultivation camp were slightly different from the ordinary technological battleships. They came in all kinds of shapes and sizes. Basically, they were more focused on the refinement of cultivation equipment rather than technological power. However, in general, Starry Sky battleships and technological battleships of the same size were about the same in terms of comprehensive combat power. At this time, this 5 million Starry Sky battleship army made up of all kinds of strange-looking Starry Sky battleships set off from the wormhole domain and stopped in the void more than 10 million kilometers away from the Demon Emperor 3 Stars defense line. The commander of this Starry Sky battleship army, the Vice Palace Master of the Tenju Heavenly Palace, Gong Xingtian, already knew everything that had happened before. Originally, he was not very willing to pay 1% of the Starry Sky battleships or other resources of the same value. However, the previous precedents were right there, so he couldn't be conflicted. In the end, after Yi Xian shouted a few words, 25,000 Starry Sky battleships of all kinds and a batch of resources of the same value were sent over and stopped in the void near the Demon Emperor 3 Stars defense line. Yi Xian didn't make things difficult for these guys and immediately let them go. After the entire Starry Sky battleship army passed through the demon domain and went far away, Yi Xian came to the 25,000 Starry Sky battleships in front of him and looked at them with interest. Chapter 3693. The root of all evil was a planar-level space danger zone. In the first universe, it was known as the most dangerous place under the stars. The high-level commanders of the allied forces of the second universe had long been mentally prepared for its level of danger. They'd even found out about the basic situation of this star region, and they knew that all signals sent out by the supercomputers wouldn't be able to be transmitted once they entered this star region. At this moment, the 10 million strong army of the various clans of the second universe had set up camp in the surrounding space outside the root of all evil. An army of over 10 million battleships stretched across the boundless space, and it was impossible to see the end of it. The higher-ups of the various clans were holding a meeting through the communication system of their respective flagship fortresses. The ones who presided over the meeting were still the 2 region lords who resided in the fleet, the Blood WRM clan's elder Jiao Kong and the Colored Python clan's elder Du Jiding. The root of all evil is extremely vast, and it's divided into the core, the outer region, and the buffer zone between these 2 regions. These 3 regions. The Colored Python clan's elder Du Jiding was explaining the situation of the root of all evil to all the other star lords and universe lords. There are only countless spatial rifts of various sizes in the outer region, and besides the spatial rifts in the buffer zone, some powerful ferocious beasts that are extremely rare in the outer universe have started to appear. As for the inner region, the ferocious beasts are even more powerful, and there are also some unknown dangers. It can be said that each of the 3 regions is more dangerous than the last. The scale of the 10 million battleships is enormous, and it's impossible for all of them to enter the root of all evil at the same time. Moreover, even the outer region of the star region is cut off from the outside world. The solution to this problem is for the two clans to send two fleets to guard the border between the two regions. They'll go and solve this problem. As for the communication between the battleships after entering the root of all evil, the communication between the battleships isn't affected. However, if special circumstances arise, the higher-ups of the various fleets can communicate with each other through their minds, and they can solve the problem. The biggest problem that's troubling us is the spatial rifts. There are no local ferocious beasts in the periphery, but there are a lot of mobile space rifts. An army of 10 million is too large. We have to build a safe and stable space channel. The plan will be carried out in 2 steps. First of all, the voracious wolf clan will send a fleet to explore the outer area of the origin of all evil and determine the best location to build a stable channel. Then all the fortresses of the other clans will move together and activate the space closing device. They will slowly push forward and open a stable and safe channel to enter. The diameter of this passage is set to be around 1,000,000 kilometers. After all the other fleets enter, they must leave behind 1,000,000 ships to guard it, because there will definitely be fleets from other forces coming. Why should we allow them to enter freely when we opened up a stable passage? After that, the meeting ended. The greedy wolf race sent an exploration fleet consisting of 100 small fortresses, led by the race's universe master, Lang Feng, and rushed into the outer region of the root of all evil star region. Chila. As the exploration fleet entered the outer region of the root of all evil star region, their line of sight instantly darkened. The light source dimmed, and their visibility was reduced by more than half. At the same time, a very ear-piercing sound burst out. A huge void rift appeared in front of a small fortress and it was still moving. The huge void rift was like a black saber, and it was slashing towards the small fortress's hull. This scene was too dangerous. The spatial rift was simply unstoppable. If one was hit by this spatial rift, they would definitely be split in two. Even if it was a small fortress, under such a heavy blow, it could not be used in a short period of time. Seeing this scene, the hair on Lang Feng's back stood up and his eyes widened. He was completely stunned. Although he had been mentally prepared after the previous meeting, he was still shocked by the scene in front of him at this moment. How was this a normal cosmic void? It was like a broken bag full of holes. Countless spatial rifts of different sizes were densely packed in the void, and 1 or 2 would appear every once in a while. Those spatial rifts were obviously not fixed. They were slowly moving in some unknown pattern. Fortunately, they were not moving very fast, or this place would become a forbidden space that could not be stepped into. Even the old monsters beyond the universe state would have a hard time coming here. At this moment, the 100 small fortresses that had just entered the outer region were hovering in the void. They seemed to be safe, but in fact they were not. Whether they moved forward, backward, up, or down, they would soon encounter other spatial rifts of different sizes. Even if they stayed there without moving, they would not be able to do so. That was because the spatial rifts in the void were slowly moving. Even if the corner of the void where a small fortress was located was safe for now, some spatial rifts would definitely move there after a long time. At that time, if they did not avoid them, they would only end up being cut in half. It was simply terrifying. No wonder it can be called a planar level space danger zone. This is clearly a void turbulence zone. The entire star field is like this, full of large and small cracks, and they are still moving slowly. This is simply a star field level killing field. Any existence or matter that enters it, if they are not careful, they will be killed. They will be crushed to death. Lang Feng muttered to himself in a daze. After a long time he came back to his senses. After pondering for a while, he issued orders to the other small exploration fortresses around him. All the ships spread out and maintained contact with each other. They advanced slowly all the way to complete this exploration mission as soon as possible and find a stable connection. The best location for the Tao, 1 day later, of the 100 small fortresses, there were only 87 left. However, they also spread out their lines of defense and slowly pushed all the way to the deepest part of the outer region. After crossing the front line, they would enter the central region buffer zone of the root of all evil star field. The order of the 2 old monsters was that after the exploration fleet reached here, they would enter the central region buffer zone and investigate the situation here before immediately retreating. Lang Feng was anxious to complete the mission, so he did not hesitate and immediately issued an order. All the remaining 87 small fortresses entered the buffer zone. Regardless of whether there was danger or not, they would stay for a short while and collect some images and data before immediately retreating, leaving the root of all evil star field. In the next moment, the visibility in his line of sight dimmed again. Immediately after, Lang Feng saw a scene that shocked him. As far as the eye could see, there were insects everywhere, densely packed insects. Chapter 3694. There were too many insects in their line of sight. Lang Feng and all the greedy wolf clan masters in the exploration team were stunned on the spot. Although their numbers were not enough to fill up the entire void to the point where there was no space for battleships to enter, their density was truly astonishing. In the entire buffer zone of the central region, there were not many large empty voids in the area where the insects were distributed. These insects were of different sizes. The small ones were hundreds of meters long, while the big ones were thousands of meters long. They were all beetles with hard shells, not soft-bodied reptiles. Its entire body was black, and its carapace was covered with a glossy luster. At first glance it was obvious that it must be extremely hard. Moreover, its limbs and body had sharp barbs as well as limb blades and so on. It belonged to the type of beetle that must have a very powerful combat strength. As for the aura, most of the black beetles were below the 8th realm, the black hole realm, but a few of them were above the black hole realm. Lang Feng's consciousness even caught a few black beetles in the 12th realm, the void realm, which were stronger than ordinary starry sky masters. This was a world of the insect race. Any human expert, even a universe realm master in the 15th realm, had to be careful. This was because this was only the edge of the buffer zone. If they entered the inner area or even the depths of the entire root of all evil, there would be even more terrifying black beetles. There might even be universe realm insect kings and insect emperors. Fortunately, these black beetles did not seem to be very violent and aggressive. They should belong to a kind of insect race in the universe that was relatively inert. Otherwise, any creature that entered the root of all evil would have to face the beginning of a nightmare. In addition, all the insects basically did not move at all. Even if they moved, they only wandered around in a small area nearby. The dense and strange sound made people's scalp tingle. It was not the sound of eating or grinding teeth. Their limbs were crawling in the void and making some noise when they touched some cosmic dust. This meant that they did not have a high requirement for food, which happened to fit the characteristics of this kind of inert beetle. Damn the source of all evil, there are so many black beetles in the buffer zone of the central region. Although they are not very powerful, their numbers are too terrifying. I can't imagine what it will be like in the core region if I go further in. Linley muttered to himself. Muttering to himself, Lang Feng waved his hand and ordered, "Evacuate immediately. Our exploration mission has been completed. Now, the construction of a stable channel has nothing to do with us." During the evacuation, the exploration fleet sped up and rushed out of the outer area of the root of all evil in less than half a day. Then, Lang Yen reported the results of the exploration to the fleet commander and confirmed the best location to build a stable passage. The Spacemen device was different from the Space Oscillator device. It was more technologically advanced. The Space Oscillator was just a simple space oscillation effect. The greater the power, the wider the space it affected. Even a 3,000-meter fleet of regular stellar-level warships could be equipped with a small power oscillator. However, the space-mending device required a small stronghold with a diameter of at least 50,000 meters to be equipped, which showed how high the level of the device was. This kind of device was originally created to repair some extremely unstable starfield voids in the universe, or some man-made small black holes. With a large number of space-healing devices working together, even a small black hole could be slowly mended and gradually closed. The small star hole that Yi Xian had created around the Heavenly River Star in the Burial Star region was then slowly repaired by a fleet sent by the upper echelons to activate the space-healing device on the ship with a large number of strongholds. Otherwise, if it continued to expand, it would eventually devour a large part of the universe and fall into an irrecoverable situation. The reason why small and large strongholds were equipped with this kind of space-healing device was that in the process of interstellar travel, the fleet sometimes had to pass through some dangerous areas with void rifts. In such a situation, if the area of the rift was not large and there was not much time, there was no need to take the risk and rush in. They could activate the space-healing device to repair some void rifts and build a stable safe passage, then continue to move forward. Right now, this was exactly what the Allied forces of the Second Universe were doing. The entire army had more than 10 million battleships of various types. Although only the small strongholds with a diameter of 50,000 meters and the large strongholds with a diameter of 100,000 meters were equipped with the space-healing device, the total number of these strongholds was close to 1 million, even though it was not yet 1 million. The nearly 1 million strongholds were arranged in several rows in a section of void with a diameter of 1 million miles. They were arranged in a high density and slowly moved into the domain of the source of all evil, leading the army of 10 million behind them to push forward. It could be seen that in front of these nearly 1 million strongholds, the void was trembling at an extremely high frequency. As the trembling continued, The spatial rifts of various sizes that were originally scattered throughout the void of the Milky Way began to close at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although the nearly 1 million strongholds were moving slowly, they did not stop and continued to move forward. Void rifts could be seen in front of them from time to time, but as long as they were moving through the void, the path behind them was smooth and all the space rifts disappeared. This kind of small space rift did not consume much time and energy to repair. Behind the nearly 1 million strongholds, the tens of millions of battleships of various types easily entered. They no longer had to worry about the space rifts. In just half a day, this huge fleet of battleships had reached a total of more than 10 million. Except for the 1 million army composed of the Blood Flood Dragon clan, the Cyan Rock clan, and the Battle Lion clan, which stayed outside the domain of the source of all evil to guard the entrance of the passage, the rest of the battleships were left behind. All the battleships had entered the peripheral area of this star field. Another day passed, and a smooth passage with a diameter of 1 million miles from the entrance of the peripheral area to the boundary of the buffer zone in the depths, was finally completed. In this area with a diameter of 1 million miles, not even a single void rift could be seen. This corner of the peripheral area of the source of all evil, a planar level star field, had been completely transformed into a smooth passage. This was simply a miracle, but if it were not for the army of 10 million battleships or the army of 1 million strongholds, it would not have been possible to complete this task. In front of them was the boundary between the buffer zone and the peripheral area of the source of all evil star field. Chapter 3695. Rumble, Boom, Show. The sound of explosions rang out in an instant, accompanied by the sharp sound of the energy light beams of the battleship cannons shooting out. They were as dense as rain, echoing endlessly in this void space. The 10 million battleship army of the Second Universe's various races had crossed the boundary between the outer area of the source of all evil star region and the buffer zone of the central region, entering this buffer zone filled with countless black beetles. In front of them were still the nearly 1 million large and small fortresses. They were still using the space compaction device, divided into several rows, spreading out on the star path with a diameter of 1 million miles, slowly advancing forward. While repairing and healing the void cracks in front of them, these nearly 1 million large and small fortresses also attacked from time to time, shooting out energy light beams of battleship cannons, sweeping away the black beetles in the void space ahead. Following closely behind these nearly 1 million large and small fortresses, the army of 10 million large and small troops fired indiscriminately. Countless cannon muzzles pointed at the left and right sides of this million-mile-wide path from different angles. Screech! Screech! The countless black beetles that were hibernating in the void space instantly became restless. A large number of black beetles' huge bodies were blasted apart by the energy light beams of the battleship cannons, and milky white body fluids with a hint of green sputtered endlessly. This entire vast void space was filled with a foul stench. A foul smell turned into the limitless ghost prison. Although the number of black beetles in the buffer zone of the central region was terrifying and uncountable, their strength was still too weak after all. The strongest was only the 12th realm, the Void Realm. In the face of such an army of 10 million battleships, there was no resistance at all. The army advanced all the way, almost unhindered, and all the black beetles that could be seen along the way were all eliminated. This entire void space was filled with countless black beetle corpses, and insect body fluids sputtered from these broken corpses. It was extremely disgusting. A day later, when the entire army of 10 million approached the boundary between the buffer zone of the central region and the core hinterland of the source of all evil, a sudden change occurred. At this point there were very few black beetles, so the army of 10 million at the back had basically stopped attacking, and the void space had long quieted down. It was also at this time that a strange buzzing sound suddenly came from the void in front of them, which was originally extremely quiet with only a few faint and dense rustling sounds. It continued without end, similar to the feeling after the space oscillator was activated. Ripples appeared in the void, causing one's scalp to tighten inexplicably, and a bad feeling arose in the bottom of their hearts. As this sudden buzzing sound rang out, the few black beetles in the void ahead suddenly charged forward, crossing the dividing line and entering the core of the root of all evil. The same thing was happening in the void on both sides. It was as if something was happening in the central hinterland that attracted all the black beetles in the buffer zone of the central domain. Seeing this scene, the commander of the fleet, the Blood WRM clan's elder, Jiao Kong, immediately ordered, "Build the tunnel at full speed and end the last part of the void as soon as possible. After that, the entire army will advance into the core area." After the order was given, The nearly 1 million fortresses in the front immediately turned the power of the space oscillator to the maximum, and they advanced much faster. The boundary between the core hinterland and this buffer zone could already be seen in the distance. At this moment, the entire army was advancing at full speed. In just 4 hours, the nearly 1 million fortresses in front were the first to enter the core hinterland of the root of all evil. Then the army of 10 million followed closely behind. After entering the central hinterland, the number of void rifts decreased by more than half, and the black beetles that were densely packed had almost disappeared. Although the entire central hinterland was darker, it was much quieter and quieter. However, 1 or 2 strange auras that flashed by occasionally were clearly extremely powerful. They were at least at the 13th level of the Genesis realm or above. Even the auras of the 15th level of the Chenkuan realm were not rare. At this moment, in a void about 4,000 to 5,000 miles ahead, there was a continuous but not very noisy buzzing sound coming from it. Along with a series of buzzing sounds, there seemed to be 5 extremely powerful auras mixed within. The buzzing was clearly the unique biological frequency of the Black Beetle clan. Right now, the invisible biological frequency radiated from the void ahead. The large number of black beetles in the surrounding void suddenly changed their lazy nature and all crawled in the void, gradually squeezing together. In the blink of an eye, the sea of black beetles gradually began to wriggle forward, like waves in the ocean pushing forward. In the blink of an eye they had traveled hundreds of miles. That direction was exactly where the nest of the Star-Lord Black Beetle Mother was located. At the same time, some other kinds of star beasts also began to appear in the void in front of them. At first there were only 1 or 2 of them, but soon more and more space beasts appeared in the void. Judging from their auras, they were all above the 13th level of the Genesis realm. However, they were just small fries who didn't dare to get too close. They simply observed from afar. The space beasts that dared to approach were all at least in the 15th level of the cosmos state. After only an hour or so, Yi Xian had seen at least 100 of them. Among them was the inferior bloodhorn dragon that Yi Xian had seen the last time he came. The aura around its body had actually reached the late stage of the 15th great realm, the universe realm, and was incomparably powerful. Even the cosmos state beasts weren't the strongest among the local beasts. There were too many space beasts in different shapes and sizes, but all of them were extremely strong. In the distance to the right, there was clearly a star beast that looked somewhat similar to a Qilin, but was entirely green in color. It was rumbling toward them. The ferocious beast wasn't very large. It was only 1,000 meters long, smaller than most universe state ferocious beasts. It looked lazy as if it were sleeping in the void, but it was actually moving at a high speed. It was releasing the aura of a mid-star lord. On the other side of the void, a human-shaped beast appeared. It was 10,000 meters tall and had mouths all over its body. It was exactly the many-mouthed beast that Yi Xian had seen last time. It was also a star lord and was in the advanced phase. Chapter 3696. After passing through the boundary between the central region's buffer zone and the core of the origin of all evil and entering the core area, the allied army of the second universe immediately stopped at the inner side of the boundary. The scene that was occurring in the space 5 million kilometers ahead was truly too strange. Moreover, not only were there many types of native ferocious beasts in the core area, their cultivations were extremely formidable as well. It was even to the extent that there were a few dozen star lords and great figures in the universe. There were over 100 of them. Even in the entire allied army of the second universe that had 10 million battleships, there were only a few dozen star lords. Even though there were a few more great figures in the universe, there were only a few hundred of them. Even though such a high-level combat force seemed to have surpassed the group of native ferocious beasts that could be seen from afar, this was merely the edge of the core area, and the area that could be seen was merely a corner of the core area. So many great figures had appeared in just a corner of space, so it was obvious how terrifying the overall strength of the native ferocious beasts in the core area was. Even Jiao Kong and Du Jiding, who were region lords, didn't dare act rashly. So, they immediately gave the order for the entire fleet to stop temporarily and understand the situation up ahead. They wanted to see exactly what was happening there before making a decision. An army of 10 million battleships spread out on the inner side of the boundary, and they continued for a distance of 5 million kilometers. All of them lay dormant and didn't dare make any sudden movements. Inside the battleship, the elites from the various races of the second universe were even more nervous. This star area, the source of all evil, was indeed a planar danger zone. Along the way, everything they had seen had shocked them to the core. At this moment, only the few hundred almighty figures, a few dozen star lords, and the 2 region lords, Jiao Kong and Du Jiding, had released their consciousnesses and carefully extended their consciousnesses towards the expanse of space that was 5,000 kilometers ahead of them to investigate everything that was occurring there. In next to no time, all the great figures and Star Lords revealed shocked expressions. Even Jiao Kong and Du Jiding had a wisp of astonishment flash through their faces. The scene they saw from their investigation had really exceeded everyone's expectations. A bloody struggle between the higher-ups of the insect race was actually unfolding there. Outside of the nests where the insectoid queen resided, there were 5 powerful high-grade black beetles in 5 different directions in the void. Their cultivation bases were all at the peak of the universe realm level 9. This was originally nothing much, but at this moment, these 5 universe realm black beetle kings were clearly engaged in a bloody battle, devouring each other. The strange buzzing sound that had come from this core area had been emitted by these 5 black beetle kings. This was a special summoning signal of the black beetle race. Other than the black beetles that belonged to this race, the other ferocious beasts that lived in this core would also be summoned or invited to witness the birth of this race's new queen. That's right, this was a battle for supremacy. The black beetle queen from before had already fallen. The new queen would be born from the 5 black beetle kings with a cultivation base of Great Circle of Universe Realm 9. The battle between the 4 black beetle kings wasn't as simple as a winner. It was because the peak of the universe realm wasn't enough to become a queen. One had to reach the 16th level and become a Star Lord to be qualified. It was also because of this that this battle for supremacy was destined to be incomparably bloody. Because of this, the 5 black beetle kings with cultivation base at the pinnacle of universe rank 9 were fighting each other by devouring each other. There was only one outcome. The other 4 black beetle kings would be devoured. Their flesh and cultivation would be turned into resources for the final black beetle king, which would help it make a breakthrough and become a Star Lord. As for the birth of a new generation of Supreme Queen Mother, only then would it be considered the birth of a new generation of Supreme Queen Mother. That was how all the previous black beetle queens were born. It was a life and death ordeal for any black beetle king that participated in the battle. The battle was sacred for the entire black beetle race. Even the black beetle king that was devoured in the end would still be a hero of the race. Therefore, every time the black beetle race competed in such a bloody way to become the new queen of the black beetle race, the black beetle kings that participated in the battle would send out unique biological frequencies to summon their race and invite the ferocious beasts of other races that were also living in the central area. The experts would all come to watch the battle. That was why no ferocious beasts paid any attention to the arrival of the coalition army of the second universe. That included the 5 black beetle kings, who were already aware that they were massacring countless black beetles in the central region's buffer zone. As a matter of fact, such a large scale of invaders wouldn't have been allowed to enter the central area at all. All the local ferocious beasts that lived in the central area would have resisted them until they were driven away. However, at that moment all the local ferocious beasts except for the black beetle race had already noticed the enormous fleet of invaders, but none of them paid any attention to it for the time being. That was because the birth of the queen of any ferocious beast race in this galaxy was extremely sacred, especially the black beetle race. Because this race's reproductive ability was too shocking, and their numbers were terrifying, the central region's buffer zone outside the central area was left to countless low-level black beetle race to guard. Right now, the new queen of the black beetle race was about to be born, and the other local ferocious beasts had come to watch the battle out of respect. Naturally, they wouldn't act at such a time and start a massacre. That would be ignoring the queen of the race that was about to be born, and it was a great taboo in this galaxy. However, after the bloody battle of the queen of the bug race was over, other than the newly born black beetle queen, the other local ferocious beasts wouldn't just sit by and watch. All the ferocious beasts would charge toward the enormous fleet of invaders in the distant void. However, all this was only known to the local ferocious beasts. As for the powerhouses of the Second Universe's coalition army who were watching the battle of the queen of the bug race from a distance of more than 10 million miles in the void, they were completely unaware and didn't realize that a crisis was about to befall them. Just as the queen of the bug race was about to end. Screech. Screech. Chapter 3697. Screech. 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 4 frenzied howls filled the entire void, filled with joy and grief. They were happy because the 4 black beetle kings had devoured a king of their own and obtained a lot of flesh and blood, which had significantly improved their strength. They were very close to the Star Lord state at the moment. They could definitely be considered half a Star Lord. As for grief, it was because the one that had been devoured was one of their own kind. It was even possible that they had been good friends before the war. That was why the 4 surviving black beetle kings were grieving over its death. This kind of grief could not help but lament about the final outcome that they might face in the future. This was because among them, not long after, there would be 3 who would meet the same end. They would be devoured, and in the end, only one would remain and become the queen mother of the clan. The 4 black beetle kings whose power had soared fought again amidst the shrieks. They didn't even use any of the unique bloodline techniques of their kind, because it was completely unnecessary. In this kind of battle between queen mothers, it was destined that only one bug king would remain. As for the others, they couldn't just admit defeat. They had to die and be devoured. Therefore, the battle between the insect kings was a bloody brawl from the beginning to the end. Moreover, during such a brawl, one could occasionally see an insect king opening its mouth and devouring the flesh and blood of its companions. It was like raising a cup. Crack. Crack. 2 crisp sounds rang out as the 4 black beetle kings fought in pairs. 2 of them were careless and had one of their legs swallowed by the other. Gray-green body fluids splashed in the air. Amidst the clear chewing sounds that made one's scalp tingle, the 2 black beetle kings that had successfully bitten off a large chunk of their opponent's flesh instantly rushed out. They opened their wide mouths and extended their long red tongues, sucking in the grayish-green body fluids that splashed out from their opponent's body in the air. To them, these body fluids were extremely nutritious. In fact, even to the 2 injured black beetle kings, the grayish-green body fluid that splashed out from their bodies was extremely precious. Thus, an even more horrifying scene appeared. The 2 black beetle kings that were missing a part of their bodies actually rushed over after letting out a cry in unison. They fought over the grayish-green body fluid that had sputtered out of the void. The body fluid that had just gushed out from their bodies. Everything was for the sake of the clan's prosperity. In this kind of battle for supremacy among the queen mothers, any black beetle king would do their best. No matter how good their relationship was before the battle, they would not go easy. In the end, the clan would give birth to an unworthy queen mother. In order to prevent that from happening, the wounded black beetle kings could even devour their own flesh and blood and fight for the splashing gray and green body fluids. This scene shocked all the universe gods and star lords in the allied forces of the second universe. Even Jiao Kong and Du Jiding, the 2 old monsters who were domain lords, were a little moved. Among the large races of the second universe, the internal competition was also extremely tragic. These old monsters had seen too much and were already numb to it. Which of them hadn't stained their hands with the blood of their own race or even their peers? But all of that was really nothing when compared to the scene that was unfolding before his eyes. How many people would not hesitate to devour the flesh and blood that splashed from their own bodies in the midst of a battle for supremacy within their own race? Just for the sake of preserving their vitality and combat strength as much as possible so that this battle for supremacy would be as high as possible? Facing all of this, not only were the high-level experts of the second universe shocked, but even the large number of native ferocious beasts who were watching the battle in the void around the queen's nest gradually showed sorrow in their eyes. The aura emitted from their bodies became more and more dignified, cold, and iron-blooded. This coldness and iron-blooded was directed at the huge fleet of foreign invaders that was still watching in the distant void at this moment. For all the native ferocious beast clans that lived in this region of stars, they had always been lying dormant here for countless years, and they hadn't taken a single step out of the core of the root of all evil because the enormous netherworld furnace in the depths of this region of stars would occasionally emanate the aura of the source of their bloodlines. They were unwilling to leave and regarded this place as the source of their bloodline. In order to protect this place, every ferocious beast race didn't hesitate to use the cruelest methods to maintain the exuberant vitality and strong survival ability of their race. Only in this way could they guard this holy land and not be trampled by foreign forces. It could be said that the bloody battle for supremacy between the 5 universe realm insect kings of the black beetle race that was happening in front of them was actually the huge fleet of foreign invaders that was watching in the distant void not far away. This fleet might just be a representation of a crisis. But now they had appeared at this moment, when the black beetle race had no choice but to launch a fierce battle for supremacy within their race in order to survive and protect the source of their bloodline. Then, they were destined to bear the wrath of the entire black beetle race and all the other native ferocious beasts that had come to watch the ceremony. Screech! Screech! 2 incomparably shrill cries rang out, and the battle near the Mother Queen's nest star entered a new stage. Of the 4 black beetle kings that were fighting in pairs, 2 finally lost their lives, their heads eaten by their opponents and swallowed into their stomachs. Now, out of the 5 black beetle kings, only 2 were left. However, these 2 black beetle kings didn't immediately start killing each other. As if they had a tacit understanding, they tacitly stopped fighting for supremacy and focused on devouring the remains of their respective opponents after their deaths. Even if the Black Beetle Kings of the same size crazily devoured the corpses of the two gigantic Black Beetle Kings that were 10,000 feet tall, it was obvious that they couldn't completely devour them in a short time. This lasted for a few minutes, and in the end, the corpses of the two defeated Black Beetle Kings were completely devoured. As for the last two surviving Black Beetle Kings, because they had obtained such a plentiful supply of flesh and blood, the cultivation aura in their bodies rapidly rose at a speed visible to the naked eye. Rumble, boom. An incomparably majestic energy aura surged endlessly, and the void around the two Black Beetle Kings was stirred by this terrifying aura, causing a faint rumbling sound to be heard. Then, before all the powerhouses of the various races in the second universe and a large number of native ferocious beasts could recover from their shock, an even more powerful terrifying aura gushed out from the two Black Beetle Kings at the same time, which could be said to be as vast as the sea. The aura of a Star-Lord old monster. A new Black Beetle Queen was born. Chapter 3698. Hum. Hum. Strange buzzing sounds echoed. All the Black Beetles watching the battle around the Mother Queen's nest star were so excited that they started to tremble. They cheered excitedly. There was only one standard for the contest, which was that all the Black Beetle Kings would fight and devour each other until a Star-Lord Black Beetle Queen emerged. That Black Beetle Queen would be the new queen of the race. In the past Queen Mother Wars, new Queen Mothers were born, but there were also cases where the Black Beetle Kings that participated in the wars survived. More often than not, all the Black Beetle Kings were consumed, and only one Black Beetle Queen was left. Even when there was only one Black Beetle King left, the Queen hadn't been born yet, because the last Black Beetle King hadn't reached the Star-Lord state yet. However, a situation like this, where two Black Beetle Emperors appeared at the same time, had never happened before. To the entire race, it was no longer important which of the two Black Beetle Queens would become the new Queen Mother, or both of them at the same time. What mattered was that the bloody conflicts within the race, which they had always disliked, could finally be stopped, because two new Queens had been born. Screech. Screech. The two Black Beetle Queens raised their heads and roared at the same time. The pure aura of the Star-Lord state surged out of their bodies, but they weren't directed at each other. They were both moving towards the edge of the core heartland, where the coalition army of the second universe was. All the native beasts around the mother's nest also turned their heads and looked at them. The new queen of the Black Beetles had been born, and the contest was over. It was time to expel the invaders. Screech. The many-mouthed beast, which had a humanoid shape and was tens of thousands of feet tall with mouths all over its body, raised its head and let out a furious roar. Black mist gushed out from the wide mouths that covered its entire body, and it rushed over in a flash, covering a distance of more than 100 miles in a single step. Besides that, the indigenous ferocious beast that looked similar to a Qilin but was completely dark green followed closely behind. Blood-colored mist surged around its body, and lightning could faintly be seen exploding. Its aura was terrifying to the extreme as it charged over as well. Both of them were Star-Lords, and they weren't the only ones. There were dozens of native beasts with similar vibes. Behind the dozens of Star-Lords was a group of more than 100 grand experts. Among them, the 1,000 Zhonglong sub-blood dragon was in the lead and was roaring furiously. More than 100 universe grand cultivators and Star-Lords attacked at the same time. In the blink of an eye, they formed a magnificent pressure that covered the sky and the earth. Behind them were a large number of native beasts that were below the universe realm. They formed an army of beasts, rolling toward the millions of battleships of the allied forces of the second universe. All of this happened too suddenly. All the native ferocious beasts had been quietly watching the battle of the Black Beetle race's Queen Mother in the void a moment ago, but now they had all rushed over at the same time in the blink of an eye. Everyone was caught unprepared. The countless experts of the various fleets in the army were all shocked. His expression changed. Humph? You're asking to be killed? Counterattack immediately. They're just a few dozen Star-Lords. How dare they be so arrogant? They don't know what's good for them. Since the native beasts here aren't friendly, there's no need to hesitate. Kill them all. The two old monsters who were commanding the entire army expressed their stance as soon as possible. Their tone was extremely cold, without the slightest hint of panic. Just a few dozen Star-Lords weren't enough to make them take them seriously. Any single region lord was capable of crushing a few dozen Star-Lord realm old geezers by themselves. Besides, there were dozens of Star-Lords in the army of the second universe too. As for the universe realm experts, there were even more of them. This time, there were hundreds of universe realm experts following the army. They would be the backbone of the high-grade battle force. At this moment, all the universal experts and Star Lords had basically rushed out of their respective flagship fortresses. They roared and activated their bloodline, manifesting their bloodline true forms, and roared at the countless native beasts that were lunging at them from the opposite side of the void. At the same time, the 10 million warships that had set up a defensive perimeter rumbled in unison and fired their cannons, locking onto the native ferals that were lunging at them. Beams after beams of cannons blanketed the world as they rained down. There was no doubt that the scales of victory had already tilted towards the coalition army of the Second Universe before the battle even began. Both sides of the battle had almost the same number of Star Lords, but in terms of grand experts, the coalition army of the Second Universe had an advantage. Below the grand experts, the coalition army of the Second Universe had 10 million warships. Although the native beasts in the opposite void were also huge, it was impossible to fight against 10 million. It was obviously a joke to fight against an army of warships. Even the two old monsters of the domain lords who were overseeing the coalition army of 10 million didn't intend to make a move, because there was no need to do so at all. With just this level of power, there was no need for them to take action at all. A fierce battle soon appeared, and the void was dyed red with blood. The huge bodies of the indigenous ferocious beasts were either torn apart by the universe masters and Star Lords of the various races of the Second Universe, who had also revealed their bloodline true bodies, or by the cannons of the tens of thousands of battleships behind them. The energy beams were shattered. Furious roars, miserable howls, and screams resounded in the void. In the blood-stained world, countless energy beams of various sizes were intertwined with each other, rendering the strange scene of blood and fire extremely dazzling. The battle continued. Every minute and every second, native beasts bled and died. Similarly, there were casualties on the side of the coalition army of the Second Universe. There were even some old monsters of the Star Lords who rushed to the defense line formed by the 10 million warships and used their bloodline divine abilities. Often a huge energy claw slammed down. Immediately, a warship turned into a huge fireball that exploded. However, it wasn't of much use. The coalition army was too large. There were more than 10 million warships of all kinds. Even though some warships were damaged in the battle every moment or even completely destroyed, exploding into a huge fireball, they died together with the experts of the Second Universe inside the warships. They were reduced to ashes. However, it didn't affect the overall situation at all. The steel defense line formed by the 10 million warships was unshakable. It didn't shake at all. Chapter 3699. Thousands of warships were attacking, and countless cannons were bombarding each other. The devastation of this battle had never been seen before in history. Although the number of native ferocious beasts in the core of the origin of all evil was enormous, and after the great battle in the black armored mother star nest began, the native ferocious beasts from other directions also rushed over one after another. They had indeed organized several waves of attacks with astonishing might. In the meantime, the grand cultivators and Star Lords of various races in the Second Universe who had rushed out of their warships to fight were all forced to retreat. Later on, more than 20 grand cultivators and 4 Star Lords of various races had perished. However, in the end, the waves of attacks of the local ferocious beasts were all repelled by the bombardment of the Chen Kuan experts and the Star Lords in the front and the countless cannons of the warships behind. Not only had they been repelled, countless corpses had been left behind in that corner of the void. There were many native beasts, but they were no match for an army of 10 million warships. One of the 2 Black Beetle emperors that had just become emperors had already perished. The other one was heavily wounded and wouldn't be able to persist much longer. The advanced Star Lord humanoid monster, which was as large as a small planet, had one of its arms torn off by the 2 Star Lords of the Second Universe during the battle. Its other leg was then hit by an antimatter beam of light with a diameter of 30,000 meters. Fell. As for the unicorn, the beast that had been in the middle phase of the Star Lord state had already turned into a lifeless corpse. The lower half of its body had been completely blown apart. It was brutal. It couldn't have been more brutal. Such a fierce battle continued for another half a day. After a whole day and night, the edge of the root of all evil star field was finally cleared. The void was filled with the remains of the native beasts of this star field. They covered the sky and covered the earth, filling the line of sight. All of them had lost their life force and not a single one was still alive. As for the last Black Beetle Emperor and the advanced Star Lord humanoid monster, they retreated to the core area with the last surviving native beasts. There had been more than 10 million native beasts in that area, but only 1 million had escaped. Among them, there were no more than 20 experts and no more than 10 Star Lords. At the same time, the army of the Second Universe suffered a lot of losses too. Thousands of warships exploded into fireballs and were completely annihilated. Some of the experts and Star Lords had perished too. It was safe to say that all the races of the Second Universe had suffered a great loss in that battle. Every expert and Star Lord was a precious treasure for any race. However, all the sacrifices were worth it for the sake of the good fortune in the source of all evil. It was also at this moment that when the core hinterland was completely wiped out, the cold and emotionless voices of the two domain lord old monsters, Jiao Kong and Du Jiding, rang out at the right time. Let's regroup and move on. Our final destination is the deepest part of the core area up ahead. It's not far away. Hearing these words, the countless experts in the entire Second Universe's 10 million battleships trembled violently, and a fanatical expression appeared on their faces. Regarding this time, the higher-ups of various races in the Second Universe suddenly issued a war order to invade the First Universe. In the entire army except for the existence of Universe God, no one knew why. It was only when the army arrived at the root of all evil star domain that the middle and low-level experts of various races vaguely realized the true purpose of this expedition. It was probably not as simple as a crusade against the Heaven's Legacy race. Otherwise, they would not have gone to Heaven's Legacy City, but instead to the Heaven's Legacy star domain, which was known as the First Universe's most dangerous star domain. Why would the source of all evil come here? When the army advanced all the way to the core area of the source of all evil and saw the countless powerful native beasts in that area, they basically understood the reason. There had to be some benefits in the depths of that area that could tempt the core leaders of the Second Universe. They were willing to launch a plane-level space war just to get what they wanted. However, it was just a guess after all. Nobody dared to ask. But now, when Jiao Kong and Du Jiding, the two old monsters in charge of the army, personally said this, everyone was finally sure. Then they were ecstatic. The races of the Second Universe were originally all kinds of ferocious beasts with primordial creatures flowing in their bodies. They were warlike and violent by nature. They might not be interested in a normal war, but this kind of war for the sake of seizing good fortune was the most delightful in the eyes of the experts of the Second Universe. Welcome. The higher-ups ate meat, and the lower-level experts could at least drink some soup. The good fortune in this source of all evil star field was so astonishing that it even attracted all the races in the Second Universe to gather an army of millions to fight for it. It was simply unimaginable. At this moment, after confirming this point, the experts of the various races in the army of millions were all shouting excitedly as if they had been injected with chicken blood. The army of millions was quickly organized, and then they couldn't wait to move forward again. They didn't even have the mood to collect the flesh and blood materials and the corpses of the native beasts that filled the void. Compared to the good fortune in the depths of this star field, the corpses of these powerful native beasts had lost the attraction it should have had. Soon, the huge army of millions advanced all the way, crossing the border area and finally entering the depths of the core hinterland. In the void in front of them, there was also a large number of space beasts. It was the same scene as before. The only difference was that these space beasts were all dead. Their bodies were huge and they had all revealed their bloodline true bodies. They were just lying in the dark void in front of them, and most of them were incomplete. In the distance one could even see an ancient demon ape. Its aura was powerful and its bloodline true body was hundreds of thousands of feet tall, but at this moment, it was lying in the void. Among the three different ape bodies, the black body of flesh and blood had no head, and most of its body was incomplete. Golden ape blood still flowed, emitting a strong ancient aura. As for the other two bodies, the skeleton body was almost completely broken, and only the head still hung on its shoulder. As for the black mist-like illusory body, it had already dissipated. Further away, a silver dragon came into sight. Only the back half of its body was left. The front half, including the dragon's head, was all gone. Looking further ahead, one could even see a gigantic true phoenix. Although it had also fallen, its body was still burning with phoenix flames, and it also exuded a strong aura of desolation. Chapter 3700. After a brief moment of silence, this army of 10 million immediately burst into an uproar. Excited discussions rang out from the fleets of the various races in the Second Universe, reverberating endlessly. The entire void was boiling because of this. Heavens, what did I just see? That demon ape has 3 heads and 6 arms, and its bloodline true body is hundreds of thousands of feet long. Its aura is extremely powerful like a small star. What kind of existence is that? Ancient demon ape. It must be the ancient demon ape. Legend has it that it went extinct long ago in the primordial era. In every generation of this race, only one demon ape is born. Bloodline inheritance is too difficult. What is this? Didn't you see the remains of that silver dragon? That is definitely a creature from the primordial era. Every drop of silver dragon blood, every inch of silver dragon flesh, is a supreme treasure. How many years has it been since it died? Half of its body is still shining with the light of treasures, and the blood of the silver dragon is still flowing. Just by collecting a little, today's trip was not in vain. And that giant flame bird that seems to be a true phoenix? Its aura seems to be even more powerful, and it lies even further away in the void. Even though it has died countless years ago, its body is still emitting mysterious flames. That must be the true phoenix fire. I'm afraid even a small wisp of it is a supreme treasure for refining weapons. We've really earned big this time. This core star field, the source of all evil, is actually an ancient battlefield that has been sealed since the primordial era until now. There are supreme treasures of blood and flesh that are hard to find in the world. Just what we can see now, once we collect them all, it will be enough to shock the world. Haven't you noticed? This is only the starting point of the core hinterland. There is an even deeper and more distant void ahead. The further the remains of the primordial era creatures are, the stronger their auras are, and the more precious their bloodlines are. That's right. There's no doubt about that. When we reach the true end, there will definitely be great fortunes that we can't even imagine. This time, our allied army of tens of millions is going to return with a full load. It's definitely a bountiful harvest that has never been seen before. As the mid-level and low-level experts in the various fleets exclaimed, the commanders of the various fleets, the existences above the universe realm, fell into silence. They seemed to be in low spirits and seemed to be worried. Without reaching this level, what one could see was only the surface. Only those whose cultivation base had reached the universe realm and above would be able to acutely capture the formless pressure in the depths of the hinterland in front of them through the distant void. Yes, the remains of the primordial creatures that could be seen in the distance were all supreme treasures. Even if it was only the remains of the silver dragon or the remains of the true phoenix that could be seen in the distance and brought back to the second universe, it would definitely mean a rare harvest for any race. The flesh and blood of this type of existence were too precious. Every drop of precious blood, every inch of precious flesh, were all supreme refinement treasures. Using them, one could refine heaven-defying great medicines. This was just the beginning of the core of the hinterland. There was no doubt that in the deeper void, there would be even more powerful remains of primordial creatures. Jiao Kong and Du Jiding, the two old monsters of the Blood Dragon clan and the Colored Python clan, even clearly knew that at the end of the void, there was a void refining array. The materials used to make that void refining array were all the remains of powerful primordial creatures, and the final product was the legendary all-evil origin liquid that was almost as effective as the chaos spiritual liquid. Even the bloodline ancestors of the various races in the second universe could only get 1 or 2 drops of it every year, compared to the void refining array and its final product. The remains of the silver dragon and the true phoenix that could be seen in their line of sight were not trash in the eyes of Jiao Kong and Du Jiding, but in fact they were not that far from it. However, it was also because of this that the core higher-ups of the various races in the second universe, led by Jiao Kong and Du Jiding, were so worried. Their faces were full of unwillingness and worry. The feeling of seeing a treasure mountain but not being able to get it was torture. They could already feel the suffocating pressure from the remains of the silver dragons and true phoenixes. In the void in front of them, there were many remains of powerful primordial creatures, and each of them emitted a mysterious primordial aura. When gathered together, it was definitely a terrifying force. Just the void in front of them was already difficult for the army of 10 million battleships behind them to pass through. Facing the invisible and terrifying pressure in the void, all the battleships below the 10,000-meter-tall fortress would be destroyed. Only the battleships above the 10,000-meter-tall fortress could barely withstand it. However, this was just the beginning. The deeper they went, the more powerful the remains of primordial creatures in the void would be, and the more terrifying the invisible pressure they emitted would be. There was one thing that could be confirmed. That was, the battleships behind them would only be able to endure until they reached the deepest part and saw the enormous void refining array. Only a small portion of the nearly 1 million fortresses that had opened the path for the army of 10 million could see it. In other words, around 300,000 fortresses with diameters of 100,000 meter wide. Even a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meter wide would absolutely be unable to endure until they reached the deepest part, and they would be destroyed on the way. Moreover, this was merely the battleships. If they didn't have the protection of the energy shields and the cabin pressure of the battleships, then the experts of the various clans of the second universe who'd come with the army would be even more fragile. Not to mention reaching the deepest part of the void refining array. Merely the void in front of them was something that existences below the 13th level of the Genesis realm would absolutely be unable to traverse with their bodies, and they would be crushed by the invisible pressure that suffused the void, causing them to explode and perish. Even Jiao Kong and Du Jiding, who were region lords and commanded an army of 10 million, hadn't expected such a situation at all. They'd obtained some information about the void refining array from their clans, but they weren't aware that such a terrifying and invisible pressure would actually suffuse the path to the Grand Formation. If this problem wasn't resolved, then their objective of taking complete control of the void refining array would be nothing but empty talk. There's definitely some sort of special method to avoid the terrifying pressure that suffuses the void. Jiao Kong muttered with a gloomy expression on his face, and he continued unwillingly, otherwise how could those native ferocious beasts who fled into the void ahead have passed through this area? They don't have the protection of the energy shields and cabin pressure of the battleships, so they traversed the void with their bodies. Some weaker existences would have exploded and perished a long time ago. As soon as Jiao Kong finished speaking, two vicious howls with terrifying auras suddenly resounded from the void ahead.